The voice of college football is up. It's active. We are streaming live on the official Voice of College Football, the main channel here on YouTube. And of course, if you're wanting to call in and chat about Big Ten football, we are here for the next few hours. I'm here for the next 2 hours. I'm Corey Brada from the Hawkeye of the Storm. I'm not really filling in for anybody, but working in conjunction with Mark Rogers, the voice of college football. And what a busy day we have. Busy news day, busy news week ahead, as the Big Ten is now rumored to be adding 4 more schools, 2 from the Pac-12 and 2 from the ACC. So what do we make of this? We'll get your thoughts, get your opinions, and we'll try to make sense of it all for the next couple of hours. If you want to call in, I'll throw the live stream link, the StreamYard link, I'll throw it up in the live chat here so you can jump on with me. We don't have of course, on my show, I've normally got a phone-in line, call-in line, but we'll just throw the StreamYard link up for now. And again, we're here talking Big Ten football as we count down the days and the hours to the start of the season. We've got Big Ten Media Days now in the rearview mirror, and of course, we've got institution media days coming up right around the corner. I know Iowa's got an open practice here in a couple of weeks. Fall camp starting tomorrow. I know at least Iowa State, those student athletes are checking into hotels tomorrow. And then, of course, fall camp starting Wednesday. I'm assuming, I guess this is something I should know, but for those that are playing earlier than Saturday the 2nd, there are fall camps already underway. I would be oblivious to that. But again, we're just counting down the hours here, just a little over a month away from the start of college football, or at least Big Ten football. And what better thing to talk about on the 31st day of July as we get set to turn the calendar over to August. Let's get our first caller in here. Mr. Mike is on the line. Mike, welcome back.
Hey, Corey, how you doing?
I'm doing good. I'm trying to find these banners that Mark said he left for me, and I'm just like, I can find this banner. Look, it says Mark Rogers, the voice college. I'm trying to figure out the Big Ten banner. Where's the Big Ten banner here, Mark? I should have had this ready beforehand. Let me see if I can. Go ahead. What do you got? I'm going to try to figure this out while you're talking about whatever you're here to talk about, Mike.
I don't know. I don't know what to make of all this. I mean, I heard the Florida State rumors for a while, and I think a lot of people were thinking the SEC, but everything I was hearing was saying that the Florida State was wanting to come to the Big Ten. But Clemson's a complete surprise to me. I don't know where this came from. I mean, have they been talking about this for a while down there in South Carolina? Because I haven't gotten word of it.
It's a complete surprise to you. How is it a complete surprise to you?
Well, I hadn't heard anything about Clemson trying to get out of the ACC.
Okay.
I mean, well, have you heard anything?
Well, did you hear anything before USC and UCLA were officially part of the Big Ten? Did you hear anything before the Colorado? These things are kept behind closed doors so much anymore that nothing surprises me. And Mike, back when the USC UCLA news initially broke, I think a lot of us made the comment that, hey, if you're Big Ten and you're looking to counter what Oklahoma and Texas gave to the SEC, okay, you've done something with USC and UCLA, but go after the powers that are left that are not in one of those two conferences. And those would be Clemson and Florida State from a name standpoint. And of course, we heard about Washington, Oregon months ago. But priority one, I'm sure, was Notre Dame during that stretch of time. But priorities 2 and 3 had to be the 2 best programs left. So I'm not surprised by it. I mean, it is what it is. I'm surprised the news came down and nothing's official yet, but I was not shocked by it.
Well, I mean, I guess you can call it rumors and stuff, but I had heard Florida State was kind of shopping for a while. I hadn't heard anything about Clemson. And I know the Oregon and Washington talk started circling whenever USC and UCLA punched their ticket out. So that wasn't.
I want to know, why would you not be shopping, Mike? Well, if you're Clemson or Florida, that's why I say, like, when this initially broke, the USC UCLA stuff, I know Oklahoma and Texas kind of started the snowball, but when it was clear that these two conferences were looking to basically take over, why would you not go after the 2 most successful programs? And if you're the two other, I don't want to say most successful programs, but the biggest household names in Clemson and Florida State, if you're those 2 schools, why would you not want to join one of the 2 major conferences?
I mean, it seems like the SEC is more of a fit for Clemson I mean, you could maybe argue Florida State, but like I said, I had heard, underground mumblings that the Florida State was preferring Big Ten over the SEC, but I figured Clemson would be an SEC team.
Well, I'm
They,
guessing it comes down to
they've got an SEC team in their backyard. A lot of their biggest games in recent memory has been against an SEC team, specifically Alabama.
why does
So I
that?
mean,
Why does any of that matter?
it.
Why does any of that matter? We're talking about money here. We're talking about money. Travel's not a listen. Travel is no longer regions, all that stuff. I think we get way too caught up in that. The Big Ten is able to expand its market into Florida, into the Carolinas. The SEC adding those two teams does nothing for TV market, and the Big Ten, what the Big Ten is able to give those two teams as far as a cut money wise, I'm sure it's probably what sealed the deal. I'm guessing.
Well, I think the SEC, they're not that far behind the Big Ten in contract money per school, are they?
Well, I don't know what expanding these if we're expanding by four more, how does that change the scene of the contracts? Does that mean these TV contracts will be amended based on conference expansion, or does that just mean a smaller payout for all the schools? I don't know how that works. That's I guess a question that I can't answer.
I figured there'd probably be a little bit of a renegotiation based on the fact that, I mean, you got to think from a contractual standpoint. Essentially, you know, the main parts of the contract have been, I don't know if you want to use the word amended, but I mean, at some point in time, you could just say it's been changed up so much that you can just scrap it and start over, and just see who's going to bid the most for what.
Yeah, again, I don't know what that's probably a better question for somebody who understands the legalities of these contracts, and I do not. But I would be surprised if there wasn't a clause in these TV contracts that accounted for the potential for future expansion. Because, I mean, if you continue to expand, that just means everybody gets a smaller cut. I can't imagine that these other institutions are okay with that. So I'm sure, again, somebody that follows the TV side of these things and the contractual side of expansion would be able to maybe provide us with better insight.
Yeah, that's true. Well, I don't want to take up too much time. I'll let you get to some other callers.
Mike, we haven't seen you on the Iowa show for a while. You're going to have to jump back over and talk to the enemy.
Well, first of all, like I said, I call you Michigan West. You're not an enemy. In fact, I was there. Oh, geez. Well, I think someday last week, I saw Erica and Lemansky, and all the usual suspects.
The usual suspects.
But yeah, I mean, now that the season started up again, I can keep track of you a little bit more. I'll definitely be over more.
Okay.
Okay. Well, I will talk to you later.
Thanks for the call, sir. All right, folks, you're watching Big Ten Live. We're talking conference expansion. What else? One day removed from the reported rumor that there will be four more schools joining the Big Ten this week. That's the report out there from, a number of different sources. Jack McGuire of Barstool Sports is the one that initially broke this rumor that the Big Ten would be adding Clemson, Florida State, Oregon, and Washington, which, of course, that would mean they're poaching two universities from the ACC and two from the Pac-12. And, of course, the future of the Pac-12 has been in serious doubt now for a while, ever since the departures of USC and UCLA, which will become official in 2024. And now with Oregon and Washington apparently set to leave, you just wonder, again, how the Pac-12, as that TV saga continues, how will they try to put their conference back together? What will happen to Stanford? What will happen to Cal? The Arizona schools, somebody's going to get left out. Oregon State is obviously a school that we've discussed in the past, has the potential of not having a home here in a couple of years. So all very fascinating. But again, this is the report out there, according to Barstool Sports, Jack McGuire. That's the rumor he's hearing. Now, again, this is a rumor. That's why we've got on the screen, it's a report, nothing official. But boy, this would completely change. We've said that, 2 or 3 times in the past 2 years. This would completely change the scene of college football. Let's get to our next caller. Drill MVP is with us. Drill MVP, how you doing, sir?
I'm doing good, Corey. How about you?
You know what?
I,
Let's get you on the half screen, even though you're not on camera. Let's get. When are you going to be on camera with us, Drill MVP? Come on now. Get you on
I'll
camera.
how about never, Corey, never
Okay.
will be the answer to that. You know, I can't believe we're talking about such old news, Corey. I mean, this was like 12 hours ago. I mean, I've heard
Yes.
Kansas State's going to the SEC. Utah is apparently in a bidding war between the Big Ten and SEC. But the biggest story that's happened from just a few hours ago is George Kliavkov is going to present a media deal to the Pac-9 members tomorrow.
To the Pac-9 members.
Yes, not Pac-12 because, you know, USC, UCLA, and Colorado are gone. So there's only 9 of them left. So they are officially going to see numbers tomorrow. It's been reported by Stuart Mandel, John Canzano, and some other people. So,
but
Corey,
again, I can't imagine, Drill MVP, I cannot imagine a scenario where those numbers are anywhere close to what the Big Ten can offer a team like an institution like Oregon or Washington. I can't imagine it. So I don't know if that's a last ditch effort, if that's been in the makes for a while now, but you tell me, is there any way that the Pac-12 can match what the Big Ten is going to bring to the table for if they're indeed looking to add those 2 schools like has been reported for quite some time?
I mean, anything is possible. So I'm not going to completely write it off, but I'm basically going to completely write it off. There is whatever number's above absolute zero is that number. It's going to happen. Okay. The real thing,
last ditch effort to me.
Right. Well, the real thing is Arizona, because there's been for weeks now a circulation of news that Arizona didn't want to be the first school to leave the Pac-10. Colorado was that. So this seems like a move to make sure Arizona doesn't leave the Big 12 more than Oregon and Washington leaving the Big 10. In which I can buy that more likely because it seems like it's easier to reach the 31.7 number than the 90-some million number that the Big Ten's going to get.
And here's the thing, Drill MVP. I want to get your take on this because you follow college football as much as any of us, and I'd like to think I'm somewhat of an authority on Iowa football, but I'm not going to even begin to act like I'm some authority on the national scene. I can give my reaction as an Iowa guy and as a Big Ten guy. But just your thoughts on the rest of this conference. I know you just brought up the 9 institutions that are, I guess, officially still part of the conference. If Oregon and Washington do indeed leave for the Big Ten, which has been reported now, then we got 7 left. Let's see if we can name them all. You got Arizona and Arizona State, Oregon State, Cal, Stanford, Utah, and I'm missing one. Who am I missing?
Washington State.
Washington State. So those are your 7. What is the future for those 7 schools? Where does the Big 12? Are we assuming?
Well, Cal and Stanford could go to the Big Ten because of their research. I mean, those are very institutionalized research, almost Ivy League type school, so they could go there. Utah could go to the Big 12. Oregon State might go to the Big 12 from what I've seen out there. Washington State, independent, Mountain West. They're the one that's without a life draft right now. I mean, they're the one that's looking like they're completely screwed in all this.
Let's play a little game here, Drill MVP. Out of 7 teams left, again, assuming we're working under the assumption that Oregon and Washington are indeed leaving, assuming those are your 7 schools left over, how many of those schools end up having to go to a quote-unquote group of 5 conference?
1 or 2.
The Power 5, the idea of P5 and Power 5 is completely being redefined. We understand.
Right. It's going to probably be an A3 or an A2.
That's the thing. Like the people that want to talk about, the Big 12 adds these schools. There is no way, folks, that the Big 12 or the Pac-12 or the ACC, regardless of what happens with Clemson and Florida State, there really is nothing left for those conferences to do to attempt to level the playing field. Once Oregon, Texas went to the SEC, once USC and UCLA committed to joining the Big Ten, you had a tiny, tiny pool of schools left that could be difference makers as far as the scene of college football and conference realignment. And now, especially if Oregon, Washington, Clemson, Florida State, you're basically your 4 biggest players. If those 4 schools are off the board, it's completely over. All right, and I'm not saying I'm not saying the Big 12 is going to disintegrate. I'm not saying it's going to happen to the Pac-12 or the ACC. The Big 12 did what it could last year with the additions of a good Houston program with a good recruiting base. BYU, Cincinnati, UCF. They did what they could with those 4 schools, but it in no way gets anywhere close to competition level or just program relevance of those other 2 conferences. So, we're redefining the Power 5, I guess is what I'm saying. So regardless of whether we want to use the term G5 and P5, that's all going to be different in a couple of years. You're going to have 2 conferences that are, I don't know what you want to call it, what we're going to call those, the Power 2 or the Big 2.
Yeah, they're the 2 that can win the national title. Everybody else is playing for 3rd place.
And so basically those other 3 conferences, we're just going to have 3 tiers, Drill MVP. Instead of having 2 tiers. I mean, obviously we understand that not all G5 conferences are made alike or created equal, but you basically go from Power 5 and Group of 5 to Power 2, Group of 3, and everybody else. That's basically where we're going to head. So I think now you're just trying to fit into that 2nd tier, because if you're Georgia Tech and you're Oregon State and you're Wake Forest and you're Cal, unless, like you said, Cal and Stanford can somehow find their way into the Big Ten based on prestige, academics, etc. You research, you're just trying to fight to not end up as I'm trying to think, the Old Dominions of the world.
Well, Corey, I saw Wet Blanket put this, so I wanted to fact check to. Arizona has a Board of Regents meeting tomorrow. Okay? So tomorrow, George Kliavkoff is going to show numbers. I don't think the numbers are going to be anything near the Big 12. If they are, I think it's going to be 100% streaming. And nobody's going to watch their games. I don't think anybody's going to watch streaming games, like maybe 10-20% of the audience. I don't know that for sure, but that's my guess. I think Arizona might leave the Pac-9 tomorrow. Tomorrow they might leave.
So basically, what you're saying is you're taking a reported meeting that we're hearing about tomorrow with.
You can go to www.azregions.edu/board-committees/board, and it's on there. Meeting schedule, date 8/1/2023. Start time 3:30, end time 4 p.m., and it's virtual. They have to do a virtual meeting like Colorado did, and then they're going to do one public. The vote has to be out in public for them to officially leave. So if we see the numbers aren't working out, then there's this Board of Regents meeting, and then they schedule another meeting tomorrow that's public. That's going to be the final nail in the coffin, in my opinion, that they're done, that they're leaving.
But what I'm saying is the Pac-12 TV deal that's reportedly being brought to the table, finally brought to the table officially this week, is likely a reactionary move and is a move to compete with the other 2 conferences, specifically the Big 12, from a regional standpoint. I'm not to say that regions, we just talked about how the regional aspect of realignment really means almost nothing anymore. But you're trying to convince the other 7 schools, assuming that Oregon and Washington are gone, you're basically trying to keep those other 7 schools, or at least a couple of those schools that could be Big 12 candidates. Is that fair? We're no longer the Pac-12 has to be relegated to the
They're competing for survival. They're competing to be a Pac conference.
You're competing for 3rd place. You're right.
They're not even competing. I don't think they're even competing for 3rd place. I think they are competing to be a conference, to have a name, to not be merged completely with the Mountain West is what they're competing for right now. The Big 12, I think, is so far ahead of them, you can't even describe it right now. Yeah. Like, I know people are saying the Big 12 is the island of misfit toys, but you can be a misfit toy. That's better than being just parts and assembly. And that's where the Pac-12 is currently at right now. They're just in parts and assembly. Pac-9's in real danger, like real danger. And I don't see how they're going to survive this.
Well, the other thing we haven't been talking about, Drill MVP, because the focus has been on the Big 12 and the Pac-12 for some time now. The other question we haven't addressed is now, if this rumor about Florida State and Clemson is true, what happens to Miami? What happens to Miami? Because the ACC is in trouble.
Yeah, I understand that, but Miami's a really big brand. I think they're going to be fine. The hardest thing for me to understand is they got this grant of rights that extends all the way out to 2036 or something like that. I don't know how that's going to be broken. Yeah, I think you need like 8 out of the 14 members to break it. Now, I understand why Florida State, UNC, Miami, and Clemson would want to break it. But why would Boston College want to break it? Why would Wake Forest, Louisville, Georgia Tech, why would they want to break it?
They may not, but I'm simply saying if Clemson and Florida State move on and break it, whatever what does Miami stick around through 2036? If not, where do they go? Because they would.
I would assume the Big Ten.
Why would you assume that? Why not the SEC?
I just don't know if the SEC really needs 3 schools in the same state. Or if Florida, yes, they would get Miami because Florida State would be going to the Big Ten. You're right.
Yeah.
So I think Florida State or Miami's going to the SEC. One of them goes to the Big Ten. So whichever one doesn't go to the Big Ten goes to the SEC.
Well, if the rumors out there that have been swirling for the last 12 hours are true, then it would be Miami eventually to the SEC, because I just don't know how you leave Miami. Miami's not going to get left out of the big picture, not with that brand,
right,
not with the history of that program. So that is honestly where I know people are talking about Cal and Stanford and the rest of the Pac-12. I'm even more intrigued to see what happens with the leftovers in the ACC, because all of a sudden, and I shouldn't say all of a sudden, but the ACC is in almost as much peril, I think, long term as the Big 12, probably more so than the Big 12. If they lose Clemson and Florida State, which is a stronger conference, as is the Big 12 or the ACC at that point? I think that's a question mark.
Right. Corey, I know we're getting some super chats, so do you mind if you get to some of those super chats?
We should just have you be a moderator. Let's see. I don't even know. Is that Russian? I don't know how to pronounce that. Domerit Wap? Is that Russian language on the screen, Drill MVP?
Well, that looks like an Italian flag. So
I apologize, user, if I'm mispronouncing the name. Domerit Wap, George Kleakov. Is I'm pronouncing that correct? Kleakov?
Kleakov.
Okay, whatever. We'll be giving a eulogy. He's talking about the proposal to the rest of the conference that Drill MVP mentioned here a little bit ago. Thank you for the super chat, sir. Ma'am, or sir, I guess I should say. Dabo Sweeney, 805 winning percentage. Appreciate the super chat. I heard the ACC buyout is $120 million up front and $30 million a year. The Big Ten is the only conference that pays enough to make it financially feasible. $120 million up front, $30 million a year. So how does that compare to the SEC, Drill MVP? You would probably know better than I would.
It's nowhere competitive to the SEC and Big Ten. Nowhere competitive. And that's why they want to leave. Because the SEC and Big Ten not only is way ahead of them now, they're going to re-sign before the ACC has a chance to get to their TV deal. So by the time you get there, they're going to be so far and away gone that there's no way Florida State and Clemson can compete, from what I've read and heard.
And so, again, we return to the same element that I'm most intrigued by, and that is what happens to Miami, because I just don't know how does Miami not end up in one of these two conferences. I can't comprehend that. Erica, very surprised it's not Notre Dame. Notre Dame has basically just doubled down, tripled down, quadrupled down time and time again. And I don't know. I don't know that I'm surprised by it, but I don't know how long Notre Dame can hold out. They obviously, what do they make with their TV deal, Darrell MVP?
Well, I think they're renegotiating it here shortly, so I don't see how they're going to be able to be competitive, but.
Well, why can't they? Well, first of all, why? Why wouldn't they be able to be competitive?
Because half their games are on one, if they're home, they get the money from the TV network, but if they're away, they're on a different channel. So every home game's on NBC. Every away game's on a different television network. That's why.
They've been able to do it for quite some time as is.
Yeah, and regionality used to mean something in conference realignment, but
it did. Yeah. No, you're right. I'm surprised. I guess to a point, I agree with Erica that I'm surprised that I guess I probably expected back when the USC UCLA news broke. I thought, okay, Notre Dame's the next domino. But these things are happening so fast and at random times. It seems like that. Who knows? I wouldn't be shocked if we hear something about Notre Dame in the near future, but I also wouldn't be surprised with their history if we don't for a long period of time. This seems like a situation where they're going to hold out until the 11th hour. And then when they absolutely have no choice, they'll have a home. They'll have a home in the Big Ten when they want one.
Right. So let me ask you something about the playoffs, Corey, okay? As you know, the college football playoffs is expanding to 12 teams in 2024. However, the auto bids are up for question. I believe it's after 2025-2026 season. Somebody in chat could correct me. The auto bids part of it isn't a certainty. So the thinking is they might just completely drop off auto bids. What do you think about that, Corey? That they could just completely get rid of the auto bids and the SEC and Big Ten just completely take over the sport? Because I think that's where we're headed.
Well,
Will Indy's a Notre Dame fan. Let me explain this to a Notre Dame fan since he doesn't know anything about playoffs because they haven't won anything. Playoffs is this thing you get invited to if you're nationally ranked and you win something significant.
Yeah, so where's your head right now? You're a Notre Dame guy. Where's your head right now as it relates to?
I gotta admit, if this is true, what this Barstool guy says about them joining, I kind of want to join the Big Ten. Like I've been like not wanting to join the Big Ten for a long time, but to like it'll be very hard to have a good playoff resume as an independent playing ACC teams if the ACC. If like two of the biggest brands in the ACC are leaving, that just leaves Miami, and I think it's a matter of time before Miami and Notre Dame join the Big Ten. I mean, I don't like saying this, but it kind of has to be.
Let's just make something clear here. So the tweet, trying to find the original tweet from this guy Jack McGuire, and I spelled McGuire wrong. That's why it's not showing up. So the original tweet from McGuire regarding Clemson, Florida State, Oregon, and Washington was Barta. I believe this is I'm trying to find the original. Of course, everybody's quoting the original tweet, but all I've seen, the real MVP, is that that Jack McGuire has reported that he's hearing a rumor. The Big Ten is adding 4 schools this week: Clemson, Florida State, Oregon, and Washington.
Right.
Did anybody forget? Real quick, did anybody forget? I'm just curious. Did you forget when Zach Smith? Was that his name?
Yeah, on Minister Sports podcast.
When Zach Smith was hearing a rumor that Deion Sanders was going to Nebraska. Did anybody else remember that?
Yeah, I talked to Mark last night. Listen, people need to make money. I respect the hustle. I think this is all just clickbait.
Yeah, this is great. These are great talking points, but until someone says, I don't care if it's Jack McGuire, if it's somebody else who's reputable, until someone says, I'm hearing this is happening, don't be I hate when people report, I'm hearing a rumor. Like, I could start a rumor about, your girlfriend. Doesn't make it true, right? Mm-hmm. I mean, I don't know. I would, these are great talking points, but until there's something more concrete, I'm still hesitant to believe that things are going to happen this quickly, but they've happened this quickly in the past. Yeah,
that's why I've been focused this entire conversation on Arizona, because I went to a website that's an .edu website that has the Board of Regents meeting actually being scheduled for tomorrow. That's something substantive that's taking place. The Pac-9 media deal being presented is something substantive actually place. And Will and D, what do you think about the Pac-9? First off, do you like the name Pac-9? Isn't that just hilarious to you? And what do you think about the Big 12 Pac-9 wars?
Listen, I've been rooting for Team Pac, but it's athletic directors and like people that are involved with the schools. They felt like that they could make more money than they could. They felt like they were getting shortchanged by these networks, and well, eventually some of the other leaders of the institution, such as Colorado, got sick of waiting. They're like, okay, are we going to get our media deal or not? And left. So like I was rooting for the Pac, but the Pac killed itself. And unfortunately, I think the Pac's going to be dispersed in the next 5 years. It's their own fault for not agreeing to a media deal.
My question to you, Will, as a Notre Dame fan, is there a fear of reaching the point of no return as it relates to conference realignment, to where Notre Dame has had this aura about them and this ability to kind of call their shots on their own terms? But at what point do you as a fan think, okay, I'm getting a little uneasy with still not having a home?
I'm going to get uneasy if it costs Notre Dame a playoff.
Say it again.
if it'll cost Notre Dame a playoff spot, then just I want to join a conference. Like,
yeah, no, but what point does that happen? At what point do you start feeling uneasy about, that door may not be open like we thought it was?
I mean, I feel like Notre Dame just has the fan base that any conference would like to have them in, but if it gets to the point where Notre Dame's about to play a schedule and it only has like one, like a group of 5 like schedule, like the ACC turns into a group of 5 and it's like a bunch of ACC teams and like one good team, and we have to win all of those games, then I'm like, okay, well, if we haven't joined a conference yet, we should. But I don't know. I feel like Notre Dame just has so many fans and so many people that are going to watch the games. I feel like it'll still be the Irish will still be attractive to pretty much any conference. So I'm feeling pretty good about it, but I just like, will Notre Dame eventually do it? It's what I'm more scared of.
I think they will eventually do it because they'll have a choice eventually.
Mm-hmm.
But again, they're holding out until the 11th hour because they can. I just wonder if that power play eventually has the potential of coming back to bite you. Drill MVP, is there anything else before I cut you loose?
No, that's all I got, Corey. Very interesting to see if the Pac-9 turns into the Pac-8 tomorrow, which could turn into the Pac-5 potentially by the end of the week. It's going downhill quick. Fun to see. Thanks, Corey. Thanks, Will, for having on, talking to you guys, and fight on to USC.
Thanks, Mr. SEC.
And by the way, folks, if we've said that like 8 times now, if the rumor that's out there right now regarding Oregon, Washington is true, then I fully expect what Drill MVP just said to transpire. Will I expect the rest of this conference to disperse in a timely fashion, and if they don't, it's a big red fire alarm because again, what's left minus Stanford, Cal, and I would expect Stanford and Cal to be next on out. I don't know what the future for Utah looks like. I think the comment was made about Oregon State. What's the future for Washington State with their rival headed to the Big Ten? Are they a suitor for the Big Ten Conference? I don't know anymore. I can't, and we could speculate to death on that, I guess. But to me, I know we're talking about, it was brought up about research and academics and whatnot. Cal's lack of commitment to athletics over the years has made me question what they bring to this conference, other than the name and the research. Wouldn't you almost rather be able to generate another rivalry by adding another Washington school? Am I wrong on that? Or I mean, wouldn't you rather add Washington State over Cal? If you're looking to add another, if you're needing another Big Ten team, or even certainly a Utah or a Stanford over a Cal.
I'd rather add Stanford than Cal, just for academics alone. Like, if they're both pretty bad, I feel like Stanford has also been better than Cal over the past 10 years. I mean, they both bottomed out, but Stanford has at least had pretty recent success under David Shaw. Cal hasn't had any success since like Deshaun Jackson, Javid Best, and that's a while ago. That's pushing it pretty far along, down to like not even the 2010s, like 2009, I think was the last year that they were relevant.
Let's add Rob to the mix. Rob, is it Rob? Rob, can you hear me, Rob?
Hello?
We can hear you. Can you hear
Robert.
Robert.
Hey, Will.
What's going on, man?
Not much. Getting this just right. Get myself centered. There we go. Much better.
How you doing, Robert?
Yeah, I love talking about this. I'm doing really good. Me and Will know each other pretty well.
Yeah, we were on the Golden Blue Dude back in the day. May God rest his soul.
Good.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
Good to see you both. You're probably big college football fans. So, Rob, who do you follow, and what are your thoughts on the latest of Big Ten?
Well, like my name says, it says raining blue and white. I'm a Penn State fan.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
That's the big surprise for you, Will, now, since I used to be impartial.
Yeah. So you guys are gonna have a fun game with the whiteout.
It's always fun.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, it's Iowa. Oh, this is going to be real fun at Happy Valley.
Late September, Robert. Late September. Iowa, Penn State at night on CBS. Whiteout.
Ooh, that's going to be nice. That's going to be nice. Hopefully some of my friends and family will be there.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely.
Mm-hmm. So we have Clint here, big B fan, already joined the dark side, already wanting to join the Big 12. Very interesting.
So, Robert, what are what's your take on the 4 rumored institutions joining the Big Ten this week?
The only one I would say is Oregon. Not today. No, on Oregon. Heck no.
No on Oregon.
The rest, no problem.
What's the problem with Oregon?
I've been talking to Oregon fans, and we've been running down everything that they bring and everything. I'm like, they don't bring enough. Even academically, they don't bring enough. The only thing they concentrate on is the spending for the football program. That's it. Because while you went through all the bullet points about Oregon, and it just makes it more and more to me like, no.
Okay, so I'm just curious, and I'm not ripping you, Robert, but I do have the tendency to end up ripping people, so just keep that in mind. I'm just curious, why do you as a fan, why does anybody as a fan, why do you care about Oregon's academics as a fan? I understand the Big Ten Conference taking that into consideration and why that's a factor. Competitively, Oregon is second best of this group over the last 10 to 15 years. So why? I know that it can be debated because Florida State had the national championship year.
More consistent
than any of the other programs minus Clemson. So I'm just curious why you care about academics as a Penn State, as a Big Ten fan.
It's not just academics. I use academics as one point, but they're not going to calculate going into the Big Ten like they think they are, because their fans are so cocky, thinking they are so good and they never won a national championship. Period. It's like, where's your proof at all? There's proof. There should be proof in the pudding that you are actually as good as you are.
Okay. Well, you have a reaction to that?
Yeah,
I mean, I don't know. I mean, I feel like Oregon, they do have an annoying fan base, but they were extremely close to winning a national championship in 2010.
Penn State has an annoying fan base, and I've still got Robert on here. So what?
Yeah,
but
I feel like I don't know. Well,
I'm one of the peaceful ones.
Otherwise, like I just
it
feel
depends
like
on where you get Penn State faithful. That's the big difference. It depends on where you get the faithful. If it's Eastern Pennsylvania, you're going to be okay. If it's more Central Pennsylvania, you get the ignorant ones.
I mean, I feel like Oregon is just too big of a brand to not be in the Big Ten. I feel like Oregon belongs in the Big Ten, just the amount of success. And they're like a brand now. Like, people know Oregon football. Like, not everyone knows. I mean, I'm not going to be trying to be mean, Corey, but not everyone knows Iowa football. Like, Oregon's like a brand. They're Nike U. I feel like they deserve to be in one of the top conferences. The one thing that Tim says that I think could be used against Oregon is the market size, the TV market. What do you think
definitely
about that? That's the one thing.
I definitely agree with you on that, Will.
Yeah.
You're saying it's going to be used against who?
Oregon, that they don't have enough big enough TV market, but that's the one argument. But I do feel like, I don't know, I feel like their fan base is big enough that they're worth it for the Big Ten.
I'm no TV market expert. What I can say is, at some point, the numbers get so big that doesn't really matter. Doesn't really matter. I mean, you're able to offer your members what you're able to offer your members, but if you're looking to compete with the SEC, you got to do what you got to do. And I don't know if every move is going to come down to TV market. I mean, ultimately, these moves are made because of money. I understand that. But as we continue to pick off more and more schools, at some point, you're also looking for competitive balance, because there's you've got to have competitive balance. There's nobody else to choose from. You better get the best programs. And
I feel like Oregon will dominate the Big 12 if they go to the Big 12. So I do think the ball.
Oh yeah, that's the reason why I said they should go to the Big 12.
I agree.
I've been telling their fans the same thing. Going,
I think they're too.
Prove yourself that you're able to handle it.
I'm sorry, Iowa fans. I was just using them as an example. Like, I could have used like any Big Ten West team. I'm sorry. I wasn't trying to disrespect anyone.
All right. Well, anything else from you, sir?
No, just like, it's crazy. It sucks that some of these small schools are going to be relegated to the. I mean, I'm not trying to talk down the Big 12, but the Big 12 is going to turn into a Group of 5, and it just sucks that some of these schools are going to be at a tier below the others. But it is what it is. I mean, college football is not how it was when I first started watching it, like the late aughts. So it's the world we live in right now, unfortunately. But I'm still going to watch the college football every year. So
good to know. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you, Will, for jumping on the show.
Thanks, Corey, for hosting.
All right, Robert, anything else from you, sir?
Nothing really much. It was nice talking to Will once again. I've not talked to him in almost a year.
Well, good to have you here. And, we're here I'm not here every Monday, but Voice of College Football Big Ten show is here every Monday. So come back soon.
Yep, same to you.
Thank you, sir. Okay, Jason, let me go back to let's go back to the super chat. Todd, thank you for this. In my opinion, conference expansion sucks, but it is the future. It's like NIL, it's like the transfer portal, and it's what people like Gary Barta have failed to understand. And if you're not an Iowa fan, you may have no idea who I'm talking about. But as the AD of an institution, if you refuse to adapt and refuse to embrace your university's collective and the NIL initiative as it stands and the transfer portal, you will get left behind or you'll get let go. And I believe that's exactly what happened with Gary Barta, AD at Iowa. Today is his last official day on the job, which, judging by the time of day, 5:45 p.m. Central Time, I think it's official that he is no longer the AD at Iowa. And so you can light your candles and celebrate that for the evening if you're an Iowa fan. But the point is, you don't have to like conference expansion. And if you're the Big Ten AD or the SEC AD, you don't have to admit to liking it, but you better be able to adapt and play the game because that's where we're at. And that's why I brought up Oregon. The idea that, you're going to pick a team like a school or university like Cal over a program like Oregon. Again, I don't know the ins and outs of the TV markets involved and how that affects the money payout to each institution in future TV contracts. But with competitive balance, the schools that are left, you've got to prioritize competition and competitive balance. And right now, the best competitive moves, 4 of the 5 best moves are reported to be headed towards the Big Ten this week. The latest is that Clemson, Florida State, Oregon, and Washington are all expected to join the Big Ten Conference. And so the biggest brands left after those 4 teams, if that indeed happens, and that is simply a report, a rumor right now, nothing official. That is a rumor out there. And unfortunately, with the way social media works, there are no consequences for false information. You can put out information that is literally hogwash, and it will get clicks, it will get retweets, it will get views. And although you may lose some followers when it comes to no fruition, you'll gain more than you lose, and that's the nature of social media. So I'm hesitant to jump on this, but it is worth talking about. If this indeed happens, Clemson, Florida State, Oregon, and Washington all head to the Big Ten sooner rather than later, then it comes down to, can someone convince Notre Dame to join a conference? And if I'm the SEC, I'm prioritizing Miami first because of a number of circumstances. Notre Dame has proven that they're going to be the tougher one to convince and the tougher one to convince to join a conference. And Miami has the history. It's got the mystique. Yes, it's in Florida. Yes, it may not do a lot for your TV market and all that stuff. But from a competitive standpoint and from a brand standpoint, you've got to look at Miami. And after those 2 schools, Miami and Notre Dame, who are the best players out there as far as expansion? How many schools are going to end up in each of these conferences? And I'm talking about the Big Ten and the SEC. Does Georgia Tech eventually find a home? They're a dark horse name that I had thrown out there year and a half ago because of what they would bring to the Big Ten as far as TV market and being able to be in a part of Georgia and a pretty solid hotbed of recruiting and college football fandom. Are they left out? As the ACC continues to lose people, especially if Miami leaves, what happens to schools like North Carolina? What happens to Georgia Tech? I would think those 2 institutions would be Big Ten candidates down the road, as Miami would be a candidate for the SEC. Where does Utah end up? Where does Stanford end up? I know people keep talking about Stanford to the Big Ten because of research and academics. Maybe that would be a move on the table. But if this happens, folks, the SEC has got to counter. And this is a game of back and forth, and it's the day and age of college football. Let's get to our next caller. Jackson Johnson is on the line. Jackson, welcome to the Voice of College Football. How are you?
I'm doing all right. How you doing, Corey?
I'm doing good, man. I heard you on the Iowa show the other day, and we got you on the main channel here. So congratulations. Good to see you.
Oh, thank you. It's always fun coming on Voice College Football. Sorry I didn't show up Sunday. I was feeling tired, so but I'll definitely make sure to come back on From the Hawkeye of the Storm pretty soon.
We made it through without you for one evening, so but don't test our patience any further, please.
Well, I'll be making sure I'm coming back on there. I see that little report about Clemson, Florida State, Oregon, Washington expecting to joining the Big Ten. I'll be honest, I'm on wait and see mode with this.
As you should be. As you should be. Like I brought up we've had so many rumors regarding conference expansion ever since the first domino fell a couple of years ago. At the same time, though, Jackson, sometimes where there's smoke, there's fire, and it's a worthwhile conversation. It's not like the Oregon-Washington rumor hasn't been out there before. Now, the Clemson Florida State stuff is fairly new, and if this is the case, if this ends up happening, which I agree with you, it's still a big if. The Big Ten, I think, as much as maybe some old curmudgeons that don't like the modern age of college football, as much as they may hate this, you've got to give the Big Ten credit if they were able to secure Clemson and Florida State. Because like I said, at that point, then if you're the SEC, okay, finally they're in a position where they have to, where I perceive that they're in a position where they need to bounce back and come back with a punch. And I don't know where they do that. It's I would think it'd have to be Miami, but the Big Ten the onus has been on the Big Ten ever since Oklahoma and Texas left this conference. It did not change with the additions of USC and UCLA to the Big Ten. I think competitively, the needle was still clearly in the SEC's favor. But if this move transpires, primarily because of Clemson and Florida State, then the onus falls back on the SEC, and then I expect them to go after probably Miami first.
That would be pretty cool if Miami was able to join the Big Ten, because that would probably, in a way, convince Notre Dame to join the Big Ten. One common thing that the Big Ten and Notre Dame have is NBC, because let's be honest, do you really think NBC wants to air a Notre Dame Duke game on NBC? No, they want to air Notre Dame Michigan, Notre Dame Michigan State, Notre Dame USC, Notre Dame Ohio State, Notre Dame Iowa.
And I think that plays into this as well. As the Pac-12 continues to disintegrate, Jackson, how does that affect Notre Dame's stance on not joining a conference? Because, of course, they've made their living off scheduling Pac-12 teams, Big Ten teams, and you just wonder, moving forward, scheduling rights and everything, I just wonder how that will be affected as schools continue to get picked off from that conference, and the future of that conference lays in considerable jeopardy.
Well, I mean, the Pac-12, I mean, if you look on like one of my posts on Twitter, or X.com as you call it, I tweeted something that if the Pac-12 wants to save themselves, they need to get a media deal fast, and they need to expand fast. Do what the Big 12 did in 2021. And that is at fast. George Kliavkoff, there's a report on George Kliavkoff from Stuart Mandel saying that he will finally present a TV rights deal to league members within the next 48 hours. And the board and ADs are scheduled to meet tomorrow morning. Personally, I'd be doing it now, but that's just me.
Well, first of all, Jackson, again, this is perhaps the Pac-12 doesn't buy into the rumor that some random dude from Barstool is reporting. Second off, you're talking about, well, that's the reality. You're also talking about the Pac-12 needing to make a Big 12-esque move, and you're comparing what you believe the Pac-12 needs to do with what the Big 12 did in adding Cincinnati, UCF, BYU, and Houston. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Here's the problem. Where are they going to get a BYU, Cincinnati, UCF, and Houston? Who is the Pac-12 going to add that can... There's nobody left.
Right.
You're going to start picking teams.
You are going to have to add somebody like Boise State.
Okay, but
San Diego State. Right.
That's the problem. Boise State, first of all, that's one program that may end up finding a home with the Big 12 or the Pac-12 down the line, probably the Pac-12. But that school does not in any way rival what the Big 12 added this year competitively.
Right.
There's just you're running out of options. You're running out of institutions. And so besides Boise, who else are you adding? Fresno? Nevada?
Fresno or San Diego State. I mean, those are options. I'm pretty much thinking of like Mount West schools, and I'm gonna have to add a couple of AAC schools, like I don't know, I guess SMU and Tulane.
Okay, East Carolina. So that's my point. So the AAC has been picked over. Okay,
Yeah.
and if the Pac-12 expects to survive off of the Mountain West and the remnants of the AAC, then they've got problems. And that's why I said to Darrell and VP earlier, they are in survival mode. That's where they're at right now, and that's where they're going to be, unless somehow they can convince Oregon and Washington to stay put. And even if that happens, there's still such a big divide between the two top conferences, and even I think now the Big 12 and the ACC from the Pac-12. It's become, we've went from the Power 5 to I think the Power 4.
Yeah.
In a short period of time, and we're soon to maybe go to less than that, perhaps the Power 3, and after that, we could continue to see that gap just get bigger. So,
I mean, I'll be honest. I mean, if I didn't know better, I'd say that it was karma on the Pac-12 in a way, and pretty soon the ACC, like not next year, but like years from now, because of like the alliance thing where they kept out the Big 12 and didn't last that long. And I was just kind of like,
there was no alliance. There was no alliance at all. Nothing ever transpired from that phantom meeting that they held over the Big Ten Network. I mean, there's nothing ever transpired of it. Basically, what the Big Ten said was, we're going to, and it was the biggest facade I think I've ever seen. We're going to act like we've got some partnership, but as soon as one of your institutions is willing to desert you, forget that alliance. That's basically what the Big Ten said in so many words, in nice terms.
But yeah, I'll say this though, 15 years ago, it was ESPN basically running college football, but now it's pretty much ESPN and Fox running it in a way. We don't see any of the other networks having much of a say. I mean, yeah, they get scrimps of the pie that are falling off the table here and there, but that's pretty much it. I mean, I think
it's the little dogs who are partaking of the crumbs, Jackson. That's what this ends up being. Yeah, the dynamic is becoming more and more stark. So
yeah, it's a shame, but
I think we all knew this was. But let's be honest, we all knew this was going to happen eventually. I think we pretty much all knew this was going to happen. And my guess is the Big 12 knew this was going to happen. They did what they needed to do in the moment, the best option that they had. The Pac-12 has failed to do what they've needed to do, and most of that comes, I think, back to the TV deal that they've failed to generate and compile for the rest of the conference. The question mark is now, what is their next move if this indeed is happening? I think they've run out of options, and that's a scary thing if I'm a fan of any of those other institutions that doesn't have a home.
Well, I'll be honest, it looks like the Pac-12, the plug is going to be pulled at any moment, and if that happens, it could go the way of the WAC and the way of the old Big East, which is a shame. It's a big shame.
Yeah, this like you say, the scene of this college football world is changing, and once that toothpaste is out, it's hard to get it back in the bottle. So, or the tube, whatever you want to call it.
For sure. And Florida State, the rumor about them joining the Big Ten. Now we know like the Florida State Florida game would survive, but nothing's gonna happen to Florida State Miami, is it? Please tell me nothing bad's gonna happen that game.
Yeah, I mean that's I'm fascinated to see what happens with Miami. I mean that's still my institution to follow. One could argue, well, Mark would be a better authority on this.
Yeah,
one could argue that Miami is a better brand than probably 2 or 3 of the schools on this list. Like Miami's a bigger brand than Washington. Miami's a bigger brand than Oregon. And I think you could argue Miami is equally as big of a brand as the other 2 schools, regardless of what Clemson has done from a football standpoint over recent time. I think Miami is as big of a brand as any of them. So I'm intrigued by the fact they're not involved with this rumor. And that makes me wonder what they're waiting for. Because I can't imagine the Big Ten has not made a push for Miami, but perhaps they haven't. I don't know. I think that's my biggest question mark right now.
Yeah. Well, I mean, on the one hand, I am worried about the future of the Florida State-Miami rivalry, seeing that little rumor. But on the other hand, I'm kind of thinking to myself, well, Florida State-Miami did play each other from 1991 to 2003 when they were both in different conferences. So, I mean, there's nothing to worry about.
Jackson, can I get you to do something real quick before you log off here? Can I get you to reenact the Harvey Updike Jr. call? Because whenever I hear your Southern accent, all I think of is Harvey Updike Jr.
Oh, the Harvey Updike Jr.?
Yeah, you remember the call to Paul Feinbaum back in, what was it,
2011, where he goes, anything I care, roll damn tide.
Exactly. Thank you for that. Perfect. That's all I needed to hear. I really didn't understand the Alabama-Auburn rivalry. Is that pretty good? Do I have that down pat?
Yeah, that sounds good. You got a pretty good accent.
Well, thank you, sir.
Oh, and
I love it.
guess where this shirt's from?
What is that shirt? Well, don't take it off. I just want to know where it's from.
Oh, no. It's I'll give you a hint. It's from Matthew McConaughey movie in 1993. Days to Confuse. Don't know.
Okay, you just let me know. Okay, cool.
Yep. Yeah,
Very
it's
cool.
pretty cool.
We'll stay out of trouble. Don't be poisoning any trees. And
I don't do any of that. I'm usually a pretty good boy.
Good for you, sir. Good to see you, brother. We'll see you back in the Iowa channel here soon too.
Yeah, what day's the Iowa show, by the way?
We've got, let's see, that's a good question. I've got, so we just did a live show with Coach Patterson yesterday, and we will have, let's see. It's a good question. We'll have a couple hot live shows here this next month, but I don't know the dates yet. We're probably going to get Iowa's Swarm guy on, their collective CEO, and then we'll do, of course, another kind of a preview show for the season. But yeah, this month will be busy. I know it'll be just as busy as everybody else. So big month.
Well, there's a call when there's a call-in show for the Iowa show from the Hawkeye Storm. I'll make sure to call you about Gary Barta.
Amen, brother. Thanks for calling, Jackson.
Anytime, man.
All right. Appreciate the super chat here. Beth, you are my AD tomorrow. Clean out your desk today. Thank you, Lemansky. Dennis Lang. Enough of this crap. What does that mean? Enough of this crap. I don't know what's crap. Whatever. Perhaps this show is crap. I hope not. You're a premium subscriber, Dennis, but maybe he's talking about conference realignment. Explain yourself, Dennis, or come on here and hit me up face to face. Let's get to our next caller. Defiant. Don't be defiant. Who's on the line?
Defiant. This is Defiant.
Hey, Defiant. How are you?
I'm doing good. How are you?
I'm doing good.
ACC. They're dead. They've been dead since early 2000s, when the Big East started to, collapse a little bit. I think the ACC has been dead since 2004. And this is just the fallout of not getting like West Virginia and Cincinnati into the conference and taking Syracuse at Pittsburgh.
Well, the conference has hung its hat on its 3 power players down south in Florida State, Miami, and Clemson. And yeah, maybe a bit of overconfidence there that they could keep those 3 intact and basically stay semi-elite without a real great amount of depth the rest of the way through the conference. But yeah, that's an interesting take. I guess I hadn't looked at it that way, but I don't know that West Virginia and Cincinnati moved the table long term for that conference without teams like Clemson and Florida State. But I can see where you're coming from.
Definitely. But I think, again, when Boston College came into conference, I understand where they're going to. They wanted, the Boston market. They wanted, to expand their footprint. I get that. right sense. But Boston College hasn't done anything in the ACC long term. Syracuse, I know Syracuse and Pittsburgh have joined the conference recently. They haven't done nothing long term.
No.
And this is why Clemson and Florida State want to leave, because they see that the ACC is a basketball conference foremost. That's what the ACC was, brought upon. That's why they created the ACC, because they wanted a basketball conference. And bringing in these programs that can produce 8 to 9 wins a year and win bowl games, that's not going to help the conference out at all.
So basically what you're telling me is you perceive the ACC as turning into the next Big East of now, right?
Yeah.
Because the Big East now is a really good basketball conference that basically, it doesn't compete in football anymore. I know some of those institutions play football, but not as the Big East. And there was talk at one time about North Carolina and Duke potentially being candidates for the Big Ten. I guess that idea is out the window now. I don't know how big the Big Ten is going to get, but they may have missed out on their window if there was ever one open.
Definitely. And I think now the ACC is turning into what the Big East split was. Instead of the basketball schools wanting to leave, it's now the football schools want to leave because they can't make enough money.
Yeah. Yeah. And like I said before, if you're Duke and you're North Carolina, you may be relegated to the idea of becoming another Creighton, Villanova, Georgetown, where you're basically a basketball school that plays, FCS football or whatever the case may be. Perhaps they can, find a home, and I'm sure they would be able to find a home in some G5 level of a conference, whether that be the ACC or it's called something else. But this is such an arms race that schools that are not actively involved in negotiations and discussions are in danger of being completely left out. That, like I say, I as an Iowa guy, I can't really relate to that, but I would have to think that'd be a scary thing for college football fans of those institutions.
Definitely. But I was watching a video one time. I did see a video about potentially North Carolina joining the SEC, because looking at the teams they have, both I guess say ACC and SEC have each team in each state in the East Coast. So I definitely think potentially maybe the SEC wouldn't want to take a North Carolina, just not based off maybe the football aspect or the basketball aspect, but also the academic aspect. Because take a look at Vanderbilt; they have not produced anything football wise or basketball wise in the past couple of years. I know both of those programs are up and up, but I definitely could see the SEC looking at North Carolina to get into the North Carolina market and get in Charlotte market as well.
If an institution doesn't give you a new TV market and significantly increase eyeballs, as point A, or as point B, or I should say, and as point B, does not give you a competitive boost, then there is absolutely zero reason to add said school.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know how North Carolina could possibly be a candidate for the SEC, because although they've been somewhat competitive here in recent time under Mac Brown, they don't bring enough competitively to the SEC to make it worth taking a school, or taking a school right in your backyard in North Carolina. And for the Big Ten, perhaps they look at North Carolina as a result of adding a team from the Carolinas, but they've also got Clemson coming in reportedly.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe you add a little bit as far as TV market is concerned, but competitively, it's just a different discussion. So maybe I'm just totally missing the mark on how these things are transpiring. But yeah, I think North Carolina's probably Big Ten or bust moving forward. I think if you're Duke, you're probably hoping you can ride the coattails of North Carolina into a conference. If you're Georgia Tech, you're probably Big Ten or bust. I think Miami's probably got the most power in all this, in addition to Notre Dame. And if you're Utah and you are Cal and Stanford, you're just hoping somebody will open their door to you and say, yes, we'd like your market, even though you're way on the opposite side of the country and you don't bring us. Although Utah's been competitive, the other two schools have not been in recent years. Stanford had a span, of course, where they had pretty storied success. And then Boston College, Wake Forest, those programs. Wake Forest has been on a huge upswing. it's just interesting. I don't know how to digest all of it, but like I said, Miami's the school I'm following, assuming this move happens this week as reported.
Well, I think the Big Ten should definitely look into the Miami market. Like my dad's a big Miami fan. He's been a fan in the '80s. Like he's seen all the realignment happen before, I was born and everything. The Big Ten not potentially getting the Miami market, I think, is something they need to do. They need to get the Miami market. Because if you get the Miami market, you potentially bring in maybe Notre Dame after that. Because now Notre Dame sees that the Big Ten's going to make a whole bunch of money than what they're getting with NBC and the contracts, and potentially maybe a playoff spot. Because, eventually I think the playoff spot, the CFP playoffs is going to be like, Notre Dame, you play a schedule that's tough every year, but you don't play in a conference championship. While maybe a 2-loss SEC team, let's say Oklahoma, for instance, wins the SEC but plays one of the toughest conference schedules. I think if they get the Miami market, I potentially think they get Notre Dame as well in the future and expand to 24 teams, or how many teams they want.
And here's where I disagree with Anthony's comment here. He says if it was about competitiveness, the Big Ten would have never added Rutgers. Well, I understand your point, but that's why I said or competitiveness. So an institution has to bring either a TV market that's lucrative to the conference or a competitive boost. So Rutgers didn't bring a competitive boost, although that move was made well before the modern day era of conference expansion. But that move did nothing for you competitively, but it did bring in a new market. And that's what we kept hearing about Rutgers in Maryland. So that's what I'm saying is it relates to a team like North Carolina. Did they really bring you a lucrative enough TV market? Not really. Do they bring you enough competitively to make it worth it? Not really. I don't know how they're a candidate for the SEC. Now, I'm not saying they wouldn't be a candidate for the Big 12 or whatever is left of the Pac-12 ACC. I just don't know what those two conferences are going to be able to do moving forward, especially if Miami goes by the wayside as well. But that's what you've got to check at least one of the boxes. Enough of the schools have checked. Basically, the schools that check both boxes, like Clemson, Florida State, Miami, those are the schools that have already been, well, Miami's not been reportedly claimed, but most of those schools are off the table. Like there are not many schools that check. There really aren't any schools minus Miami and Notre Dame that check both boxes. Does that make sense? Defiant? There are not any schools that check those boxes after Miami and Notre Dame. So if you're going to continue to expand, you better be able to find a school or schools that check at least one of those boxes.
And expanding west, I think, checks potentially the market size with Washington against Seattle, then Oregon, with the Portland area.
Well, I think Washington and Oregon have been fine competitively.
Yeah, no. There's no doubt that.
And I know people were casting doubts on the idea of the Oregon market being lucrative enough. Again, I think they bring enough competitively, and yes, it is a new market. As far as number of eyeballs, it doesn't rival what you're getting with USC and UCLA. I get that, but again, they check at least one of those boxes. Stanford, I just don't know how academics at this point is a big enough box. Like you'd love to be able to add a Stanford if they were competitive, and they have been competitive in the last 10 years. So maybe they check that box enough, but they've also been pretty crappy over the last few years and, don't give you a ton as far as a new market. So, that's why I have a big question mark about Cal and Stanford. Georgia Tech, I think, checks one of those boxes. I've said that before. Maybe I'm totally off on that. I think they check the TV market box, and they give you an opportunity to expand into a really intriguing recruiting base in Georgia. That would be that's still the dark horse for me for the Big Ten. It doesn't do anything with the SEC, but for the Big Ten, why not look at Georgia Tech? And I'm sure they have.
Definitely. I was going to say, going back to Georgia Tech, I know the AAC is looking at getting Georgia State because of the recruiting market, because of the TV market. So again, thinking the Big Ten potentially wants Georgia Tech, I think that would be a great move for them as well.
Yeah. I don't know how it does anything it doesn't do anything for the SEC.
No, it doesn't, because you have Georgia there, and it would be kind of pointless getting Georgia Tech just because you have Georgia there, and it'd be kind of pointless as well.
Yep, exactly. That's how I interpret all this.
Hey, you and me both, man. I'm just here, going day by day. Once this story broke, I'm like, okay, we're going to 24 teams, we're going to 30 teams, we're going to two
And
super conferences.
I guarantee you, if this rumor is true, it will not take long for us to hear about Miami. That's just, it will not. They're not going to just be, they're not going to become the next Notre Dame, refusing to move. They'll gladly move if Florida State,
Yeah.
Clemson are on their way out. So, and they'll have, like I say, I can't imagine Miami not having a couple different high major suitors. Now maybe the Big Ten and the SEC aren't interested, but I don't know how you couldn't be interested in the Miami brand, the Miami market, the history. I think they'd be a slam dunk for either conference.
And if both of them don't get it, the Big 12 is right there looking at Miami as well, because they're thinking maybe, okay, the SEC, Big 10 will want them, maybe magically somehow we'll get them, and then boom, you have like a Power 3 conference now.
Boy, not really though. Not really.
True.
I mean,
true with the UCF and all that stuff.
Yeah, I mean, what Miami, even if Miami is added to that's what I'm saying. There aren't enough moves left for the Big 12. You could take the best institutions from every conference left, like assuming Clemson and Florida State are off the board. If the Big 12 were to get Miami from the ACC, Utah from the Pac-12, Notre Dame as an independent, which they're not going to the Big 12, we know that. But assuming they were able to do all that, they still don't match up with the Big 10 and the SEC. That's how far ahead those two conferences are.
Mm-hmm. Definitely. I think also too, Big 12 getting Arizona State. Like I live in Arizona. I'm 30 minutes from the Tempe campus, and I'm an hour away from the Tucson campus. I've been reading up about how potentially they are again having the meetings, looking at the Big 12 and looking at Pac-12 with the media deals and everything like that.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see what what transpires with the media deals this week for the Pac-12, how that affects things, and certainly the Arizona schools. I think those two schools have problems. I don't know how the Big 12 views Arizona and Arizona State. I think Oregon State is in trouble. I think Cal is in trouble. I don't think Cal's headed to the Big 10.
No.
And we'll see after that. There's going to be some teams without homes.
Definitely. Again, Mountain West potentially, but that'd be a long shot for some of these Pac-12 schools because they're losing a lot of money. And I'm like, if you're going to the Mountain West, you'd rather make probably the same amount of money as you did before in the Pac-12 instead of taking a big, deficit, playing, Boise, playing Air Force every week, playing New Mexico. Like,
yeah, maybe we wonder if Cal would be comfortable just getting rid of football. Would that be, at what point does that become an option for a school that's so focused on non-football related stuff?
Then play FCS. Then just drop down to FCS. You can join a conference in the FCS and win 63-0, go undefeated every year, win a national championship.
FCS football is not real strong in California.
Hey, I'm just giving them options. They're kind of at that point now when they need options. Both teams.
They're lacking options. All right, sir. Appreciate you calling in, and feel free to call back when Mark gets on here in about a half hour.
Will do.
Thanks, sir. All right, Lemansky, appreciate the super chat. Beth, he's talking about Beth Getz, the interim AD at Iowa. You are my AD tomorrow. Clean out your desk today. I think we already read that, but again, thank you, Lemansky. Domerit Wap, thank you for the super chat. TV market is outdated. Appropriate when guaranteed cable carriage fees. Cord cutting changed that. Now it's about eyeballs, viewership. By today's metrics of value, the Big Ten would not admit a Rutgers. Agreed. Yeah, agreed. But at the time, it made sense market-wise. And unless somehow schools start getting booted out at the end of their contracts by conferences, which we've not seen yet, schools like Northwestern and Rutgers and Maryland, those schools aren't going anywhere. But you better be happy if you're Rutgers and Maryland. Boy, think about how they're feeling right now. The powers that be, looking back on the last 10 years, they got to be thinking, man, we're glad that we made the move when we did, and that I don't know if it was foresight or it's just getting fortunate, but that they made the move when they did to be able to jump to the Big Ten. Because, now, like if they were still, if I don't know where Rutgers would be, but if Maryland were still in the ACC, where would they end up? They would be in the same situation Wake Forest is in, the same situation that Boston College is in, and Syracuse, and all those schools. and you would then be in danger of your football program basically becoming irrelevant. Not that they're a power now, but being able to be part of the Big Ten has obviously keeps that program moving. And Maryland's also, let's talk modern day 2023 college football. That's a good team in the Big Ten East. And I know the Big Ten East is loaded and they're probably going to finish fourth. But boy, they're going to be blessed next year when the Big Ten East is dissolved and the Big Ten West is dissolved and they don't have to play Ohio State, Penn State, Michigan State every year. That will be credit to Mike Loxley has done better there than I expected him. Now they'll lose Talia Tagovailoa next year. But boy, again, just if you're a Maryland fan, you got to be happy that the moves were made when they were. Lemansky with another super chat. Mark Rogers post on PJ Fleck's response to program rumors, a must watch. Corey and Mark's integrity deserves our support. Thank you, Lemansky. And yes, Mark did post a little segment, a little clip of PJ Fleck responding to some of the recent allegations against him as head coach in the program. So check that out. I believe that's on the main channel that you're watching on now. We're streaming to the Voice of College Football channel. We've got just under 300 people live with us. Please take a second, if you can, to hit the like button, subscribe if you've not done so, tell a friend. Word of mouth is very powerful. You can also share our stream out on social media. Subscribe over to my channel. I'm over at From the Hawkeye of the Storm. If you've not seen my stuff, certainly check it out. Yes, I talk Hawkeye football, Hawkeye basketball, but I also talk college football, and I'm available on Twitter and Instagram at From the Hawkeye of the Storm on Facebook and YouTube. And again, all your support is appreciated. We'll have Mark Rogers jumping on here with us in a little over a half hour. We've got Ben on the line. Let's welcome Ben to the show. Ben, welcome. Welcome. How are you? Are you with us, Ben? With us? Do I have you, Ben? You, Ben. You are cutting out. Am I cutting out or are you cutting out? Okay, I don't think Ben is there. I hear myself, but Ben, if you're there, please send me a live chat or a private chat, I should say. Perhaps he walked away from his device. Oh, Rob, thank you very much. Corey's a cool guy. Well, I don't know about that, but I appreciate being here and appreciate everybody hanging out for a couple of hours. So yes, the latest, again, if you're just joining us, we've been on for about an hour and a half talking about this, but the latest from the rumor mill, and this is from the rumor mill at this point, is that the Big Ten will be expanding this week. A report from a Bleacher Report employee is that Clemson, Florida State, Oregon, Washington, those four schools are expected to join the Big Ten Conference. And that leaves into question Miami. It leaves schools like Stanford without homes, at least for the time being. Utah. We talked about North Carolina. Notre Dame continues to double down on its stance just to stay independent. But just when you think things have settled down and we're about ready to talk actual football, it seems like every summer now, this conference realignment stuff, we get a bombshell, and that's become the new norm. And until things completely settle, I guess you can expect it each and every summer. I am way behind in the chat, folks, so I apologize if you had a comment or a question in the chat. You might consider throwing it up again, so I can find it. We've got too many chats, too many comments, and so again, I apologize. Bone Daddy says, any rumors to the Pac-12 media rights valuation? I have not heard an official valuation. We had a couple of callers earlier that brought up a report that is reportedly coming down this week, that Pac-12 media deal will be presented to the 9 institutions left sometime this week. And it's about time if you're George, is it Kliavkov and that conference, because again, if this report is true, you're down to 7 members, and they're probably the 7 members you didn't want to be down to. So let's go to Ben, who I think has got his audio fixed. Ben, can you hear me?
Can you hear me now?
I can hear you, Ben.
Hey, Corey, man, good to see you.
Absolutely, good to see you. Are you our Ben from the Iowa channel?
Well, I'm Michigan fan, Ben. I've talked to you
Okay,
on the Iowa channel before.
gotcha. Okay, you've called into the Iowa channel. Okay.
Yeah, I'm actually I can't wait to get your thoughts on having Cade this year. I can't wait to see how that all plays out for you Hawkeyes.
I don't know if you follow me on Twitter, Ben.
I don't do Twitter.
I'm sorry.
I can't take Twitter.
It's not called Twitter anymore. It's called X. So my
Oh
apologies.
yeah.
But I thought it was intriguing or funny that Pro Football Focus posted. Well, actually, let me just throw it up here. I guess we can throw it up here for everybody. I'll show my Twitter here for everybody to see.
I thought it was interesting in media days. Like it seemed like a lot of the Michigan stuff that I watched in media days they were like ended up questioning a lot of the players about Cade. It was like coming to back to Iowa, which I thought was kind of cool.
Yeah, it did. There were a lot of good questions about Cade, and it doesn't seem like there's any bad blood there from Michigan, or at least they don't want to make it out to be. I don't know why there would be, but so this was the tweet that I just thought was somewhat humorous from Pro Football Focus, and I really don't respect a whole lot of what Pro Football Focus does with college football. But they say here, which Big Ten QB will have the best season this year? And they list apparently their top 5 QBs. So Taulia, McCarthy, fine. Kyle McCord, Tanner Mordecai, Drew Aller. So they've got 2 true freshmen that have never. Well, I understand. I think Aller played last year, right? I guess he's not a true freshman. He's a redshirt freshman. Is that correct?
I'm not sure.
But
Aller,
anyways,
I think he's a redshirt because I think he was there on the team last year.
You've got 3 guys who have never really played. And I know Tanner Mordecai put up huge numbers at SMU. 3 guys who have really never played at the Power 5 level. And you exclude a guy in Cade McNamara who's literally a senior who won a Big Ten title with Michigan and led them to a Big Ten title, and he's not on this list. I just thought that was kind of humorous. This is the kind of stuff that if you're an Iowa fan, you got to like, because the way Cade is, I'm sure it'll motivate him, even crap like this.
Yeah, no, that's an interesting thing because I didn't, looking at it, I mean, I can understand when you look at the way Iowa's offense was last year, having the doubts, but
what about Wisconsin's offense was abysmal. Now I know they've made changes and they're going to go more pass heavy and whatnot, but let's not act like Wisconsin's offense was anything to look at either. Iowa's. If you listen to Kirk Ferentz and you listen to that coaching staff, some of their biggest issue is personnel. And if that's the case, they've made enough changes with personnel this year that excuse is out the window if the offense doesn't improve significantly. I know Phil Steele was on the Mark Rogers show, and he acted like he thinks Iowa will improve significantly on that side of the ball. So we'll see in about a month.
I feel that they will too. I think their quarterback, I mean, I've watched, people talk about their offensive line, but I've seen really bad passes from, I think, both their quarterbacks last year, and it didn't look like there was any pressure on the quarterback at the time. And so I don't think you're going to have that problem with Cade. He was leading, not last year, but the year before. I think he was leading in passing percentage most of the year. So that's good. He doesn't turn over the ball, and that goes great in Iowa's favor. That's the kind of, he's very consistent. So that's the kind of quarterback they need, and I think he's going to work well in their program.
He's going to give them stability. He's going to give them a leader, a strong leader. As much as people want to make out Spencer Petras to have been a strong leader, I can't speak for or against that notion. But Cade's, from everything I've been told, Cade's leadership is unmatched, and you said it. He's been on this stage. He understands how to win. And no, he's not gonna be Robert Griffin III, but he is going to be able to make plays when he needs to. Now he needs a pocket, and that's why the offensive line is got to improve. But I'll be fascinated to see in Iowa, Michigan. I'd love to see Iowa, Michigan in the championship game. I think the Big Ten would benefit from that matchup.
Oh yeah, that would be a blast. It would be interesting.
Would you like that? Would you actually like watching that?
No, I would like to. No, I mean, I want to. I'm a Michigan fan overall, but I like Iowa, and I like to see Iowa do well. And now that Cade's there, I want to see him and Eric All. I think they're, I'd like to see them do well there. And and I don't think there's any other team from the West that I would rather see do well. I mean, I also like Minnesota, but I mean, and they're like an old rivalry of Michigan. But I mean, Iowa would probably be my favorite team in the West. So I'd like to see them. I'd like to see. I think it would be a good game, and I think it would be probably the more. I think if Iowa shapes up to be what you hope, and maybe I hope too, I think it would be one of the best matchups for a championship game this season.
I hope so. I hope so. I think Iowa matches up better with Michigan than they do Ohio State just because of style of play. But as we saw 2 years ago, that doesn't always translate if you don't have the Jimmies and Joes. By the way, this comment from Justin, you're right. Yeah, Tanner Mordecai I was thinking he was there for 2 years, but you're right. He was there 3 years at Oklahoma before transferring to SMU. But over the course of 3 seasons, he threw a total of 70 passes. So I'm just saying he basically played the equivalent of 2 full games in 3 years at Oklahoma. He's going to be in a totally different place. He's going into a conference that is going to bring it defensively. And, Oklahoma, part of the Big 12 conference from 18 to 20, they were, I guess, probably during that time, they were one of the strongest defensive teams in the conference. It's going to be a different animal heading into the Big Ten and having to go up against the Wisconsins of the world, or excuse me, the Iowas of the world in that Iowa-Wisconsin game, or even Minnesota. Wisconsin struggled with Minnesota over recent time, and Minnesota has had a really good secondary over recent time. So it's just going to be a new animal. And Tanner Mordecai, I'm just not buying into the idea that I would ever rank him above a guy like Cade McNamara simply because of experience. I don't care what he did at SMU.
Yeah. I think this year is going to be this year going into this season's really interesting for me, because I think, the question marks with Nebraska, Wisconsin, even Iowa with having Cade, there's especially in the West side. It's going to be really, it's interesting. Even Penn State, Penn State's really got projection to do well, but whether they're going to actually hold up to the hype is still yet to be seen. It's like, obviously it's like that every year, but this year I just see more potential for maybe wrong perception or incorrect perception than there has been in the past.
And not to ignore your comment there, Ben, but this comment from Cinnamenson06 is San Francisco not a big market. Did I say it wasn't a big market earlier? Did I say Stanford was not a part of a good market? Maybe I did say that. It's a better market comparative to Pullman, but it's not USC, UCLA, and it's not Columbus. It's not. I'm not saying it maybe wouldn't be attractive from a market perspective. Like I said, Stanford's probably on my top 3 or 4 after the schools that are reportedly a part of either the SEC or the Big 12, the SEC, the Big 10. They might be the most lucrative market left out west. I'm guessing they are. But yeah, that's a good question. Again, I'm no market expert as it relates to these TV deals and whatnot.
Yeah, that's interesting. I always thought Stanford as being a pretty decent market. As far as
yeah.
And it's like you were saying, compared to what?
It's an NFL area, right? It's an area of the country that is for the most part dominated by the NBA and the NFL, but that doesn't mean you're not bringing eyeballs, and you are bringing plenty of people in that market. So
and the people, and here's another thing that when I look at like Pac-12, I don't think the Pac-12 as a conference has done good at promoting itself, and that all may change if like Stanford were to come to Big Ten. That the viewership, the eyes on them may change significantly. They will, just because for Big Ten viewership, but what they bring to the table as far as viewers may even change, because I think the Pac-12 has just been horrific in self-promotion.
Yeah, a lot of that I think was tied back to the COVID year. I feel like it kind of started there. I never perceived the Pac-12 to struggle with leadership until the COVID year, and you're right. That's been a bit of a train wreck in the last year. So yeah, I don't know. I don't know if Stanford brings enough. If I just cannot fathom Cal bringing enough.
Yeah.
I know that name has been brought up over and over again. I just don't get it. Somebody can explain it to me, I guess. Stanford, like you said, at least they've been competitive over recent time, and they do bring the market. So, but they're still, again, they're not the LA market, and the move out west is pretty much if Oregon and Washington both end up joining the Big Ten as reported. How many more teams do you want from out west? I don't know.
Okay, Corey, what is your gut, or how much stock do you put into these rumors as far as yourself personally?
Oh, I don't know. I'd say I'd say it's probably 30-70 that I expect it to happen this week. The 30% expect it to happen this week based on experience, based on hearing rumors and how this was reported, the nature of it, and the fact that there's always these things being thrown out. I'd say there's about a 30% chance it happens this week, but that's just me spitballing it. I really don't know. I would be a little bit surprised if it happened that quickly. But when I say that quickly, these things happen behind closed doors. It's amazing how none of this gets leaked. But it's what happened with Oklahoma, Texas. It's what happened with UCLA, USC. The news drops. Colorado, the news dropped, and all of a sudden it is what it is. So I wouldn't be shocked. I would be surprised.
What's got me kind of at first when I heard about it, I was like, oh, that's kind of just like a rumor, and but there's so much coverage on it. I'm wondering if that's just because we haven't quite got the football season, so now everybody just wants to talk about that, or if it's actually there's something substantial, because I've seen Mark covered it last night. And now you're covering it today. I'm just kind of curious.
You've got it. The thing is, you've got to cover it.
Mm-hmm.
And like, here's the only other problem. The only reason I hesitate to jump on the bandwagon that this is probably happening. And I'm glad that we have a question mark in our title, that it's a potential move for Clemson and Florida State and Oregon and Washington. But the thing about it is, Ben, you probably know this if you're consuming content on YouTube or any other platform, realignment has dominated eyeballs and viewership ever since really the Oklahoma, Texas stuff. Mm-hmm. And like, there's a lot of people out there, and Mark is not one of them for the record, but there's a lot of people out there who literally all they do is push rumors and any type of conference realignment talk you can possibly put out there, speculation, and people gobble it up, and 99% of it is crap. It's garbage. Mm-hmm. It's not real. It's just some dude who says, "Oh, I'm going to talk about this because I know it'll get eyeballs," and it gets eyeballs. So, would I roll out the possibility that this Bleacher Report did this to get attention? No, I don't know. But again, at times where there's smoke, there's fire. But it's different with realignment. I've not seen one particular aspect of football grab so much attention and so many eyeballs over such a long period of time. It's just amazing to me. We've got 220 some people on right now, and this isn't my show, and I'm not nearly as good at running this show as Mark is, but people want to hear about this stuff, and I'm not as invested as that, I guess. I find it fascinating to an extent, but I do question motives with some of this reporting, because anything to get clicks, anything to get likes, that's what people are, especially with social media, that's what people are after in the media.
Yeah, I mean, I see, especially when it doesn't end up being true, I find it wearisome. And even if it is, there's so many different ways to play out. To me, it's not. So, I mean, to me, it's almost like a wait and see mentality for me. And I mean, so let's say if this does happen, like those 4 schools go, I mean, what's going to happen to the other? What do you think is going to happen with the other conferences? Do you think it's just become 2 conferences, or do you think?
I've thought that for the last year. I've thought this was this was just inevitable, and it was just a matter of time that once USC and UCLA committed to joining the Big Ten, there weren't enough schools left for any of the other conferences to make any sort of a considerable power play. And that's why I complimented the Big 12, because they did what they could at that time to kind of counterpunch to an extent to where they could at least solidify their spot as, okay, we are the third most stable conference in the country. Even over the ACC, because I just expected Clemson, and I did expect this eventually. I just assumed Clemson and Miami would eventually end up in either the Big Ten or the SEC, and Florida State would do the same. So I don't know what happens after the top three conferences, but my guess is the Big 12 is going to be able to take remnants of the Pac-12, and whatever that means, I don't know how much that does for them, but I think at a minimum it will solidify the Big 12 being the third best conference in the country. How does that factor into playoff consideration? I don't know how that's going to work with an expanded playoff, and could be 20 plus members. I don't know.
I was going to ask you that if you thought expanded playoff might help stabilize the situation a little bit, considering you have, there's more of a chance for your conference to be relevant by having a team in the playoffs.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's if you're looking at it purely from a competitive standpoint, if you're the Big 12, you cannot compete with the TV deals that the Big 10 and the SEC can throw out there with its members. If you're the Big 12, you're just thinking, okay, how can we consistently put two teams in the playoffs? Can we get to two with an expanded playoff? Because, and I think they possibly could, assuming then that the Pac-12 and the ACC, whatever's left of those two institutions, are for the most part left out. And maybe I'm jumping to way too drastic of a conclusion, but assuming those two conferences kind of are on the outside looking in from a year in and year out basis, based on what the Big 12 has solidified now, if they can add a school like Utah, and I'm guessing with bringing Colorado back, I would not be shocked to see them expand into Utah, grab the Utes, and then you have a conference that can at least argue for a couple of spots each year in an expanded playoff. I think that's the best you can ask for if you're the Big 12. And then that would leave 10 spots on a year in and year out basis for the two power conferences, with the potential for a Pac-12 ACC group of five conference, running the team running the table and getting in here and there. And I would guess that if that happens, if the totem pole stays as is and the SEC and the Big 10 are up here, and then you have Big 12 and then everybody else below, they're going to probably be just as many years where the Big 12 gets only one team in as two. Does that make sense? I just think competitively, there's just no way you can make up the ground that they've lost. And the Big 12 has been more, they have been more proactive than the Pac-12, and I think more proactive than the ACC. I think the ACC is in danger. If this report this week is true, the ACC is in danger of it beginning. I'm not saying it's going to get to a point of the Pac-12. Hopefully they're, again, more proactive than the Pac-12 has been with everything, but I would not be surprised to see the ACC go down that route.
Yeah, I'm interested to see, like, if this rumor is true. I mean, it's going to put the ACC and the Pac-12. I mean, the Pac-12 has already lost two teams. Already has two of their top teams out. Going to the Big 10, and just losing Oregon itself. I mean, it's going to put the Pac-12 in a position where. And then maybe the ACC, I mean, where they almost to me, it's like one of them will not exist. And I'm looking at the Pac-12 may not exist much longer after this, or maybe have to do some kind of damage control. Maybe, you bringing in teams from lower conferences, but I don't know if that's going to help now. Or maybe the ACC and the Pac-12, end up working out some kind of. I mean, something's going to have to be done, for the Pac-12 to continue to exist, and how that's going to look is interesting to me.
Yeah, I don't know if you can call that the Pacific Atlantic Conference, or
yeah,
I'm serious, like the Conference of Beaches. But yeah, the problem. I mean, are you really going to have a conference with 8 members on the East Coast and 8 members on the West, or whatever it be? I mean, if this was a situation, if the ACC was situated the way the Big 12 is, then you could see those two conferences maybe merging and being able to at least create enough stability there to compete with what the Big 12 is. But again, I think the Big 12, having made the move last year, is in so much of a better position than either of those conferences that I don't know if that's feasible to be able to have two conferences kind of join that are on opposite sides of the country or not. But I guess crazy.
Or maybe even work out scheduling, keep the conferences and work out scheduling to play each other, something like that. I mean, that's
what does that do though? I mean, what does that do other than, grab a couple of, you're talking about scheduling throughout the year?
Yeah, maybe just the reason I'm saying, because you don't want you want your conference to play, you want your schedule to be as strong as possible. And you know what and if you're the ACC and all your best teams are gone, and you're the Pac-12 and all your best teams gone, who do you have left to play? Well, that's so so maybe not maybe not merging, but making a schedule agreement where you play each other. It would still be the Pac-12 ACC. That's what I could see happening.
What does that do if you're not merging conferences and you're just playing each other, and you're playing off two different media deals based on who's playing at home and who's playing on away? What does that do?
I think for me, I think it helps. I think you get to share. I think you get to share eyeballs. You get to share viewers. If you're going back and forth, you're sharing. People from the ACC and people from the Pac-12 are going to be invested in those games.
So why not just merge conferences?
Well, they might, but I don't know. I just don't know how. I just don't know how. I could see that starting, maybe eventually doing that. But how is the Pac-12 really prepared to merge with another conference? You see how slow they've moved on things. I'm just trying to guess from the way I see things going, and how I don't see the Pac-12 saying, "Okay, we're going to change our name."
Well, I think the name is the least of their problems.
No,
like I say, the biggest brands that are left, assuming the rumor is true, Utah and Stanford. Those are the two biggest brands. So if you're the Big 12, you're probably trying to poach those two schools. And if that happens, the Pac-12 is completely done. Even at this point, if they can somehow hold on to Utah and Stanford, then maybe you can strike up some sort of a deal with what's left of the ACC. And if the ACC can somehow convince Miami to stick around, those two conferences merge, then maybe you can stay on the tier of the Big 12, and then you have kind of a power two, a group of two, and then everyone else. I don't know. Does that make sense?
Yeah, no, it makes sense. I see, and the thing about this is, what surprises me the most of the four teams, because I expected it. If it were anyone, Miami would have been the first on that list. And then I thought it was going to be like Miami and Notre Dame were going to be the next two teams to the Big Ten. But yeah, if Miami's gone, the ACC's gone. The ACC's. You have, what's the next best team? You have Clemson, Florida State, Miami, and I would consider them all about the same level. And then you have like North Carolina. And
that's what I'm saying. So what is a conference? I'm just spitballing here. ACC. Let's go back to the ACC Pac-12 thing.
Mm-hmm.
If you have an ACC and Pac-12 conference that join forces, basically by joining forces, they become the size of what the Big Ten is right now,
mm-hmm.
and what the SEC is. Obviously, competitively, they're not going to be able to be there, but they are going to have more members than the Big 12. And they'll potentially be on the same level competitively as the Big 12. My point being, what would the top tier of that conference look like? It would look like Utah.
Mm-hmm.
North Carolina, right?
Yep.
Stanford.
Yeah, Stanford. Maybe Virginia. Wake Forest is on an uptrend. Maybe Wake.
I'm not listing Virginia. I'm not listing a perennial 6-6 Virginia team. Utah, North Carolina, Stanford, Miami. Again, I just can't imagine a scenario where Miami doesn't end up in the Big 12 or the SEC. I just can't. But as of right now, we haven't heard any reports about them joining a conference. So we did just get breaking news here. Brownie Talk Sports says UMass is planning to join the SEC in 2024. So there you have it, Ben. UMass is part of the SEC.
For real?
I don't think so. I think there was a little bit in that.
I'm sorry. I wasn't looking at the game. I was looking at the coastal. I was looking at the ACC teams, and I'm trying to figure out like how this is all. Who would be the potential?
If we get to that point, then we know we've went too far. But again, that would be what the top of that conference would look like. Utah, UNC, Stanford, Miami. Is that competitive enough to compete with the top of the Big 12, which would be, what would the top of the Big 12 be at that point? Kansas State, Colorado, if Deion can get it done there.
Okay, but does Notre Dame still play ACC games as many as they do, or is Notre Dame out of this?
I just can't imagine Notre Dame. If Notre Dame's going to join a conference, it's going to be the Big 10.
Yeah,
right?
I don't even imagine Miami staying. I mean, this scenario is Miami staying, and I don't even imagine that happening in all of this.
Well, yeah,
but we'll say Miami stays. Okay, yeah. So, and Miami's going to be the top tier of the out of all those teams.
Yeah, but I mean, Utah's been really competitive.
Mm-hmm.
UNC's been really competitive, and so is Stanford. Those are four programs that are solid, right? Like for the most part, even though Stanford sucked here of late, those are still four really solid programs.
Yeah. For sure.
Why does Mike want me to hang up on you? Mike, why am I hanging up on Ben? Ben's a Michigan fan. Mike, you're a Michigan fan. Do you and Mike have a little feud going on, Ben?
Mike, I think it has to do with the last time we played. I'm just guessing here, but I think I beat him in the Tide Guys Jeopardy once, and I just don't know if it has something to do with that, and he's just throwing shade at me.
You know, how long has Mike been on? Who's been on the show longer, you or Mike?
I don't know. I think I've been on. I used to call in when it was like I had to call in through the phone. I think I've even called on yours when you called on the phone. I don't know if Mike has been around that long, but I think Mike may have been on here more.
Okay, well then I'm booting you, Ben. I'm just.
Right. I'll catch you later. I'm gonna give Mike his wishes. And
no, you're good, man. I'm gonna ban Mike. No, I'm just joking. I won't do that. We got Mark coming on here in about 8 minutes. So no, I've enjoyed the talk. I'm glad you called in because this has kind of got my wheels turning even more now. 2 hours into the show, I just think that's what the top of the conference looks like theoretically. If we're just like, I don't think Duke offers anything, right? Duke doesn't offer anything. Wake doesn't offer anything. Boston College doesn't offer anything. Syracuse offers nothing. Washington State doesn't really offer anything. Cal offers nothing. Arizona schools offer nothing, although I do think
they have potential. I mean, they're a bigger market, though. Yeah. I mean, look, Wake has been playing better football, but the Arizona, like both Arizona and Arizona State, are good. You know, they have a good market. I mean, there's a lot of fan base behind them schools.
So apparently, he wanted me to hang up on you because you believe the UMass thing. So, anyways, yeah, and obviously Oregon State is, they're de facto group of five now. Like, I don't even view them. That's what's sad about that fan base. Like, I don't know how they possibly survive this. If they end up in a stable Pac-12 or stable Big 12, I'll be shocked. I'll probably fall over and pass away because that's just not that they are they the weakest program left out there? Are they the least lucrative program of all the ACC, Big 12, and Pac-12 teams left? That's my question. I think they are. So anyways, am I missing anybody? Utah, UNC, Stanford, Miami. That's basically That's basically it. For that would be the top tier of a joined, and that's assuming you can somehow convince Miami to stick around. And
Wait, who do you think is the least lucrative team?
Oregon State.
Oregon State. In between the Pac-12 and the ACC?
Yeah. Who else? Who else is less lucrative than Oregon State?
Oh man,
There's somebody that I'm missing in the. I see Steve says in the chat, Boston College. I don't know about that. I mean, they at least offer the Boston market, right? Oregon State offers. Where are they even at in Oregon? I forget.
yeah. I don't know. I mean, I don't think Syracuse has a huge market. I mean, even though they are in New York, but I just
they're not. They don't. But Syracuse has been, as a program, they've been just as good. I'm sure they probably numbers wise have been better than Oregon State over the last 20 years. I'd almost guarantee that. And yes, Corvallis, that's where they're at. Corvallis.
Corvallis, yeah. It goes, well, hey man, thanks for kind of going over this. I mean, I haven't really thought this through very much, and I just it was nice to go over it and brainstorm it with you, man.
I'll be honest, Ben, I got home and I had some other obligations earlier, and I had agreed to do this show, and I jumped on here, and I always find my personal opinion is that the best shows are the most organic and authentic shows. And so I don't sit here drawing up all these topics. I like it to be fan led. So I appreciate you jumping on.
All right, man. Have a good one.
Thank you, sir. Lamansky, appreciate the super chat. Lamansky. Join Corey at From the Hawkeye of the Storm. Brain food for all. Yes, you can follow me on Twitter at From the Hawkeye. Also From the Hawkeye of the Storm on YouTube, Facebook, at From the Hawkeye on Instagram. So where was the comment here? We had a couple comments here earlier. Logan says, what happens to Miami? I thought the Big Ten was more interested in the Canes and the Knowles. That's what's intriguing about all this, is the report that somehow Florida State and Clemson are headed to the Big Ten and Miami is not reported to join a conference makes me think, A, something's just not getting reported correctly, or B, Miami's headed to the SEC. That would be my only other guess, because they're a big enough brand. And if that happens, then blow up the whole idea of the ACC and the Pac-12 somehow. And this is just me speculating, right? We're just speculating at this point. Most of this is speculation, right? All this discussion, all these are just rumors anyways. But yeah, I appreciate everybody speculating with me. Our Garage just signing in. How's the show so far? I think it's going okay. We're 2 hours in. We've got Mark coming on here in a few minutes. The Big Time Boiler, thank you for this compliment, sir, and would love to do more with Mark during the season. I know we're both very busy with our respective projects, but I appreciate the compliment. This is not my forte to jump on and talk conference realignment. Frankly, I've told Mark in the past, I don't know that I feel qualified to talk Big Ten football, because I can certainly not take myself to the level of Mark as it relates to Big Ten knowledge. I'd like to think I can hold my own with Iowa and the Big Ten West specifically, but I'm nothing like Mark Rogers. So definitely stick around. If you've been here for 2 hours, stick around for the next 2 hour window, even if you got to put it on the background as you're eating supper, because Mark will be on here and I'm sure he's going to have much better insight on all this than I will. Tim, don't know much about this stuff. Stanford is never going to the Big 12. That I know. I cannot imagine Stanford in the Big 12. Go Blue 193. It's going to be 4 super conferences soon. 4 super conferences. There's not enough teams for 4 super conferences. That's the problem. So the only way that we could even have 3 super conferences, if you have 1A and 1B being the Big Ten and the SEC, and then the third super conference, if you want to call it that, featuring, like I said earlier, Utah, UNC, Stanford, Miami. But again, I doubt that's going to happen, because I'm guessing Miami ends up in either the Big Ten or the SEC. And then you really can't form much of a foundation with Utah, UNC, and Stanford. You just can't. I don't think you can even match up to the Big 12 at that point. The Big 12 is nowhere close competitively. I don't care what, even if Deion Sanders gets it done there, they're still not even in the same stratosphere as the SEC and the Big Ten. So, yeah, I think the era of the power conferences is basically done. You're basically going to have 1A and 1B moving forward. Big 12 Brad, if college football started today, would your team make a Power 2? That's the question mark that I think a lot of teams out west are asking themselves. And enjoy the next year, because things are going to change a lot starting in 2024. And of course, that not only involves the Big 12 losing out on Oklahoma and Texas, but the Big 10 adding USC and UCLA, the Pac-12 slowly losing its members. It's good members, I should say. All right. We've got Mr. Mark Rogers, the voice of college football here. Mark, good to see you, sir. You fueled
Good
up.
to see you, Corey.
You hydrated. You all ready for the next 2 hours?
I am hydrated. We're getting there. Working on it.
Is that vitamin water or is that Gatorade?
That would be your zero sugar vitamin water.
Okay. All righty. Yeah. Well, I appreciate you being here. And did you hear any of the discussion? Have you had any of this going?
I heard some of it early on. And yeah, people want answers. And I get that. People want answers, but we don't have answers. And don't believe anybody out there that believes they have or promote that they have answers. I truly believe that there are 5 or 6 or 7 writers out there that don't necessarily have the answers, but they have the sources to give them strong indications and leads. And when the answers do come, they get them hours before the rest of us. But nobody knows what's going to happen.
And Mark, I apologize. About an hour ago, we had about 300 some people, and we're down to 211. So I'm slowly killing your viewership numbers. So it's your responsibility over the next 2 hours to get that back up to 300 plus.
Or we could look at it this way. You're handing me over 200 viewers.
Okay, we'll look at it that way. By the way, let me get your take on one thing before I jump off here. All right. The idea was tossed around. First of all, I think the ACC is heading, if assuming this information is true. You and I have not talked about this, by the way. So this is all authentic and organic. But assuming the ACC is heading toward what the reports are indicating, that Clemson's gone, Florida State's gone, I think the ACC is going to quickly be in a very similar position football-wise to the Pac-12. And I think the Pac-12 is certainly more bare. From a brand standpoint, who do you have left after Miami? You've got UNC, you've got Duke, who basically gives you nothing as it relates to football. You've got Syracuse, who gives you nothing. Virginia gives you next to nothing. Wake Forest, Boston College, none of those schools really give you anything. And I guess my thought on this is, if somehow the remnants of the Pac-12 and the ACC were somehow able to converge and team up and form a conference, you have enough members there that have been part of a Power 5 conference for enough years that you could join forces, automatically have enough members to make another semi-power conference. And it would be led by who? Top 4 schools: Miami, Utah, Stanford, UNC. That's your foundation right there. But you have to have Miami as part of that foundation. If you lose Miami to the SEC or the Big Ten, you're done. You cannot form any semblance of a semi-power conference with Utah, UNC, and Stanford. I thoroughly believe that. And so I don't know what Miami's plans are. I've heard some people say, hey, they think it's odd that Miami was not reported in this latest rumor. It is just a rumor. It may not happen. But that makes me think Miami's probably they're probably heading to the SEC, and we're just not hearing that yet. Maybe that's not true. Maybe you have some insight that I don't on that. But that's kind of my perspective. I just don't know how the ACC and the Pac-12 can compete, even with the Big 12, unless they somehow team up. And I don't even know what that would look like on 2 different sides of the country.
I said something similar both last night and a few months ago, because that idea had surfaced at some point. And I truly believe that there should be negotiations between the ACC and the Pac-12 to figure out if that is workable and what that would be called and how that would work. Again, people would point to the travel, but the travel has already been stretched in all these conferences. And you can lean, if you have a fair number of teams on each side, on each coast, then you just weight the schedule heavily in that manner, and you have a championship game in which maybe you play 6 or 7 of your 8 or 9 conference games against your side of the country. You only travel maybe twice to the other side of the country. And because the games are shared, you only travel once out of the 2 times. and then you play a championship game. And that even works for the non-revenue sports. Baseball teams, softball teams are used to traveling from the north and spending most of their time down south or out west early in the season. And then they could do a scheduling model very similar to that in a coast-to-coast conference.
And from a travel standpoint, that makes more sense than USC and UCLA having to head to the Midwest or the East Coast literally every other week. So yeah. I agree. And it's the best case. It would be the best case scenario for basically everybody involved, unless Miami has the option of joining the Big Ten or the SEC. Utah has the option of joining one of the two conferences. Assuming they don't, and I cannot imagine Miami not having that option, then it's the best option for everybody involved. It's certainly the best option for Oregon State. It's the best option for Syracuse. It's the best option for Georgia Tech. And the other part of this, Mark, and we kind of covered this in hour one, is when you look at the boxes that you check. This is how I've kind of looked at conference realignment over the past 2 years, and you covered a lot more than I do. But early on, you're looking at the programs that check both boxes, right? And there was, obviously the thought out there that the Big Ten prioritizes AAU schools and teams that bring a certain level of prestige with academics. And I understand that side of things. But if you're talking about football, you're looking at a program that gives you a new market, although that has changed too since the entering of Rutgers and Maryland into the conference and how that all works out and how that's evaluated. But you got to have a market that's attractive and lucrative, or you have to have prestige and recent success with your football program. I think during the era of UCLA and USC and Oklahoma and Texas joining conferences and switching here the last couple of years, you've had to check both both boxes. And those institutions have checked both boxes. Now you have few enough schools to work with that you can't find enough schools. You don't have many schools left that check both boxes. And the schools that are left that check both boxes are Clemson, Florida State, Miami, kind of Washington, kind of Oregon, kind of. After that, who else does? So now you're looking, if the conferences are looking to continue to expand, then you're just looking for schools that check one of the boxes. So like for the Big Ten, Mark, I would still look at Georgia Tech. If you're trying to expand further, Georgia Tech brings you the Georgia market. I'm not going to look at Syracuse because they don't give me anything new as it relates to market, and they give me nothing new as it relates to competitive boost. The SEC doesn't want Georgia Tech. They don't give you anything competitively, and they don't give you anything market-wise. So they fit into the Big Ten possibility. You get my line of thinking on this? Sure. I don't know if it's accurate or not.
When I look at the configuration of the ACC and the Pac-12 and what the conference's remaining members look like, out of the teams that you just served up, okay, the Clemson, Florida State, Washington, Oregon rumor pulls through. It's true. That happens. That the four schools, in some order that I'll try to work through, I believe that have options are Miami, number 1, Stanford, number 2, North Carolina, number 3, Utah, number 4. I think those 4 would have options to possibly bail, not have to be part of this ACC Pac-12 situation, right, and then go to the SEC or the Big Ten. They would have to weigh, do we want to be a big fish in a small pond? Do we like this merger? And Miami could foresee winning championships in a, whatever we're going to call this, a Pac Atlantic conference. Or do we want to get lost in the SEC or the Big Ten and have to fight for 6th and 7th place? That's up to them, but they're going to make a lot more money in the Big Ten or the SEC because that TV contract that conference that hypothetical conference we're putting together, of course, is not going to come close to what the Big Ten and the SEC are pulling in. And just to extend on your most recent point about checking boxes, I've looked at it this way, and the end result is similar to what you're saying. I have said for 2 years now, I believe that there's going to be 2 driving forces to expansion and realignment in the future. One is going to be punch, counter punch, the momentum of punch, counter punch. SEC punches Texas, Oklahoma, Big Ten counter punches, back and forth. Or just the survey of the landscape of college football and either the SEC and the Big Ten saying, okay, these are the options. Who adds value to us? And if they add value, and we can make the list of what that means, monetary and otherwise. If they bring true value, then that's going to be our move.
Yeah. And so, and you and I are in agreement with that, with those top 4 schools.
Yes.
Those have to be the foundation of any potential merger, or the merger is null and void. You might as well merge. You might as well, if you're the Pac-12, just add Boise State and San Diego State and San Jose State to your conference to avoid all the travel issues. If you don't have Utah, UNC, Stanford, and Miami.
If the Pac-12 loses any more, and I should lose the 12 off of the Pac, I know it's just a habit. If the Pac conference continues to lose more schools, and maybe they don't even need to lose any more after these 2, if this happens, we may start talking about the Mountain West saving those Pac schools and saying, you join us. We don't have to join you any longer. It's no longer a condition where the Pac-12 is looking at picking off Fresno State, San Diego State, Boise State, the best of the Mountain West, and saying, solidify our conference. The Mountain West would be saying, there's only 4 of you left. You have to come join us.
But that's relegating. I mean, that just means you've just accepted the fact that you cannot compete at this level anymore. You've admitted defeat. That's basically
not
admitting
that you can't compete on the field, but you were not wanted. You were not wanted.
They're not going to be able to compete on the field in the Mountain West. If the Mountain West consists of Boise State and Oregon State and Arizona, they're not going to be able to compete with any of the top 3 conferences, including the Big 12. I thoroughly believe that.
There's a playoff spot available.
Is there? Do we know this?
Yes, there's a group of 5 playoff spot.
Oh, okay. That is
guaranteed.
As it's currently constructed, but as
and that group of 5 going forward that we're theoretically going forward with is a better group of 5 than what we currently have.
Sure, I understand that, but the divide is still so substantial, and that's why I brought up from a competitive standpoint and from a playoff positioning standpoint, Mark. If the ACC and the Pac-12 could work out a deal with those 4 teams at the forefront, there's enough competition in that conference to where I think they could generate on almost a year in, year out basis, 2 entries into the playoff. Whereas the SEC and the Big Ten are going to probably get 4 or even 5 on good years.
We would really have to grind down whether that conference is a little bit better or a little bit worse than the current Big 12.
That's why I say I think it's right there with the Big 12. If they can join in keeping Miami's got to be in part of this. And I think the other 4 basically have to. You basically can't lose anything else. That would be a good comparison with the remnants of, assuming this happens this week, if the remnants of both of those conferences are competitively on the same level of the Big 12, then you have at that point pretty even tiers. You've got the SEC and the Big 10 kind of even, and you got the Big 10 and the Pac-12 kind of even. So Power 5, or Power 2, Group of 2, everybody else.
You're giving me a lot of video ideas that I'm already thinking of, but yeah.
Probably won't work out that way, but that would be my thought. Final thing, Mark, from before I jump off here. Give me your weakest group of 5, or excuse me, your weakest school left from the Pac-12 and the ACC. I've got mine written down, and I noted it earlier. See if it's the same as yours.
Taking everything into consideration, or just football?
The weakest play for conference realignment and expansion out of the left of the Pac-12 and the rest of the ACC.
It is. Am I forgetting somebody? Wake Forest.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow. I think that's going to ruffle some feathers in the chat, Mark. That's interesting. Wake Forest has been see, now you're looking at this from a big perspective, because Wake Forest has actually been a program over the last couple of years.
Yeah, I'm not talking about, you're talking about everything.
Yeah,
you're not talking about the current football team.
No, I know.
The worst football team right now is either Boston College or Cal.
Yeah, and no, Cal is by no means. Cal is, even though I think they don't care about athletics, they are not, given who they are not in any way the worst play here. I think Oregon State's the worst play.
Yeah, I can see that.
Market-wise, Corvallis, just everything.
You're discounting the football.
Why
to a
am I?
certain extent. The current football,
What am I?
they're really
discounting?
good.
Really good.
They're really good.
Okay, let's look
They're,
up.
they're a top 15 team. They were a top 15
Let me
team
look.
last year, and in the
Well,
last,
Well, then you're discounting it too with your
yeah, I am.
Wake Forest. Yeah,
Although, yeah, I am.
but for the most part,
Wake
Oregon
Forest
State
is a tiny school, so we're going to a private school as opposed to a state school for one thing. Oregon State's state school versus
Fair
public
point, yeah.
school, larger fan base, alumni, etc.
For the most part, here's my thing though. Oregon State has had one really good year in recent time. One.
Yes.
And that's this past year where they achieved 10 wins. They've basically sucked for every year for
10 years.
For the last day. They won 9 games in 2012. They sucked both years prior to that. Then they had a stretch between 06 and 2009 where they were a 8 to 10 win team.
They were good in the 2000s. And then they've been horrible for 10 or 12 years. Yep.
And they were terrible in the 90s. Awful.
No, if we're going back to the 90s. And Wake Forest, or it's funny we bring up these two and that you would select one and I would select the other because I'm almost positive those two have the worst winning percentage in the history of Power 5 college football. Those two have the worst.
Yeah, you're right that I kind of did ignore Oregon State's success last year. And are they projected? They're projected top 15 this year?
Not quite that high.
Who'd they get? Who'd they get in the portal at quarterback?
DJ Uiagalelei.
Yeah. So
Uiagalelei. There's the syllabic proper pronunciation. And Wake, I really well, for both of these teams, again, every time you bring up a point, then I counterpoint and think it applies to both teams. And for this one, the current head coach for each program is highly impactful on the success.
Yeah, exactly. And they've both been rumored to be candidates for other jobs. So, and by the way, in my defense, the Oregon State 10-win season last year, if you look at their history, it looks like an aberration. Is it aberration? Aberration,
Sure.
whatever the word is. It basically does. It looks like a mirage because they've had 1 year on and then 3 years off. 1 year on, 3 years off.
You're being kind, actually.
Well, that's what I'm saying, though.
They had a decade off.
Wake Forest has won 11 games and 8 games back-to-back. And other than 2020, they've won 7 or 8 games every year since 2017.
Yes. I know the records.
Recent.
But
I'm just saying from a success program recently, Wake Forest is still a much better
absolutely
program than Oregon State.
They have been a bowl team and a solid bowl team, an 8-4 type of bowl team consistently and made the ACC championship game. However, their coach is more likely to leave than the Oregon State coach, who is an alum, quarterbacked there, loves it there, family there, could stay there. Jonathan Smith, great coach.
Yeah, you could be right. The other thing that was brought up earlier is that I made a comment about I didn't think that Stanford does give you a better market than probably almost any other school amongst those left over, right?
If the Big Ten keeps expanding and Stanford is not part of that, I will be surprised.
And so how do you feel about my thoughts on Georgia Tech? Because I've been on the Georgia Tech train for a long time. I think Georgia Tech would be a phenomenal ad for the Big Ten if it comes to that.
I'm on record multiple times of weighing all these teams in regards to the football, the legacy, the brand, the tradition, the market size, the schooling, the academics, etc. And Georgia Tech ranks rather high. And to your point, the biggest distinction between the allure to the SEC versus the Big Ten is that the SEC already has that ground covered.
Exactly. It does nothing for the SEC. The only thing it does is it kind of manufactures a heightened rivalry, I guess, between Georgia and Georgia Tech. It does nothing for you recruiting-wise, TV-wise, competition-wise. It actually hurts you. Basically, if you're adding schools that don't do anything for you, you're actually hurting your conference at this point. Adding schools just to add schools does nothing.
No.
Anyways.
Fascinating.
All right, Mark. Anything else for me before I let you go?
I don't believe so. I appreciate you doing this and being here to anchor us for 2 hours. Hope you had a good time.
Absolutely did, and we'll definitely do it again. Thank you for letting me do it, and I'll look forward to talking to you tomorrow night in the Iowa show.
That's right. Thanks, Corey.
Thank you, sir.
So again, as Corey mentions, he and I get together every Tuesday night. That's at the Voice of College Football Iowa channel for our Hawkeyes live show. That's 5:30 Eastern, 4:30 Central. So if you want more of Corey, and I can't imagine, but more of myself and the two of us discussing college football in Iowa in particular, in the Big Ten by extension, again, it's every Tuesday at 4:30 Central. All right, let's dive back into the calls here at the Voice of College Football. And hopefully everything's good with all of you folks. We've got Ben on the line. Ben, what's going on tonight? Hello, Ben. Going once, going twice. All right. Has it been a while since everybody's seen the link to join the show in the chat? So let me know if you guys need the link for those of you who are jumping on board. And we've had a lot of new folks who have recently subscribed to the channel. My name's Mark. I can go by a number of names there. You got Mark, you've got Mark Rogers, Mark Rogers TV. That's the old logo. That's the old branding. We are the Voice of College Football here. We appreciate everybody stopping by. Yes, mighty, mighty intriguing. So I'm going to let all of you, since we have talked about this the last few days, I am going to allow the chat to drive the conversation. Otherwise, I'm going to go school by school and let you know why and why not. So let's see if we've got anything here in the chat. And let's also keep in mind that although this is the topic that is front and center in college football, we can talk teams. We can talk the 14 teams currently in the Big Ten, and they all go to fall camp this week. This week, we start to learn as to whether Kyle McCord's going to be the next superstar quarterback at Ohio State. We're going to find out if Drew Aller will be the quarterback that will catapult Penn State past Ohio State and Michigan. We will find out if J.J. McCarthy in particular will be an elite quarterback in college football. Really good quarterback, probably the best quarterback in the Big Ten, at least right this second. Will he be an elite quarterback? He was not that last year. Is Cade McNamara going to instill? I am falling short of all the words that come to mind have to do with dynamic, explosiveness. That Cade McNamara is none of those things. A steadying hand to the Iowa offense that is going to allow some of its playmakers to operate and make the right calls, make the right reads, make the right decisions, deliver the ball on time, and make the Iowa offense manageable. Just make it competent, that it's not getting in the way of the defense and the special teams. Wisconsin with Phil Longo taking over the offense, and Luke Fickell, who was mighty impressive at Big Ten Media Days, will Wisconsin ascend. So we will cover training camp like nobody else. And keep in mind that we've got all sorts of offensive and defensive breakdowns that have been posted and are in the process of being posted. And the list is way too long. I'll just stick to the Big Ten. Ohio State, Michigan, Penn State, Minnesota would be the ones that we've got available for you. All right, let's hit the phone lines. Ben will give you another shot. Ben, what's going on tonight? Hello, Ben. Next up, we do need more cowbell. What's going on tonight?
Hey, Mark, how you doing?
I am doing just fine. What's on your mind?
College football realignment. There was a famous McDonald's CEO that once said, "We're not in the food business. We're in the real estate business." And this feels like the Big Ten is in the real estate business. kind of reading into this, and it's just there's no inside knowledge or anything. This feels like a shot across the bow to a couple schools. And the first one would be Stanford. If there is a deal on the table in Stanford, you're basically telling Stanford, and Stanford, if the ACC goes, Stanford's got no place to go. They don't fit in with the Big 12. They don't fit in with the SEC. They only fit in the Big 10. So what you're saying to Stanford is sign this deal now, because the next deal, if you let expansion go, and the next deal you get isn't going to be as good as this deal. And that makes sense because traditionally Stanford and Cal have been bundled. I don't know if it's no, we're not taking Cal this time around, or if we have to take Cal, you're going to give us a discount. But I think that's what might be in play. And what they're telling the administrators is, look, if you're not willing to come to an agreement on this, we're perfectly prepared to take Oregon and Washington this round. And then, the deal gets worse from here. On the ACC side, I get the threat of taking Clemson and Florida State or Miami. I get that threat. And I think that's a shot across the bow to Notre Dame and possibly somebody else. And that is, look, it's the same threat. Your conference is going away. You've got a deal on the table. You need to take that deal because the next deal that you get isn't going to be as good. And the Big Ten, being a real estate business, would love to get a foothold in the Atlanta area or Florida. I just don't see why the SEC would not be up in arms about that. So I'm not sort of buying that this is a done deal. I think where there's smoke, there's fire, but I'm not sure Clemson and Florida State are what's actually at risk. I think that's a threat and say, if you don't go along with this, we are perfectly prepared to take Florida State and Clemson and collapse the ACC. Then your deal gets worse. But would the Big Ten, would the SEC permit that? I would guess no, not without a fight. Would they let Miami go without a fight? Probably not, because they don't want the Big Ten to get a foothold in the South. And so, if it's not a threat to Notre Dame, then it's a threat to Virginia, the North Carolina, Duke, North Carolina, or something like that. But it feels like, because this wasn't official, this was a leak, this feels like, here's the consequences of doing nothing. You need to sign that deal.
Yeah, the Big Ten appears to have more options than the SEC. They can go in either direction. And because of geography being blown up and everything that seemed sensical years ago being blown up, could Oregon and Washington land in the SEC? I guess anything's possible at this juncture, but I highly doubt that. I think there's still some semblance to culture and academic fit and other things. So, yes, for the Big Ten to be in play for Florida State, Clemson, and Miami, which appear to be the last bastions of significant upgrade for the SEC, with the SEC allowing that to happen, yes, comes as a surprise to me if that would be the case. Now, if money is preeminent, unless the SEC can renegotiate its deal, then the Big Ten has that over the SEC. They can offer each school more money.
Yeah, they can offer them more money, but how much more? Are we talking about 10 million, which in the grand financial picture of something like Stanford is a drop in the bucket? Or is this substantial money?
Well, no, we're talking about $10 million, something like that.
Okay.
And obviously, the more these conferences expand and the more the pie gets distributed it becomes less and less and less.
Right. 10 million amortized over 10 years is nothing. Sorry, it's just
For the depending on how the school manages its budget. For the athletic department, it's substantial.
Oh yeah.
For the entire school, it's not.
No.
Yeah.
But you're talking about accounting differences and what's real cash and what's cash that's moved around between general funds, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Tony would know about that sort of public accounting more than I would, but there are ways to move money around athletic departments, and it has to do with whether the general fund or the athletic fund pays for scholarships, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But I think there's smoke there, but I don't think we're on the right schools. I think that I think this is a shot across the bow to somebody else. And they are prepared, obviously, to take Clemson. They are prepared to take Florida State. They're probably prepared to take Miami, but they may not be their first choices.
Yeah, because Notre Dame's the first choice.
Yeah. And if Notre Dame turns down the offer, what's that offer going to look like in 2 years? If the ACC isn't around and the Pac-12 isn't around. So it's a good threat.
Yeah. Well, Notre Dame, despite its brand and popularity and everything, from that standpoint, I think you're aiming at puts themselves in a situation like the Pac-12 has put itself in from a negotiating standpoint, and it's losing leverage more and more.
Yeah. And the other part of it is I just don't see the SEC sitting on their hands. This is just so obvious that they will not permit the Big Ten. I don't know how they sweeten the deal, but they'll find a way to sweeten the deal. They're not going to let the Big Ten get a foothold in South Carolina and Florida.
And again, I agree with that point, but it's even underlined by those being the last big football options, whereas the Big Ten has other football options out west.
Yeah.
Yep.
And so the Pac-10 or the SEC is not going down without a fight. It's just not.
If anyone in the chat can let us know how the SEC would sweeten that pot, though, because if we're just talking about taking from the television deal, they're obviously not going to compromise the money that's going to their current members. So,
yeah,
they're going to have to get creative or move money around or do something.
Yeah, but I mean, these are smart people. They've got lawyers. They've got accountants. They'll figure it out.
Well, if they can figure it out, then the Big Ten can figure out how to make their pot even greater.
Exactly. And so, if the ACC collapses, it's like, well, okay, if the offers are within $10 million of each other, which direction does every school go?
Yeah. And then it becomes, of course, less about the money.
Yeah.
And more about where do we want to play football? What
brand
do we want to be attached to?
Yep.
Where do we have rivalries?
Culturally,
yes.
All those things, academically, all those things come into play. And I think that's where we are.
And Florida State, to me, unless they can bring Miami with them, not so much Clemson, although there is connection there, but more so Florida State and Miami, they don't want to be on an island. I did the distances to the Big Ten schools versus the SEC schools when this first, even before it broke, because the rumor's been out there before, and of course they've got 3.5 to 5 hour trips to a handful of SEC schools, and they're 12 hours away from anyone in the Big Ten.
Yeah,
minimum.
Yeah. So it's going to get interesting. I think there's subtext to this leak, and because it's leaked, it sort of reinforces the idea that there's subtext to it. But time will tell. Things are obviously in motion, and we're obviously in some sort of intermediary stage in realignment. And what that future is, I don't think anybody knows what the end game is, but they're thinking about it.
No, there's a lot of different models. And whether we ever arrive at a place where there's a unifying body or commissioner that pulls all this together and organizes the sport for the greater good, I don't know. Or we continue to just have conferences, rogue conferences, just grab schools at will.
Yeah, I think college presidents tend to be kind of conservative. And anybody that does any sort of investing kind of wants to know, what the roadmap is, what the constraints are. They don't like the Wild West. So I think sooner or later we're going to get to the point where somebody up there in importance says, this thing needs a structure. I don't know what the trigger is for that, but this feels like an intermediary stage.
Yeah. Well, I think we learned a lot from the COVID year when it comes to the autonomy of the conferences and the way this doesn't work.
Yeah. But to be a fly on the wall of one of these boardrooms or athletic departments right now, I just love to know what's going on.
It'd be fascinating.
Yeah.
I have always said if I was going to be on the fly on the wall in sports, it would be two different conversations. It would be an NFL draft room, and it would be coaching interviews for major college football jobs. But now I would add this as a third.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree. I completely agree. I think that's why there's so much interest in this topic, is because we all know something's going on, and it's very, very opaque. This is like big corporate deals that are happening. They're happening. You don't know the details of them, but something's going on. And the players are really, they're as good as the Kremlin in keeping this stuff quiet.
Yeah, they have been. They have been. We learned that last summer and the summer before.
Yeah, their discipline, their communications discipline is just freaking awesome.
Although this latest move with Colorado, not so much.
Yeah, that was telegraphed a little bit. But SEC, you get nothing out of the SEC. They have, whoever is doing their communication strategy has an iron grip of what's going on. And more power to him. He's doing his job. He's keeping us guessing. So thanks, Mark, for the opportunity to call in and get some sleep, man. You were up late last night.
Well, it's a little late for that, but I appreciate the sentiment. Thanks for the call. Have a good night. Mike. All right, let's keep it moving here. The voice of college football. We've got Dawson on the line. Dawson, how you doing?
Mark, how are we doing? Can you hear me?
Yes, I got you. Thanks for calling.
First time caller here. Just wanted to chat about and ask you a question about the overarching future of the sport here. How much does this conference realignment have to do with the media rights deal and giving the players a piece when that time does come? I think, in my opinion, obviously the Big Ten signs a $7 billion media rights deal for 7 years, so that's $1 billion a year. And the SEC is somewhere around 350, and the Big 12 is around 300 million a year. So the Big Ten is, if I'm not mistaken, tripling the other two per year as far as media rights. In my opinion, that's going to create a race to the Big Ten, which I think they're going to be the first conference to fill up to 20. And with that being said, I think because of the media rights deal, and if they do implement something where they're paying the players a piece of the deal, the Big Ten obviously going to have the biggest piece of the puzzle for recruiting, and that could cause a problem in the overall landscape of college football. How much are you reading into that, or have you read anything, or have you heard of that at all yet?
Well, I do think that the student athletes want to be careful about what they wish for. Just in that, I'm not saying that they don't deserve a slice of this. What is available to them now through NIL is certainly within their rights and should have been available years and years and years ago. If a 15-year-old can get on TikTok and make thousands of dollars making stupid videos, then a college athlete should be able to use their name, image, and likeness that's benefiting the school and the conference and the sport to profit off of that. But if we're talking about the actual schools and the conferences paying the players to play, then they become workers, and all sorts of things can happen. Like you can be fired, meaning you can be traded, those sorts of things. I don't know if the player who's playing at USC wants to get traded to Wisconsin. I don't know if he wants to be subject to that, or being, you're not that good. You no longer have a scholarship as of today. Your scholarship's done. You're not good enough. You're off the team.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, there's definitely a gray area. I was a Division I athlete myself and played professional hockey, so I definitely know those two worlds, and they're much, much different. At least the landscape of them right now. So, yeah. And my second question was just talking about the Big 12 and where they see their future going. What are you hearing as far as reports? And I'm not understanding the Arizona UConn plays. Obviously, we know that the Big 12 commissioner is a big basketball guy, and there's definitely a play there. But it doesn't seem like these are two of the bigger fish to fry that are still out there. Do you feel that he's doing the right decision? Obviously, he's been really active, and I think he's not going to stay at 13. So we know there's going to be at least one more play at least this year. If you're the commissioner, who do you go after here, and why?
Okay. If I'm the commissioner, first, to give him some credit, he did make the move that I suggested. And again, I had nothing to do with it, but just to let you know that I agreed with the original move when they lost Oklahoma and Texas to pick up what I thought were the best group of 5 schools available. So they secured and stabilized the league immediately by doing that. And I think that those are all tremendous additions at a certain level. Now, based on what's left here, Colorado just kind of fell into their lap. Colorado got sick of the instability and the uncertainty, and probably has an idea. I got to think that these schools know roughly what the numbers are going to be. So Colorado is determined that situation is not good enough for them in the pack. And so they've made their move. Now, based on everything that's left, let's take the recent rumor off the table that the Big Ten is going to add Oregon and Washington. We know that those two schools applied for the Big Ten last fall. So for 9-10 months, all we've known is that the Big Ten has put its hand up in the face of Washington and Oregon and said, not now.
No thanks.
Maybe not ever. And so again, we don't know what the level of interest is now. It's rumored to be extremely high. If it's not, and even before this weekend, if I were Brett Yormark, I would play to the sympathies of Oregon and Washington. And I said this a number of times in the last few months to say, do you want to be a second-class citizen in the Big Ten? Or do you want to be royalty here? Because they have been putting you off for 9 or 10 months. You're not a priority for them. Who knows how you're going to be treated when you're in the league, because most of the presidents don't want you. That's why they're voting you down. You don't have acceptance there. You are going to be treated like royalty here. We will do our very best. I don't know. I'm not saying that would be a successful plan, but it would be a play that I would make, because
I agree with you.
They're the two best football
on the
brands
plate.
out there.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think there's definitely something there. I don't know if it's like how much are they a flight risk, because we know they want to go to the Big Ten, right? Is he thinking, okay, if I bring these teams on for a year, if the Big Ten all of a sudden decides they want to take them, Big Ten can go grab. If I'm the Big Ten, I'd go grab Washington, Oregon, Utah, and then all of a sudden you've got a pod of 5 teams out west. Yeah. And then it makes sense because the travel all of a sudden makes sense. You got the 5 best teams from the Pac-12. You've completely obliterated them. Make no mistake, the SEC is going to do the same thing with the ACC when that comes time. I'm the SEC. I go grab Miami, Florida State, Clemson, and pick your poison between Virginia Tech and whoever else. And then if you're the Big Ten, you've created a situation where you have 19 teams in your conference. I think we're headed toward 3 20-team leagues, and you do the squeeze to Notre Dame, right? You put them on an island to where you have 19 teams in the Big Ten now, and they fit right into your landscape. And you say, it's the time is now. I don't see them as an SEC team. I don't think they're a Big 12 team. They're a Big 10 team at heart, and the only way they're going to join is if they're the 20th team to join, and they see that their future is is closing in. Am I right to think that, or is that?
Well, you're thinking of this as an athlete, which I can totally, even though I didn't play at the college level, I can totally appreciate, because that's why we're here. We're football fans and we're sports fans, and that's. I think that there are two ways that Notre Dame is going to be forced to. I think they have shown that they desperately want to hold on to their independence, because they see that as just making them distinct. They're arrogant, and they want to hold to a longstanding tradition that they are just different than everybody else. And I don't think that's wrong. I don't like it. I don't blame Notre Dame for their independent status. I blame everybody else. So the two things that would have to happen, or one of two, to force their hand, would either be that if there's cooperation between the leagues, the other leagues, to say, we're at a point where Notre Dame's the only independent. This is in 1990, when Penn State and South Carolina and Louisville and Syracuse and Boston, we could name 20 major independents. They're last. I know technically you've got UMass and somebody else, whoever they are, but basically they're the last one. Then
I agree.
You need cooperation between the conferences to say, we're not scheduling you anymore.
Yeah.
You need to join a conference.
Or they can't get into the college football playoff or something.
Yeah,
situation where they don't see ahead. Well, they had this situation before. I don't know. A lot of people aren't familiar because hockey is not very popular, but Notre Dame's in the Big Ten in hockey. So there's a relationship there. And the reason they're in the Big Ten is because there's nowhere else to go. None of the Big Ten teams would schedule them unless they join the conference. It's the same type of issue. So they've ran into this before, and that sport's obviously much smaller than football. But my thought is you have to create that situation, because you've done everything for them possible up to this point. You've got the NBC sports stuff, right? They can continue to be on NBC Sports with the contracts. You've gone out and you've gotten USC, a huge rival of theirs. The rumor is they're trying to get FSU, but I mean, you've gone out and you've done everything possible as far as like what you can do for them, and what they could see as a like legitimate like add to their, because right now they're really losing revenue every year by not joining, or as soon as this media rights deal starts, because I don't know, I think I read that they're at somewhere around $20 to $30 million a year.
Yeah,
and that's
so
pennies
that was
compared to what they
next
could
point.
get.
That was going to be my next point. So my 2 points is that you freeze them out from a scheduling standpoint. You basically say, we don't schedule you, and who are they going to play? They're going to play a bunch of MAC schools and get into the playoff? No. So freeze them out. That could force their hand. Or number two, what you're pointing to now, just the sheer weight of, we are running a football program on $25 or $30 million of TV revenue, and we're trying to compete with Ohio State, Michigan, et cetera, that are making $95 million a year. And so it's not just a 1-year deal. Think of that over 10 years. You're $700 million in the hole.
Right.
And just the weight of that will just force their hand to say, we have to join a conference to make up this money.
Right. Yeah, they just have they'll have no choice. So they'll be getting behind the 8 ball. So I think that's a great one. And then one of my last questions was, to take too much time if you're here, I appreciate this. The SEC, do you see them? Obviously, they punched first with Oklahoma, Texas. Do you see them trying to make the next move, or is it all quiet on the Western fronts down there?
So here's another theme that I've gone with. And again, anytime I bring something up like this, and this is just my guesstimate at either some combination of the way I think it's being played or the way I would suggest approaching this. So in no way do I say this is exactly what's happening.
Right.
Is what's going to drive expansion is the same thing that's driven it during this time, has been either, so we've got a battle of superpowers. So we originally saw punch Oklahoma, Texas from the SEC 2 summers ago, and then we saw counterpunch from the Big Ten. And so we will just continue to see punch, counterpunch between the two as an arms race. Or, and there can be some overlap here, these conferences are just assessing the field to say who's left and do they bring value. And however we assess value, there's monetarily is the easiest one to compute. But otherwise, how do we assess? Do they bring us TV markets? Do they bring us recruiting footprint? Do they bring us prestige and brand? Do they bring us academics, i.e. Stanford, Miami, Notre Dame? What are all the things that they bring us in terms of value? And just flat out assessing. And even if there hasn't been a punch counter punch in the Big Ten sitting there and saying, we can grab Oregon and Washington and we want that Northwest corner and we want Seattle and we want two better football brands, and we still think we're a little bit behind the SEC on the field, then they're going to go do it. It's those two things are driving this, I believe.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think some people are getting confused between brand and like location and market.
Yes.
I think it's hard to like figure that out. Like Clemson is not a giant market, but their brand in the last 10 years is giant, right? So it's different than what was Rutgers 10 years ago, like you said.
Yes, Boston College,
right?
It's in a major market. It's not, and
that's what people are kind of forgetting, and it's hard to forget that when you think about a school like Rutgers or Boston College or whatever. Colorado's kind of in the same boat here. It's like, yeah, obviously they haven't been great on the map, but their brand, obviously with bringing on Coach Dion, you see it with their following, you see it with their spring game being on ESPN and all these things, and there seems to be some momentum there. Now, if they lose Dion in 3 years, like maybe it's not a great pickup for the Big 12, but I guess that's the future. I got one last question here, if you don't mind. That's going to take us away from some realignment. This is just an interesting thought that I had. Saving the Rose Bowl. So obviously, historically, for a long time here, the Pac-12 and the Big Ten play in the Rose Bowl, but it seems to be there's a possibility of that ceasing to exist. And also with conference realignment and everything happening, and moving to 12-team playoff, moving to this, moving to that. My idea, put myself in the college football committee, or one day maybe there's a commissioner. It'd be my likelihood. It'd be a really cool thing to see the Rose Bowl be like the championship game, the national championship game, be played at the Rose Bowl every year. I don't know. Maybe that's just like a fan wish list, but it seems to be a really cool and historic place. It's brought us some of the greatest games. It's an incredibly rich venue. The game can be played outside and not in a dome, like some of these games are being played. And I don't know. I think it'd be cool. Just wanted your thoughts on it.
Well, I think a lot of the things that you bring up are the same things that a lot of fans would bring up, and I agree with. However, much like the NFL and the Super Bowl, college football is not going to tie itself to one location for a championship game. It's just, there are so many reasons to go to different cities. It would start to become stale, for one thing. For one thing, Los Angeles is the host of so many huge events that the national championship game to Los Angeles is not really that big a deal to Los Angeles. So that kind of takes away from it. Whereas if it's in Atlanta or it's in Indianapolis, like it was last year, then it's a much bigger event to that particular city. To us college football fans, it's the same wherever it travels. But like the Super Bowl, there's a reason the NFL moves the Super Bowl around. Lots of marketing reasons, brand reasons, relationships with cities, and they've got ownerships. You got kind of, in a sense, ownerships of schools and college football programs that would like to see, that in Dallas and Atlanta and Miami, and that's the reason it moves around. So I cannot see that ever happening. For as cool as it is to play football, and football should be played outside, I totally agree. I just never see that happening. And what else was part of that question?
Just piggybacking on that, can the bowl system survive in the 12-team playoff? Or
technically, yes, it's going to survive. But in terms of the way we know it and have known it in the past, no.
And would you rather see the games on campus, or like where do they fall? Are the bowl games just outside of the top 12? Is that probably what we're heading towards?
No, I think the bowl games are going to be incorporated into the top 12 after these campus games.
Gotcha.
Once we hit the second round, you're going to see the Peach Bowl, the Fiesta Bowl, et cetera, et cetera. Except to me, they no longer are bowl games.
Yeah.
To me, when Alabama and Notre Dame are playing a Rose Bowl game, quote unquote Rose Bowl game in the college football playoff in 2020 in Dallas, that ceases to be the Rose Bowl. It's just other
The
than it being,
sponsor, right?
yes, other than the sponsor, and we're calling it the Rose Bowl, it's a college football playoff game. I
Right.
think these bowl games are dead from that standpoint. They're still going to be bowl games, even outside the playoff, and they'll still continue to make money because people want to, take the time off that they have during the holidays and sit there and watch football. And if it's Wake Forest and Missouri playing in the Gasparilla Bowl, they'll watch it. They'll make fun of it. They'll make fun of the name. They'll make fun that there's 2 6-6 teams playing and all that, but there'll still be 4 million people watching the game.
Yeah. Yeah. Your thoughts, and I just thought of a final question here. Sorry, I've asked so many. You can kick me off if you want to.
No,
but
we're good. One more.
yeah. Last one here. Your thoughts on the Big 12, and this may be taking it from watching European soccer overseas and whatnot. Your thoughts on the Big 12 creating a massive conference to where they have like a relegation system, and just bringing everybody into a situation where they can get some more eyes on their team, or do they delegate, or do they like that? Does it dilute the conference too much if you bring too many teams in?
Well, they're not really diluting the conference in the fact that they're bringing like brands in. It's not like the SEC just wants to scarf up territory, and so they're going to bring in Virginia, West Virginia, Kansas, and just to add territory and states onto their existing footprint that's overall going to bring their brand down. The Big 12, the schools that the Big 12 is looking at are Big 12 caliber, mid-tier Big 12 caliber kind of teams. Arizona State. Now the basketball schools, that's a whole other deal. And I actually think I'm not going to say that I'm really that knowledgeable about it. I don't follow basketball anymore, but I actually think that could be a good marketing move for them to try to cement that they are the best basketball conference and take a little hit at football by bringing in UConn and Gonzaga.
Well, I heard somebody say that was their play, to possibly bring in some big basketball teams, so that they kind of leverage that against the other big two, so that they don't freeze them out from football. Like, I don't know if that's something crazy, but
yeah. So I didn't really answer your question. Let me answer it this way. I think that their mission and their approach is to gobble up territory, even if it's marginal territory. And there's certainly a threshold to that. They're not going to go to extremes. But if they can go grab Arizona and have either one or both of those schools play in the Big 12, I think they're absolutely up for that. And right. Utah, of course, is a really good football brand. Absolutely. I think they're part of this strategy is that they're going to stay in this based on sheer quantity.
Right. Yeah. Awesome, man. I appreciate this, Mark. Thanks so much for having me on.
Well, thanks for the call. Appreciate it. Have a good night.
You too.
All right. We will keep it moving here at the Voice of College Football. Hang on there, Alex. Let me read these super chats and we will get right to you. All right. Roger, thank you so much for the contribution. We appreciate you. Big 10 will grab Miami and North Carolina. Okay. So Roger Wild is not going in to the current rumor about Clemson and Miami or Clemson and Florida State, but believes possibly the SEC is the destination for those two. Roger coming back with this one. And again, thank you so much, Roger. We appreciate your contribution. If the Big Ten gets Clemson, then Georgia Tech not needed. Okay. 30 minutes from Georgia border and an hour and a half hours from Atlanta. The one component that Georgia Tech has, in addition to, so everybody's going to laugh when I say this, but let's not let our recency bias dictate our thoughts. Georgia Tech can be good in football. They are one bad coach removed from having they are one bad coach away from being Pitt, Minnesota, Oregon State currently, they're a good coach away from that. They've had a bad coach in Jeff Collins. Before that, they had Paul Johnson. What were they doing every year? They were going 8-4 most seasons, 7-5, 8-4, going to an ACC championship game in 2014, going to an Orange Bowl in 2009, going to as many ACC championship games as Florida State and Virginia Tech during the 2000s, during the first decade of their play in the new ACC. So keep that in mind. Georgia Tech's not, they can compete in football at a certain level. However, like we discussed before, they don't bring new territory to the SEC, and the Big Ten would love that school. That's a Big Ten school in regards to quality of academics. So if the Big Ten gets Clemson, they don't need Georgia Tech. Got it. But there is, through this entire process of adding these schools, we would have to go all the way back to Penn State, and somebody correct me if I'm wrong, in which there has been a school that's been isolated. And really, Penn State wasn't isolated because they're only an hour and a half away from Columbus, Ohio. So they were connected to the Big Ten. But in terms of bringing in another territory, another geography, another footprint into that conference, they've come in twos. They've come in twos. But again, Colorado, they're already connected to Big 12 territory. They've already been a member of the Big 12. So USC, UCLA came together, and others, Oklahoma, Texas, and others before that. So I don't see somebody on an island. I don't think Florida State would feel great about going to the Big Ten all alone. I think they would still make that move because they're going to make a ton of money and all of that if they really have to. All right. We've got Bizzer coming in. We appreciate you being here, Bizzer. Buckeyes, the best EVA. Somebody interpret that for me, please. And then we've got Nathan. Thank you so much for the contribution. Joel Klatt said that the Big Ten may have to lose a team to reduce the number of teams to split the money with Nebraska is no longer in the AAU. Thoughts? Okay, Nathan, you're hitting on a topic that we've talked about many times, and we don't know the reality. The Big Ten in particular did not want to look bad in terms of being the type of conference that would go out and take from other conferences, but they did it, and they tried to make it sound as polite as possible. And now, can you imagine a major conference kicking someone out? If we looked at the academic and athletic performance of the lower end teams in the Big Ten, meaning let's look at the football status of these schools right now. Northwestern has gone from being a really good football program to a crappy, horrible football program, and now they lost their coach that made them respectable. All right, so Northwestern's horrible right now. Rutgers is bad. Indiana's pretty bad, but they're only a couple seasons away from being decent. But they're typically bad. Nobody goes to the games. They have 35, 40,000 people at the games. So at the bottom of the Big Ten, we've got those three schools right now. Now, let's put the academic portion of this. I don't think the Big Ten would let Northwestern go because they want to have that academic standing. And I don't know what the rankings of all the schools are in the Big Ten. I know Northwestern's near the top, Michigan's near the top, Ohio State's somewhat close to the top, and near the bottom, Nebraska is near the bottom, maybe at the bottom. And they're all really good schools, but in comparison to each other, I would think that there is a possibility that if it's going to make a significant money difference, it's possible. We would have never thought that years ago. We would have never thought that 2 years ago, that the SEC would kick out Vandy. You know, people would joke about it because they're so bad in football that they should just get rid of them. But we weren't talking about it seriously, honestly. I still don't see, really getting rid of Indiana and Rutgers. Okay, let's do some rough math. Very rough math. We're going to make it just kind of easy to figure out. Let's say the average school in the Big Ten makes $100 million in football. I know it's less than that, but we're going to say it's $100 million. That's 1.4 billion. 100 million times 14 per season. 1.4 billion. And let's say if 100 million is what the average school is worth in football, then Ohio State's like 250 and Michigan's like 230 and then Indiana's like 20. But if you do the math and you take out Indiana and you take out Rutgers, then you rework the deal. Does that raise that 100 million figure per school that much to warrant sacrificing an entire history with a school and the entire program? I guess it's possible. Just the more schools that are involved, the more each move becomes less and less significant because the pie becomes fractured that much more. And lastly, we thank you so much, Peter, for becoming a YouTube member. Thank you so much for that, Peter. That's very nice of you. Let us know what you want. You get the Patreon. We'll send you the link to the Discord. So you get the Discord link where we talk college football 24/7, 365. You also get all sorts of good stuff, exclusive content, and so forth and so on. We had a watch party here, and we actually need to figure out how to do more watch parties without being flagged by the fine folks right here on our platform. All right, Ben's here. Sorry, Mark, I did not mean to stay on StreamYard after Corey's show, but maybe you deserved it after that Harbaugh question. Don't fuel Buckeyes locker room. Ben, thank you so much for that. I don't know which Harbaugh question you're talking about. The Harbaugh question that I asked him directly? Are you talking about at the Big Ten Media Days, the question I asked Harbaugh? That's the only thing I can think of. Maybe you deserved it after that Harbaugh question. Or maybe you're talking about something that happened before I came on. But the question I asked Jim Harbaugh, and then we'll bring on Alex, was I said, 2 years ago, you were here at Big Ten Media Days in the same spot, and you said, we are going to beat Ohio State, or I am going to die trying. How confident were you when you made that statement? And he chuckled and said, fortunately, I don't need to answer that question because we did it, so I don't have to tell you. All right, let's bring in Alex to talk some realignment. Alex, what's going on tonight?
Hey, Mark, are we finally at the twilight of the gods? Is it finally over?
Well,
yeah.
I hate to see it come to an end there.
I don't. At this point, I don't.
Oh, okay. You don't.
Because I've been waiting for a year. If it's going to come to an end, then let it come. So I know there's the talk of the ivory tower complex and all that, but whether it's resignation or whatever you want to call it, it's if the end is going to come, just bring it and let's go.
And when you say the end, of course, the end of the Pac-12, but what about the future of Cal athletics?
So to paraphrase the Architect in The Matrix Reloaded, where he's basically talking Neo into a known situation, and he says there are levels of survival we are willing to accept. So the Pac-12, so Kliavkov is supposed to present something in the next either tomorrow or 48 hours, essentially coinciding with the Arizona regents. And I've been saying for a year, there's not going to be a deal. And some of the and there's a lot of Twitter BS, but some of the better stuff that I've seen that seems more concrete is somewhere around 20-ish million per school with a bunch of elevator clauses. And it's almost like stuff you write on a bar napkin. It's probably here's a floor, and then we'll do a subscription model. Come on, it's basically there's no deal to be made here. So it's hard for me Well, first off, I didn't see, like, I knew someone was going to be leaving. I didn't see Colorado as the one to light the fuse. But if it's going to be them, then it could be anybody. It could be Arizona. It could be. It's interesting that ASU is not talked about more often because, one, they're a very large school, and they're in Phoenix, Tempe, Phoenix, Scottsdale, Glendale. They're there,
Yeah.
and their president their president was actually a Larry Scott fanboy, and he's going to ride the Pac-12 until it's underwater. So I don't know why they're not talked about more, but if Arizona's next, then because the one thing with Oregon and Washington is because we've seen the blitz from them since last year, and nothing's come of it. And the Big Ten, at least publicly, says we're going to spend time incorporating the LA schools, so we're not going to expand further. You would think that if they pushed that much, it would yield anything. And yet we're now just waiting for Kliavkoff to finally say, this is what it is. And then it's, okay, who is the first to walk away?
Yeah, there's a possibility that he has been pushing and pushing and pushing to get a better deal. That there has been the opportunity to close the deal for quite some time. And that's the reason why we've heard all these presidents in the Pac-12 over the last 6 months keep saying, until May, when they finally said, okay, this is not going to get done until the end of the summer at the earliest, where they were saying, we're just a couple of weeks away. We're just a couple of weeks away. That Kliavkoff was knowing that the parameters of this deal is going to make him look bad. And so he's been trying to push and push and try to get a better deal. But now he's come to the place where I'm going to lose my league if I don't just cut a deal.
Yeah, Colorado didn't buy the bluff. Like, I think at media days, like, well, it's kind of funny how the Pac-12 does media days. It's one day on a Friday when no one's really paying attention. There wasn't anything to talk about. He didn't mention anything. That ultimately is what unwound everything, because that's when Rick George said, okay, there's nothing here, see ya. Or whoever it was from Colorado. Oh yeah, and also, Dion not being there said a lot, in retrospect meant a lot more than we thought at the time. So the only way a Pac-12 deal works is if it's really short term. Because no one wants to get locked into something at that amount that everybody knows is, downwind by 2030. It won't matter anyway. So why get locked into a grant of rights per se over a situation that is going to screw you in perpetuity? So that's why I keep saying there won't be a deal, because who's going to really stick this out for, unless it's really brief.
Well, those schools that don't have as many options. So if you're looking at the current Pac conference, Oregon has options, Washington has options, Utah should have options, Stanford and Cal should have options, especially Stanford. And then after that, well, Arizona State, probably, I got to think that they are wanted by the Big 12. So, the only schools that we've heard about that may not have any refuge are Oregon State and Washington State.
Yeah, and I think, and so you've pointed this out, a comment I made. Cal and Stanford it's been radio silent this whole time, which either literally means nothing, or it means or it'll mean everything right at the new dawn, right? So, but I'm interested to see, who like, what will be the reaction of, again, it could be simultaneous. You'll have Arizona will be meeting while Kliavkoff is trying to do this deal, and so it could all, like, you're gonna be online for the next 2 days straight, because it could blow up at any moment, and I just want this to be over, either literally and figuratively. Just put an end to things. It's a ridiculous charade at this point.
So how much of your allegiance and your loyalty and emotion is tied to the Pac-12, and how much of it's tied to Cal?
Well, it's Cal, absolutely, but I've told others if we have to really slave away as an independent for a little while, then because the Mountain West, there's no money there. No one's going to come to Berkeley to watch us play. I don't know, Air Force. So at least we can put a few teams on the schedule that we might want to watch, but it's basically having to wait out until the next cycle if we are like if there is nowhere to go. And even talking and even seeing like even a lot of Stanford folks are pretty ambivalent. It's like either because I mean the Big Ten chatter is now picking up for both schools, but at this point that like this thing's gonna fold. I'd be amazed if it doesn't.
As sports fans, we put Stanford and Cal together because they're rivals. But do you know how much real cooperation there is between the two schools and how much they would want to travel together?
Well, let me put it to you this way, because living and working here in San Francisco, we're pretty tight, more than you would think, if you weren't from around here. Just from alumni engagement and like professionally and all that. So when you kind of think of the other indirectly, or even as you said, in a more cohesive relationship. But I would, if you ask some folks in Palo Alto, you may get some varied responses, like they're thinking of because some are really devoted to that relationship. When you're on either campus, you know about the acts and all that. And then there's others that say, new times are here. We need to think beyond that. But they're pretty tight.
Because there were a lot of people that thought that if the Big Ten brought in Notre Dame, then Stanford would be the pairing with Notre Dame, and then Cal would be off to the wayside. And I just didn't see that. And again, I'm not speaking like I know for sure, but just based on a football series that I wouldn't even consider a true rivalry between the two.
It's just a long-term series they signed, and I believe that recently ended.
Yeah. So to me, Stanford and Cal are tied together more closely.
Mm-hmm. Well, yeah, and also if you're thinking Big Ten, who was running the show before you, like he was talking about, the media market in San Francisco. If you're looking at San Francisco, Oakland, San Jose, that's like almost a top 5 market.
Mm-hmm.
And so just take both schools, lock in the market if you're the Big Ten, and you have the state.
Yeah. So I think we have to put those numbers into context. And to me, those numbers would be, okay, it's a top 5 market. And when you put all those markets together, it's a top 5 market, but that's not like an NFL market where the NFL team is going to pick up all that attention. However, if you look at the current TV ratings, we've got to be optimistic that if Penn State and Michigan and Ohio State and others are now traveling to the San Francisco area to play Stanford and Cal, that there's going to be a lot bigger buzz and the TV ratings will go up.
Mark, in 2013, we won no games. We just beat Portland State and went 1-11. We played Ohio State and Berkeley, sold out.
Yes.
Ohio State took over the place. Yeah. So even and this seems to be totally lost on folks, but college football every game is a two-way street. And there's a lot of Big Ten alumni in the Bay Area. I work with several here in SF. There are quite a few, but if you look at, if we're playing Michigan, people are going to watch. If we're playing Penn State, as you said, people are going to watch. So it's, it's the other side of the coin you have to look at for these games. And because the real situation is, you show up to a Cal or Stanford game, even during Stanford's recent heyday, you'd go to a lot of home games and there weren't many folks there. So you may not get the full. So the issue has been with the matchups within the Pac-12, and also the network, because a lot of games are on the network and no one watches. So that's been the other issue. If you actually put the games on TV and people can watch them, people will watch.
Interesting. The plight of Stanford and Cal, the two quiet institutions out there on the West
Quiet
Coast.
as an institution. There's there's been nothing from any school on anything since June of last year, other than the kerfluffle with Regents and taxing UCLA. But that's it.
I have to think that if the Big Ten is going to be as aggressive as most people believe that it's ultimately going to be, that Cal and Stanford have a home there.
Yeah, but order of business. Let's see if this thing truly. And I was thinking about this earlier today. It's been the Big East started as a basketball conference and really didn't begin to add football until into the 90s. So it wasn't really around for very long. But you are looking to potentially add the last the dissolution of a last major conference was the Southwest Conference in 95. So it's been a while since you had a conference that's been around for over a century just vanish in a day. And so I thought about this for a minute. I realized, this is actually going to be a pretty big deal if it actually ends up going the way that we may. Again, I don't know what deal there is to make here.
Okay, Alex, we're going to keep it moving here, but I appreciate the call.
Yep. Talk later.
All right. Have a good night. Let's keep it moving here at the Voice of College Football, and they are the wild card. They are the school that's being pursued. It's Notre Dame. Will, how's it going tonight?
It's going good. Can we take a moment to look at Michigan's little cookout, recruiting cookout?
Michigan's cookout?
Look at this food, Mark. We have
What's going on
this
here?
hot dog looks raw.
Okay,
we have Tyson's chicken tenders. We have Kraft mac and cheese. And
at
we
a
have
cookout?
Boy. That's what it looks like.
This is like an outdoor cookout. Like where are the ribs, the steaks?
Yeah. Like Notre Dame had theirs last weekend too, and they had the players doing a cook-off, and the other players were choosing which players made the best food. And
okay, this is for the recruits coming in.
No, it's for the recruits. This is a recruit. A recruit posted this on Twitter. A recruit posted this.
Yeah.
Elijah Dotson, 3-star athlete. So,
Michigan
I
fans
just had to point that
what's
out.
wrong with your hospitality?
Yeah. I want to clarify what I said with Corey.
Okay.
About Notre Dame. If the reason why, if
I did not hear what you said with Corey. So,
okay.
So what are you restating here?
I said if this whole Florida State, Clemson, Washington, Oregon thing is true, I do think that Notre Dame should join the Big Ten, just because I feel like the strength of schedule won't be good enough just playing the leftover ACC teams. And that'll affect Notre Dame getting into the playoff a lot more than it is now. So that's why I feel like it would be best for Notre Dame to join the Big Ten. If from a scheduling standpoint, why does Notre Dame's schedule need to be much different than it is now? Well, having Florida State and Clemson, we aren't going to have them every year, but having them on the schedule really helps.
Sure.
With the strength of, and also I'm not sure how long the ACC will last if they leave. And I feel with Miami, because Miami and Notre Dame joined the AAU at the same time, I feel that it's going to happen, but I do think it possibly should happen if they leave, just because the ACC is not going to be in a stable position.
You're on board with the Big Ten now.
I know, it's painful to
say.
I kind of am. Yeah.
Think about that. What a league.
Yeah.
What a conference.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. It just
all these big rivalries from yesteryear will be conference games.
Yeah. Oh, I got my shirt on.
Oh, look at that. Will, thank you for that. I appreciate that. That's very nice of you. Will's
it's a comfortable shirt. I got the
football.
Yeah, it's a good shirt.
Thank you. Yeah.
I'm just sad that this is what college football has turned into. I know I'm sounding like a old head,
Yeah, like you're my
But
age or something.
but like I
Now,
don't know, like even growing up, like all the teams in their like regional conferences, like, and it's
yeah,
gonna hurt
it's
some base.
interesting to talk about. It's interesting to think about and all the different combinations and seeing teams in conferences that have never been there. And I find a level of interest in just kind of playing with the various combinations. But yeah, it is sad.
Yeah.
You know, these conferences are going to be so big, they're going to have to undertake an NFL model, scheduling model, division formats to figure things out.
Mm-hmm. I don't know. I just feel for the teams that are going to be like put, especially the teams that are going to be left out of the Big 12. But like the Big 12 is going to turn into the Group of Five, sort of, and then like the other conferences are going to be like FCS level.
The American Conference may benefit from this.
Yeah,
they may see Wake and BC and Syracuse come their way.
I know, but I feel for those fans, like, because I know like my campus minister at school he's from upstate New York, so he's a huge Syracuse fan, and I don't know, like I feel for him. I feel for my Beaver friends, Connor, and all of them. I don't know.
I do as well, and they're not going to play on national TV, and they're not going to as much, and they're not going to be playing the big boys. You know, when Syracuse, they didn't have a great season this past year. They had a decent season. They went to a bowl game, but they're going to the fourth quarter with a 2-score lead against Clemson in Death Valley. Like, they were close to keeping themselves alive in that division race for a conference championship late into the season. And that had to be exciting. And that's going to be taken away from them. Now, on the flip side, would you rather be Syracuse and Boston College going 6-6, 5-7, 7-5, and all that year after year after year after year, never playing for anything, or go to the American Conference, be fighting with Tulane and Navy and South Florida for a conference championship?
Well, I don't know. Like, maybe this is just the optimist in me, but I was always like, if they're them, they could be like, this is our year. Like, BC can have like a 07 or like a 93 and have a good season. I don't know, and then they won't really have that anymore. But like Connor says, he won't even watch anymore if they go to the Mountain West. Like, that's what I'm worried about. Like like that.
He's not going to watch Oregon State football
if they go to the Mountain West.
Wow.
Like, and that just makes me flush out. Like, I don't want us to, like, college football is, I mean, it's not a dying breed, but like not as many people my age watch it. I feel like they'll go increase even more if this happens. Like, people watch it in the South and in the Midwest, but maybe not on the coast as much. Well, UFC fans will and UCLA fans will, but
yeah, you want, for as bad as your team may be in a particular year, you want to know that they're playing at the highest level. They're playing the best competition, and therefore, if they can be good, then they're going to prove that against the best, and not at some substandard level, American Conference USA level. I get it.
Yeah, and I don't know. Like, I just don't want apathy to grow in like college football. But
yeah, we do not need apathy to grow in college football. I don't need that either.
Yeah. So I don't know. I just hope that it all works out and that, yeah, the real belief is the beginning and the end. Well,
yes. So you guys are going to have to brainstorm to let me know what my next channel is going to be on. What are we going to do? A gardening channel, or what are we going to do here? Who has
maybe more Elvis videos?
Some Elvis videos. Yes,
Yeah.
We'll start our long anticipated Elvis channel that I haven't started yet.
So we got the Bible channel, we got the Elvis channel.
Yes, you picked up on that. Did I tell you that?
Yeah. Have you uploaded yet to it?
I have. I've got 7 videos there.
All right.
I've not been telling people about it. Not really done much with it yet. So, yes, and I really don't want to talk about the NFL. I love the history of the NFL, and I like watching the NFL, but I don't like certain aspects of the NFL. And shoot, that's got to be, I'm sure, done to death on YouTube.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. All right. Well, I don't want to bring the mood down, but like I don't know.
Yeah, I'm already thinking about like what I have to do here. You've already killed the sport between you and DeReal.
Oh, wait, Tim wants to come on with me. Tim wants to come on.
Okay. All right. Here we go, Tim.
I didn't know if there was a line or not, so I just want to make sure there was no line.
No, sir.
No. Well, so Will, I've been getting a lot of flack in the chat saying that I'm well, actually a lot of Pac-12 fans have been a lot of crap in the chat for saying that Colorado sucks now, and it's only because that they left for the Big 12. Well, what do you think about the Colorado stay in the Pac-12?
I mean, they had a flash in the pan season in 2020, but other than that, they've been terrible.
No, 2020 was Carl Jarrell. That was 2016. They had a good year with McIntyre.
Okay, so they've had 2 good years.
Yeah. But it's not, Mark, it's nothing new. Pac-12 fans we've been crapping on Colorado forever because we've been waiting. We thought we were getting the Colorado teams from like years back. Mm-hmm. You know, it was like the Gary Barnett, or you can go back even farther, right? Even the Rick Neuheisel Colorado.
The fake
team.
the clip that didn't happen,
right? Or Bill McCarthy going all the way back to like winning the national championship. But
sure.
we got the Carl Durrell. I mean, literally, you guys, they hired Carl Durrell as their coach. That tells you how hard this team was working to be successful.
That win in 06 really.
Do I have to stick up for Carl Durrell?
Please do.
His stay at UCLA was not awful.
It was, well,
it wasn't awful.
Hey, listen, they cost us a run of national championships. I'm not going to talk about that. But
he had a decent record there. But yeah, Colorado, even that smoke and mirrors year in 2016, we found out at the end of the year how really good they were, which was not that good. No, Washington just annihilated them in the conference championship game, and Oklahoma State in the Alamo Bowl. Yes.
Yeah, they got beat down the Alamo Bowl twice.
Yeah.
So I mean, that narrative that all of a sudden Pac-12 fans, and also one more thing, you SEC conference people, you know what I'm talking to out there. We were never like that. The Pac-12 was never. You never heard a Pac-12 chant ever in a game.
Well, it's hard to chant. It doesn't flow.
Pac-12.
The Big Ten. That doesn't work either. It doesn't roll off the tongue like SEC.
I just think that a lot of us are more literate and understand how the world works. That you don't root for your rivals to win. You know, it's like who roots for the conference to win? Do you know what I mean?
Like I want my rival to be good enough to help my resume.
Yeah,
I do.
You would. Let me ask you a question, Mark. I want the honest here.
Yes,
you're telling me if Michigan was in a Rose Bowl and you guys were like in, let's say, a Holiday Bowl.
Michigan's a little different.
Okay, well, I'm just saying
they're a little different.
You're not going to root for. Okay, let's say at Penn State.
I have rooted for Michigan though.
Yeah,
absolutely, I have.
Like, did you root for Penn State in 94, 05, and 08, Mark?
Yes, absolutely. I've rooted for the Big Ten in every Rose Bowl. Okay.
That must be tough sledding, Mark. I'm just going to go ahead. Sorry.
Well, yes and no. There have been some good runs.
I'm just kidding.
Okay. And nobody taught me that. I didn't learn that from my family or my dad or anything, that this is the way you root. You root for, it's not like my kids. My kids, their rooting interest came directly from me. I told them how to root. These are the teams that they still love. They're Indians fans, Cavalier fans, Browns fans, Buckeyes fans. That's just who they root for. Now, me, I've discovered all this on my own. So something innately in me, to answer your question, Tim, I cannot explain this, but from the time I was 8 or 9 years old, watching college football, I was like, I'm a Big Ten. I was ingrained in the Big Ten at like 8 or 9 years old. If Purdue was playing an out of conference game, absolutely. Like that meant the world to me. Yes.
Yeah, I guess, I mean, there is an intrinsic kind of, you want to see them do well. But see, for me, it's usually the teams that are kind of like for instance, Connor, plug yours. Like that's why the Beavs, I just have this heart, you know, this place in my heart for the Beavs because because they play out of their minds, but also they're not a challenge like you're not gonna see me rooting for like and I so you.
That could be part of it there. Yeah,
it's
may have hit on
it's
something.
safe. You're not going for that like a UCLA or an Oregon going for that like quarterback you all want.
Yes.
You're not worried about that kind of a situation.
Yes. Your USC place and my Ohio State place they're at the same tier in different conferences. Yes, I get it.
Well, they're scrappy and they're great players. We don't really recruit the same people. Doesn't mean that they're not going to rise up and kick your ass like they did twice, in the Carroll years. I mean, that happens. Gave us a run up in Corvallis last year, but we really don't compete for the same guys all the time. I wish we would have competed for some of the running backs they've had over the years. I'll tell you that right now. A lot of misses by USC staff that let like Steven Jacksons and these great running backs, Quiz Rogers, and some of these guys that go up to Corvallis. But so anyway, I'm done with my Colorado thing. Will, what I want to talk to you about is I see the short-sightedness of a lot of these fans, like the hand-wringing about the Pac-12 going down. Do these people not realize that as it contracts more and more, there's a really big danger that college football, kills the golden goose? I mean, there's a lot of money out there, but you know what? All that money is from, like I said, the chat, from Lubbock up to, we were talking about Corvallis, right? There's great college football fans that are watching Irish games on a Saturday, right? That are watching Georgia, Alabama. These fans don't just watch their school. They're college football fans. And so if you disenfranchise them, they're not going to watch those games. They're going to watch MLB. They're going to watch NHL. They're going to do a lot of other things. I will never root for UCLA. If it meant, the only way would be if USC was trying to get into a national championship. That would probably be the only way I'd root for UCLA. Like literally. And that would be painful. I'd probably have to drink about a fifth of bourbon. But then I could probably get through it and go, hey, 8 clap after finish the bottle. That's probably what I could do.
Yeah, I remember you were enjoying their collapse against Pitt. I remember that.
I wasn't enjoying their collapse against Pitt. Was I?
Well, I don't know. It was in the Discord. You guys were like kind of laughing.
It's Chris's fault. I mean, again, when you meet people in the community, it's hard. It's, what I mean? When you put a face on the fan base, like you get a friend within the fan base, it's so much harder to root against them. So it wasn't much I was rooting for UCLA that I was rooting for Chris, but that doesn't count, right?
Yeah.
And now I keep hearing Pac-9, right? This big Pac-9 thing. Since when have we decided that the number of members in your conference is what we're going to call you? And yes, I think Daryl even said, well, you guys went from, he said Pac-10 to Pac-12. Actually, it's Pac-8 to Pac-10 to Pac-12. But I mean...
Well, the Pac has set that precedence that they do attach their name to the number. The Big Ten didn't do that. They said, we've got a brand name. That's our brand name. And they haven't added the number.
Yeah, but I mean, when did they do it? The late 70s, Mark, when they went from the Pac-8 to the Pac-10 with Arizona schools?
Yes.
I think that's when they moved up to 10.
Yeah.
Yeah, and recently, I don't know, and then they added Colorado and Utah and went to Pac-12. But my point is they're still the Pac-12, and they haven't called themselves the Pac. If they decide to call themselves the Pac-9, but I mean, I just see it as a bit snarky, Like we don't base, the Big Ten. Well, the Big Ten's now at what, 14 now? So
16.
Well, it
when
would 16, 16 next year. But I mean, it's like, I don't know. I think it's a bit silly. Again, it's usually from the same crowd of people doing that Pac-9 thing. So I don't know.
Should we let Daryl wants to pop in?
All right.
Oh, let's do this. This will be fun.
Here we go. This is the nights I take off. I basically have the night off. All right, Daryl, what's going on tonight?
Well, I just received a lot of indirect shots there. So it's okay. It's okay. It's part of the sport. Trash talking is all part. It's one of my favorite parts. Listen, the Pac-8 changed their name to the Pac-10, then the Pac-12 because of the number of teams they have. If the Big 12 did it, I would call them the Big 10, the Big 14, the Big 13. But they're a brand, so there is a difference.
They were the Big 8. They were the Big 8. They were the Big 8. Now, granted, there was already a Big 10, but they were the Big 8. Well,
I understand that, but even our good friend Tony Altimore put out a chart that had a Pac-9 on there. Okay, if Tony Altimore can put a chart on there calling them the Pac-9, I think it's okay if I can do it.
I think Tony's just pissed off at how stupid those presidents are at this point. But I would say that again, the precedent you just named we didn't call them the Big 8 again when they were down to 8 schools, did we?
No, because they are a brand. They weren't always. They haven't been at 12 teams for a while.
But doesn't really matter, does it? A while.
Yes. Well,
college football's been around for well over
Pac-
100 years. Daryl, college football's been around for well over 100 years. We're talking about going from the Pac-8 to the Pac-10 to the Pac-12. All that's in the past, like, what, 40 years?
Right.
Right.
I understand what you're saying, but
no one called the Big 8. No one called them the Big 8 again when they lost OU and Texas. They didn't do that.
Wait, now I'm catching strays?
I was just reading your chart, Tony.
Now I'm catching strays?
I was just reading your chart. It was your chart you posted on your Twitter.
In fairness, they were originally the Big 4. Then they were the Big 5 when they added Wazoo. And then when they had Stanford. Then they were the Big 6 when they added Wazoo. Then they wanted to be the Big 8 when they were adding the Oregon schools, but the name was already taken, so they went to Pac-8. So then they went to Pac-10 and Pac-12. So I have been calling them the Pac-9, but it's with love. It's with love. It's loving mockery. Anyway, sorry to bug you guys. I was just sitting here. I was like, wait, I'm catching strays now.
No, don't take it as an insult, Tony. It's not a disparaging comment. It's just the reality of the situation the conference finds themselves in. So I feel sorry for you guys, man. I really do.
Oh, no. Don't feel sorry for us.
Fine. We're going to the Big 10. We're fine.
We're just fine. People keep trying to group me in with the Pac-12. It's like, well, I feel for them, but I'm not in the Pac-12.
As fans of the sport, we want them to do well, but we are off to the Big 10. So, at this point, too, like anything that goes wrong is entirely those presidents' fault. So,
well, Tony, I talked about it a few hours ago, but I saw Arizona's having a Board of Regents meeting after the Pac-12 media deal supposedly unveiled.
The Arizona beat writers say that has nothing to do with sports, unless it changes.
Okay, well, so just like Oregon, it's just a weird time.
Again, I don't know because I haven't talked to anybody from their administration, but their beat writers posted the agenda and said it has nothing to do with sports.
Let me go back and check. All right, can I get in here on this rooting for? I just want to state.
All right, I got to run. We'll see you guys.
See you, Tony.
Can I just say, as a diehard Ohio State fan, I would root for the Taliban before I would root for that team up north. I know that might be, nowadays, but as an Ohio State fan, I lived through the 90s, and I lost basically 2 national championships. Timbiaka has become an ugly word in my life, so I will never root for them to succeed. And I totally dislike the SEC because it's cost us a lot, in the past as an Ohio State fan.
What's weird is I used to be a huge LSU fan. Just
really?
On the periphery. Yeah, I just liked their vibe. I liked everything about them, But then over time, I got I got to meet some of their. See, here's the thing about every fan base, right? Like I'm sorry, Trojan. I don't represent all the Trojans. We all know that. I'm loud. I'm obnoxious. A lot of fans, if you go to the Coliseum, they're not going to call you AA Eugene, stuff like that. They don't do that. And I know, like Will, you're one of the few internet Notre Dame guys that I could actually talk to because your internet group is pretty difficult to handle, right? But it just seems like the LSU internet group is really tough to hang out with.
Can I say this?
Would you just say, Tim, that it means more in the South? Would you say that?
I'm glad you brought that up. The funniest thing is, you know what? It's just there's more of you, literally. When it comes to like fans, I would put Connor Johnson's in the world. I would put the Beavs up there at Corvallis as some of those rabid, diehard fans of anybody. Because here's one thing: think of the Beavs. They're like a sub 500 team all time, right? But they pack that place, and they're loud, and they show up, and they're always there. And I haven't seen any fan base like them. It's okay to, if you're winning and you're chanting your SEC stuff, that's one thing. But to be, like the Beavers and always show up, and in a lot of ways, also the Irish, you guys,
Nebraska.
When you're up, you're packed. When you're down, you're packed.
Nebraska.
Those are the kind of fan bases I'm talking about.
Nebraska.
I'll say that
another great point. But
Tim,
we think they're a great fan base. They Nebraska. We know everyone in college football considers them great fans. You know what I mean? The fan base in the South isn't the only rabid fan base. There's just a heck of a lot more. I'd say that, yeah.
I just want to back up Tim's point on the LSU fans. I know of some Ohio State fans that went to, obviously, the losses to Florida and to LSU. They said that the LSU fan base was far worse than the Florida fan base in 06. That's what I heard. Now, I will say, there's a lot of Ohio State fans and some were quietly rooting for Joe Burrow in 2019 with that LSU team. Although, obviously, if the referees wouldn't have gotten in the way against Clemson, that would have been the game, for the title, and it should have been the game for the title, obviously. But that's. Now, I'll say this about the SEC. I did find it interesting. If Auburn and Alabama is such a steep rivalry, how do they square that one? Are Alabama fans going to did they really root for Auburn to beat like Oregon and to beat Florida State? Because you tell me that's supposed to be such a rabid rivalry.
I've seen Alabama fans in this chat openly root for every SEC team. We're just winning together, man. Like, I go to Tennessee games, I root for Tennessee. We all root for one another if we're playing non-conference.
Their team too, because they got a chance of winning.
Well, listen, I don't understand this. Why can't I be a fan in my own way? I don't criticize you all for being fans in your way.
Well, it's contradictory, DeReal. A lot of it's contradictory. Well, the Auburn-Alabama thing is contradictory because that thing runs deep. And you can't say it doesn't run deep because I've talked to those folks, and I know it runs deep.
It's like a love-hate relationship.
Okay.
David, let me get this in real quick as you were running down bad calls in Ohio State football history.
Yes.
This went under the radar at Big Ten Media Days, but the head of officiating said point blank that was a missed call against Marvin Harrison. It was targeting and a personal foul. It should have been first and goal Ohio State at the 3-yard line.
Wait a minute. Are we? What game are we talking about? Are we talking about the Georgia
game? We're talking about the de facto national championship game.
Yeah. So we're still complaining about that game 9 months later. Oh my goodness.
First of all, shout out to DeReal MVP who picked us
like 40 years ago.
I'm
not saying the bad calls cost us the game or anything.
While we're at it, Vince Young's knee was down.
Oh, well, that's there you go. There you go. Hey, DeReal, you picked us to win that game. I got to give a shout out to DeReal for that, by the way.
Yeah, I did. You all let me down. I just underestimated the strength of the SEC. It happens.
Oh, come on now. That game was as close to a 50-50. And by the way, Mark, I will do a review of that game like I did a review of the Clemson game. You can bring on Uncle Lou. You can bring on Big Dog Brett, whose podcast I was on after that game. I'd be happy to review that game. I'd be happy to.
If we can bypass the YouTube censors, we will do that.
Mark,
so hold on. With this Marvin Harrison thing, how come it's such a big deal? But Georgia's best wide receiver played like the same amount of snaps as Marvin Harrison Jr.
Well, number one, DeReal, there's only one best wide receiver in college football. And to be fair, I mean, certain players are more replaceable than other players. I mean, there's only one. So you can't just say losing the best wide receiver in college football. I mean, that guy's a force multiplier.
We're talking about a missed call. What's that have to do with something?
Yeah, because those never happen in college football. A team missing a call and then coming back and winning a game just never happens.
Well, I mean,
it's part of the game. Missed calls and stuff. Overcome it. Get better. Ohio State lost the game. They had a chance to win it. They blew it.
Yeah, they lost the game.
I am pointing out to you that the head of officials said that call was missed.
Okay, but for you all just to bring it up 9 months later, I mean, shouldn't you all be focused on this?
9 months later. This is news from 2 days ago.
Mark has done 85 different Miami shows, and he will tell you that Miami fans have been living with that call for 20-some years, on his show. And I've had to deal with that for 20-some years from Miami fans. Mark will tell you. Am I right, Mark?
Oh, absolutely. And so let's clarify two things here. DeReal, you are stating tonight that you will never bring up a game from the past ever. You will never do this, correct?
I didn't say that. I said I don't blame missed calls for games.
And you'll bring up the random Kentucky Vanderbilt game. We're talking about the de facto national championship game. Number one. Number two, this is not old news. This was determined and announced 2 days ago at the Big Ten Media Days.
It's not you guys aren't bringing up. You're saying, hey, they missed the call. Hey, they missed the call about it. You're bringing it up as if that call was the ultimate decider in that football game.
I didn't say that. Did I say any
Real.
of that? No, I said it was announced 2 days ago that the head of officiating stated we missed that call. That's all I said. Did I say anything else besides
that? Was my interpretation of the message you had sent.
That's all I said. I didn't say
he's not responsible for your interpretation, Darrell. He's just responsible for what he said.
Darrell, take a look at situation scenario. If they make the call, Ohio State gets the ball 1st and goal on the 2-yard line. There's a very good chance on 4 downs they punch it in, go up 3 scores and 18 points. You'd much rather be up 3 scores than 2 scores. There's a huge chasm of difference between that and football, especially with only a quarter left. To say that that's not a really big deal, I think you're denying reality.
When you lose the best player in your offense, I mean, I make fun of Oklahoma mostly being lame. Like they went out with Dylan Gabriel. You think Dylan Gabriel, if he had been healthy the whole season, they would have lost all those games? Probably not. So losing your best player team for a quarter, for a half, for a couple of games, it does impact your outcome of your games.
It does impact it, but at the end of the day, you got to overcome it. It's part of football. People get hurt.
Absolutely,
I mean, in an ideal scenario, I wish nobody would get hurt, but they had to overcome it. They didn't.
Sure.
They should look on to the next season. I don't even know why this.
Real. If you bring up any injuries in the future, I'm raising my hand and calling you on it.
Okay, listen. When I think the night Kentucky lost to South Carolina, I told you Will Levis hurt, but you know what? That's their fault. They should have had a backup quarterback that was good enough to win that game. Injuries, injuries cost you a game. In my opinion, it's just an excuse.
And if that injury had not taken place and there was a different result in the South Carolina-Kentucky game, the world would be much different right now. We would all be living completely different existences right now because of that South Carolina-Kentucky result.
Hey, I would have lived a different experience. I would have had to live a different experience. You know how annoying I am having to play Iowa 2 seasons in a row? Having to watch Iowa football for 2 seasons in a row?
Hey, one scoop is in the chat. He picked Iowa to be really good this year, if I'm not mistaken. I think he picked Iowa to have a really good year this
11-1, if I recall.
He picked them to go 11-1 this year? Wow. Cade McNamara must be throwing darts.
He also said they're going to beat Penn State.
Oh, okay. All right. Yes. Thank you, Georgia fans.
Hey, listen, I mean, Georgia has 2 national titles in 2 years. Ohio State has 2 titles in 52 years.
Yeah, I mean, and they've gotten it because 2 Ohio State receivers have gotten injured. Basically, Jamison Williams, who totally schooled them in that SEC title game, because I watched that SEC title game. Bryce Young won the Heisman that day, and they couldn't cover Jamison Williams. And Alabama was still winning that game in the 4th quarter, even without Jamison Williams. And who knows if he doesn't get hurt in that game?
Real, we're not going to take up the time right now, but anytime you want to call me and you want to debate Georgia football and Ohio State football over the last 50 years, I will have that debate any day of the week. It's not even a discussion. It's not even comparable.
Where is Uncle Lou? Where is Uncle Lou when we need him?
Yeah, I like his trash talking of Ohio State.
The 2 programs
he loves it.
Comparable in the last 50 years. It's not even close. Ohio State is arguably, I'm not saying they're arguably the best program of the last 50 years. Georgia is nowhere in that discussion.
I see 2 titles on one side. I see 2 on another. So
yeah. Well, you know what?
Not even the real. That's ridiculous. There's not even a comparison between the 2 schools. Their football legacy is not comparable.
I see 5 titles.
Very funny, Tim.
There you go.
You're talking 50 years. We got 5 titles in 50 years.
I know. You're right. You're right.
Hey, you shared one with Alabama in a year you beat them, Tim.
Yeah, well.
I mean,
that's Alabama.
We've already gone down that road.
Yeah. I'm still waiting for the Mark Rogers 1970s. You're going to do that. You've gone down every decade.
The 1970s. We're behind on all sorts of stuff. This realignment is really throwing us for a loop. But yeah, we got to do the 1970s. We got to do our all-time program rankings. I'm behind on predictions, all sorts of stuff. And we've got Alex standing by. We'll see what Alex wants to contribute here.
Darrell are being surrounded.
Yes. Infiltrated by Buckeye fans here, I believe.
David?
Yes, how you doing, Alex? Alex, I believe, has got my
What's going
back on this one.
You got it, man.
Yes.
What do you have for us, Alex?
Yes.
That is a good question. I was going to be the watcher tonight, but okay, something good. I mean, you brought up Lou. I mean, Lou recently was going bananas on Ohio State. So that's something interesting. Bananas.
They remind me so much of the Buffalo Bills. They're a hype team every year, and they almost never win it. That's what they remind me of.
No,
we've won something. We've won something to real. Come on now. Buffalo never won anything. So let's be fair here. We have won.
Yeah, but they're always close.
Well, but we've won
Buffalo
something.
Bills, they've been good for like 4 years.
Well, they had that run in the 90s as well.
Like 20 years.
They made it to 4 Super Bowls.
Horrendous comparison.
They made it to 4 Super Bowls in 4 years.
Try again. It's not close. It's not close. Do you want me to read off the Buffalo Bills records over the last 20 years? Do you think it's really?
I would prefer ever since they got Josh Allen. If we could just do those years.
Oh,
hey, Mark, we should get some of those Georgia fans to talk about the Ray Goff and Jim Donnan eras and talk about how much they like that. They totally disliked Mark Richt too, by the way, for some reason. But they had some good teams under Richt.
Absolutely. I'm not ripping on Georgia. I'm just basically I'm not ripping on any of these teams. I'm just telling the truth and putting the legitimacy of the programs. If we're talking about the last 2 years, yes, Georgia is the best football program in the country, and that's not debatable. Absolutely. But if you want to talk about 50 years, well, no. And that's not debatable. They're not even in the roughly top 10 in the last 50 years.
Why do you think it is, Mark, that Georgia fans go so bananas about, winning and being part of the SEC? And I mean, they're just like rabid, so rabid. Why is that?
They've never won before.
Yeah, it's the same like the team up north fan base there, Alex. That they don't know how to act once they've been there. It's you win a couple of Big Ten titles, and that's top of the mountain for them.
To be fair, that's what happens to all championship fan bases. To be fair, they get thin-skinned.
Yes, I agree.
They feel like they're not getting respect. Believe me, I know, and that's what happened. I think it's natural. That's what happens when fan bases win titles. They get really defensive about anyone. It's weird, and it happens. It's not just Georgia.
Yeah, I mean,
I remember LSU in 2019.
What's their fascination?
Those fans were crazy back then.
There isn't just like they're about Bama or something. It'd be one thing. They're State. I mean, they're just crazy about Ohio State. Why? Georgia fans. What do you think?
We're losing you, Alex.
Oh, of course. I have to be robbed, of course.
It would be interesting to have known you, Tim, during the Pete Carroll years. You might have been insufferable. Is that what you're saying, Tim?
I was too inebriated to be insufferable back then. No,
I'm kidding.
The funny thing is, I was a pessimist. My dad had to keep telling me. He would tell me to calm down and enjoy it.
Right.
Because you got to remember, when I went to school at SC, it was the Hackett years.
Okay.
So believe me, I was a bit elated because we went. That's what USC does. You guys are consistently, good, and then USC embarrasses themselves for about 6, 7, 8 years, and then goes through the roof every couple decade. Every other decade. That's what we do.
Well,
Tim,
go ahead.
Oh, sorry. Oh, Tim, let me ask you. If you don't win the title this year, you're going to have to probably go through 4 legit great teams. Yeah, title.
We're gonna win the title this year.
Isn't that your goal?
It's the team goal. My goal, I don't play and I don't coach. I would like for them to win the title. Do I think they're going to win the title? I don't know. I should take that back. Let me watch the first 6 games. I want to see what this.
Hold on. Why just the first 6? Because the first 6 is a lot easier than the back 6.
No, but you'll be able to see the type of team. If we're winning games 35-17, then no, we're not winning a title.
But don't you play like nobody the first 6 weeks?
Hold on, you asked me a question. If, however, we're winning like 56-3 and running through them like a hot knife through butter, then yeah, that will tell me. And then obviously what should I say? Wait until, I don't know. Are we gonna make the playoffs? Let me know. I'll let you know after 12 games. Is that what you want me to say, Drill? I'll let you know at the end of the season if we make the playoffs. I mean, what do you want me to say?
Well, I thought the goal would be to win the national championship or at least make the playoffs. You guys went 11-1,
like Ohio State, Tennessee. USC, Alabama. That's what the goal is for schools like that. Yeah, always.
Just surprised.
So Mark, this is my question. Mark, can you hear me now?
I am with you.
Okay.
I'm with you, sir.
So my question is, why do you think Georgia fans are so crazy about us versus like Bama or someone else? Like what's their drug-induced craziness for us about versus Bama or these other guys?
You may not want to hear the answer because even despite my fandom, I'm going to call it the way it is. First of all, I don't listen to that mess, so I don't even really know what you're talking about. I try to stay away from just illogical.
Well, let's use Lou. Let's use Lou as an example. Right? Let's use Lou as an example.
I don't know
he has
what
that
Lou's
latest
doing.
record.
I have no idea. I can imagine.
He's a
but I don't know
about Ohio State. He literally produced a song about Ohio State. Lou did.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know if you guys caught that.
Listen.
Okay.
Go ahead.
So
you do realize that Mark does not watch other people's streams, right? Did you know that?
What's that, Tim?
I said I was just trying to tell Alex that you realize Mark doesn't watch other people's shows and streams, right?
And it's not like I got anything against anyone. It's not like I've never seen anything, but I just have to detox and go somewhere else and fill my head with other stuff.
It's like Lou's probably not here watching this and other shows. You know, they do their thing and then they have a life and they just go out and do their stuff.
So I got to think you may not want to hear this. I got to think that there's a lot of Ohio State fans that have been crying about this game, and Lou's preying on the emotions of Ohio State fans for one thing. I got to think that that's part of it. And then obviously he's going to revel in winning a national championship, beating Ohio State in the way that they did. He's going to take full advantage of that. He's a showman and he's a marketer.
Right. It's not just him.
No, I think Daniel Henry. I think Daniel Henry in the chat summed it up perfectly. Georgia fans got to convince themselves they weren't the second best team that night against Ohio State.
Wow.
Listen, what did Kirby Smart say after that game, Mark? I was on your show after that game, and Kirby Smart said that Ohio State probably deserved to win. He said that, and I quote, after that football game.
He said it after the game, and he said it 2 weeks ago again at SEC Media Days.
I mean, what does that say?
Can I? May I?
Go ahead.
That's called motivating your team for next year.
Yeah. And that's also being gracious to a
certain true. Yeah, as well.
And I give Kirby his flowers for that, Mark. I said when I called into your show that, you know what, I give Kirby credit for being, classy about that. His fans might have wanted to take some notes, but, that's neither here nor there.
The difference between what my approach to a bitter loss like that versus, let's say, the Miami situation against Ohio State 20-some years ago, I don't rail on Georgia. I don't cut down Georgia. They had nothing to do with it. They don't make the calls. They don't officiate the game. They just played, and they won the game. Ohio State had the opportunity on the last drive to win that game, and they failed. For whatever reason, they moved the ball. They were moving the ball at will for about 4 plays, and then they shut it down, and they missed a long field goal. So Ohio State blew the game. Georgia doesn't have to apologize for that. They went out, won by 58 points the next week. They have nothing to apologize for. And bad calls, whatever, whether they were bad calls or not bad calls, Georgia doesn't have to apologize for that. That's the difference between the Miami knuckleheads that I face all the time that have this angst against Ohio State, like Ohio State was out there throwing flags and officiating the game like it was a pickup basketball game. They have nothing to do with it. What were they supposed to do? Say, oh, no, Mr. Official, you got it wrong. Ohio State had nothing to do with Miami losing a national championship 20-some years ago in regards to the officials making a call. So this angst against another fan base and another team because of something they didn't rule on, I don't understand that.
You know what I'll say too,
Hey,
Mark?
Mark.
Go ahead.
So,
if you want to, Alex. My bad.
No. I actually was going to be about David. I was going to ask David in the last few minutes we have, Mark, or whatever, at least from my end, what his thoughts are, prognosis is on, the future of Ohio State in the next few games leading up to Notre Dame, and then Notre Dame, like what he sees we need to do or not do.
I think that I agree with most people. I think that the key to the season is more the offensive line than it is quarterback play. I think replacing 3 offensive linemen is as big a key to the season as it is the quarterback play. Tony Gerdeman, who was on Mark's Ohio State podcast, had an interesting stat. Since Urban Meyer became the coach, Ohio State has had the first team Big Ten quarterback every year except for one, which was 2015. That was the year that, Meyer tried to rotate Cardell Jones and JT Barrett, which I thought was a mistake, and wasted one of the most talented teams in the history of Ohio State, unfortunately, because they brought back nearly everybody that year from the championship team. But yeah, I think the key is the offensive line. I do think that defense is going to be better. I just think there's too much talent on that defensive line and too good a recruiting to not be better than it was a year ago. But I still have to see it against a good team. I would not be surprised.
What about the teams out there for us?
Well, that's what I was going to say. I said,
team-wise?
well, I was going to say that to Mark. Mark, to me, this is the best I've seen the Big Ten in a long time. I will say this. I'm not putting the Big Ten ahead of the SEC, but this is a high-level Big Ten this year because
yes, you are.
Very few years do you see the 3 power programs in the Big Ten at a top 5, top 6 level. Very few years, and you're seeing it this year. And I think Notre Dame's a legitimate top 10 to top 12 team, and I think Wisconsin can be a legitimate top 10 to 12 team. So this is a really good Big Ten. This is the best version of the Big Ten we've seen. Maybe, what do you think, Mark? Maybe since the 90s?
I have to see it play out.
Okay.
I didn't see it last year.
Okay.
I saw Ohio State stand up to Georgia in one game. That's all I saw out of the Big Ten outside the conference. And the Penn State win against Utah was a nice one.
Yeah.
But we do have Mike in the chat. So hang on just a second. Let's reset here. We're evening out the fandom in the room. We appreciate Mike being here with his Voice of College Football t-shirt. So Will and Mike both showed up with their Voice of College Football t-shirts, so we appreciate that. And Mike, before we cut you loose, we want to make sure we catch these donations. We got Lemansky here, who is all prepared to donate whenever. Tim boxes with MVP popcorn popped for the Rumble in the Jungle. We've got Matthew Miller, who says the only thing Sooners and Horns fans agree on, I think this is going back to our deal about rooting for teams in your conference, agree on is we will never root for the SEC, only jokingly at the Big 12 championship game. And then Lemansky came back with, feel sorry for Hawkeye Nation. We had to listen to Real MVP after 2 Kentucky bowl games. Mike,
great super chat, Lemansky. Great super chat.
I
They're
felt
all
like
great, by the way. All the super chats are great. Yes.
I felt like having to call in because I need to explain something. Now, I'm going to preface this by saying every fan base has their share of jerks and foolish people, but it just seems like, sorry, David, cover your ears.
Sure.
When it comes to Ohio State, the ratio is too high.
Okay.
And this is the reason why Uncle Lou goes off on Ohio, because I go over, not as much as Mark's, but I do go over to Uncle Lou, and it seems like the Ohio State fans.
You've got 3 Uncle Lou shirts, right? No, I'm just kidding. Go ahead.
I got no, but But it just seems like every time there's an Ohio State guy on Uncle Lou, they just say some of the most ridiculous things, and he's a guy that likes to speak his mind. We'll put it at that. So whenever and like I said, I'm not naming names, but whenever some of the Ohio State people come in there and say what they do, it just sparks him.
Well, Lou likes to tweak a little bit there, Mike. I've been on his show a few times. Let's be fair here.
Yes.
Lou knows how to play the game a little bit, and I've been on his show a few times, and he knows how to, and he goes after a lot of different fan bases. To be fair, he's gone after the Miami fan base.
Oh, Tennessee is his big one.
Yeah, Tennessee is one that he's really big. Florida, obviously being a Georgia guy, you think that would be the one he would go after as much or more than anybody. So.
Well, he kind of dismisses Florida, other than when they had a decent run there in the '90s, and then with Tebow, he kind of just dismisses them as like a flash in the pan, not a real program.
Why wouldn't you dismiss Florida? They're probably worse than Vanderbilt this year. So I'm not even trolling.
Yeah, it's just that it just seems like they spark his ire because they say some of the bad things. And
right. Did you see Ryan Day complain about the hash marks?
Oh yeah, the hash marks.
No.
I mean,
he did not complain. He was asked a question. So he didn't initiate that, the hash marks need to be changed. He was asked a question. What would you change about the rules of the game? And then he answered the question.
Can I also...
And then moving the game to October and stuff. And
I knew you were going to go there, Mike. I got a response to that. If you want to go ahead and make your comment, I have a response to that. I'd like to make a point on that.
But yeah, it's just Ryan Day. It's between the moving the hash marks and moving the game to like October and stuff like that. It's just that what?
No, I agree with you. I think you're taking the comment a little bit out of context. I don't think he said that should be done for sure. Number one. And number two, I mean, I don't think it should be. And I'm a traditionalist, but I don't like the world of college football we're going to be living in next year. Period. And we're going to be living in a completely different world when you look at the conference realignment and a 12-team playoff. I don't know which one I dislike worse, but they're both kind of on the same level of things that I dislike about the direction of the sport. I guess maybe NIL and and transfer portal aren't as well. NIL's pretty bad, but I mean, this sport is changing, and to me, it's not changing for the better. And the rivalry, we all know, because of the realignment of the conferences and because of the fact we're going to a 12-team playoff, is, I mean, I don't want it to go this way. That's why I just said what I said.
Right. Yeah, I mean, there's a strong possibility Michigan, Ohio State plays 3 times in 4 weeks.
Yeah.
I'm good with that.
Yeah, that's all I was waiting. That's all I was going to say. And that's why, I'm sure that's why Dave brought it up. So you're not having these just back-to-back games if they're both playing each other at the end of the year.
He didn't bring it up. He was asked about it.
Well, that's a question. It's like, there's no right answer to that. That's where you just play the Marshawn Lynch card. It's like, the equivalent of I'm here so I don't get fined. It's like, next question, please. Just, you kind of, it's low-hanging fruit. I mean, why answer that question? There's no right answer.
I'm trying to understand your take, Mike, on what Ryan Day had to say. He was supposed to do what?
Just almost laugh it off. I mean,
mentioning the question. You got to respect that he actually took on the question, knowing that people would pick it apart. I was right there. I was like sitting like 4 feet in front of him, and I thought that he put on a masterful press conference from the standpoint of he knows how to give you a lot of information, explain things, give you really football detail, but he's of course not giving you. He knows where that line is. He is really good at that. And he wanted to thoughtfully explain where he stood on that, to basically say the bottom line of everything he said was, this is not an easy situation to deal with, because nobody wants these 2 teams to play back-to-back on a regular basis, or play possibly 3 times in the span of 3 or 4 games. But we also have this long-standing tradition to play the last game of the season. So do we want to play this game and have it buried in the middle of October? He basically, he didn't take a stand on it. He just said these things need to be discussed and vetted out.
I mean, things change.
And Ohio State fans went crazy about Ryan Day doesn't care about the game and he wants to break tradition. He didn't say any of those things.
No, I didn't say that he did.
Discussed.
I mean, I don't see the. But the thing is that, with the complaints about the weather and stuff, talking about changing it to early in the season, people are going to make that conclusion.
Yeah, but if he would have punted on the question, Mike, people would have come at him too. You're kind of giving the indication that he should have punted on it, or you left it alone. But I don't think. I think he obviously would have been ridiculed if he'd have gone that direction with it as well. I mean, college, like I said, I don't like the direction and the fact that the rivalry is going to be diminished with the changing world of college football. But we can't change that. I mean, this train's been coming.
Actually, he could have punted on it.
I think he could have too. Yeah, I agree with Tim on this
one. Your point, but he could have.
But Tim, he would have been criticized if he would have punted on it, though.
Not this much. Not this much.
And by the way, I agree with him not wanting to play. If it does come out to where it's Michigan, Ohio State at the end of the year every year, I think that's not a good thing. I mean, that would be that takes the hammer out of it. So, but I mean, don't worry. You don't have to worry about that too much.
Plus, it's also a little bit of piety that he thinks that Michigan and Ohio State are going to be playing for the Big Ten championship every year, year in, year out, or even the majority of the time. I mean, Michigan and Ohio State haven't played. I mean, I don't. Let me put it this way.
Based on the results, Mike, Ohio State would have held up their end of that bargain like almost every year in the last 20 years.
Okay, let me put it this way. When we go to no divisions, I would say that out of the next 10 years, it'd be Michigan and Ohio State playing for the championship. I would say at most 4 times.
Sure, because USC is going to be involved.
Yeah.
Yeah,
and Penn State's going to be involved. UCLA might come up. I mean, there's other.
Okay, come on, now we're getting ridiculous.
What?
Yeah, that may be pushing it a little bit, Mike.
Yeah.
You're already pushing it with Penn
Indiana
State
as well. Indiana might be coming up too.
Yeah, I mean, I could see Penn State maybe sneaking in there, maybe a year or two. A lot of people think this is the year for Penn State, but we'll have to see. By the way, did Blackledge say anything about Penn State, Mark, in your conversation with him?
One more point on this. Let's go back 20 years and say all of this would have been going on with the Big Ten and with college football 20 years ago. And they would have made a change to say, we don't want to see Ohio State, Michigan have to play 2 consecutive weeks, and let's move the game to mid-October. And then Michigan goes through this hellish 10 years, and Ohio State and Michigan would be playing every October, mid-October, and people would be going, why are they playing in mid-October? This has ruined the game. So we don't know what's going to happen in regards to how good these teams are going to be.
What is the weather usually like? 'Cause I'll admit, I don't watch every one of them. What is the weather like in November?
It was like
cold
50 degrees last Saturday.
Cold fine, but I mean, like precipitation-wise.
It's pretty often snow.
Well, to be fair, last year was actually really good weather.
Michigan game?
Well, 2 years ago it was snow in Ann Arbor.
Yeah, and then when can you find snow before that? There's hardly ever snow at
1950,
I'd say
Mark.
Once every 20 years.
Oh, I figured it'd be more than that. I'd have to go back and check.
Twice every 20 years.
To be fair, I will say this: Ohio State got really good weather for last year's game, and it didn't matter. So,
yeah,
credit to Mike's team there. But yeah, that was not a factor in last year's game.
Man,
I will say that to be
have like this show is going off the rails in regards to how I like to conduct it. So I've just kind of let it totally go. But
did we have a Georgia fan yet here, Mark? I was just
we've got Corey.
Corey's coming.
Corey's jumping in here. Alex is in the background. I don't know why he jumped out, and we got R. Graw, who has yet to say anything. So we'll start with Corey.
I just needed to throw something in there for Drill MVP that is complaining about having to have seen Iowa for 2 straight years in a bowl game. Let's not forget your team scored 0 points and got skunked 21-0 against a team with one of the worst offenses in the history of college football last year. So if there's somebody complaining about having to watch a team, you might want to look in the mirror. Second off, I just wanted to say real quick, Mark, I actually just got off an interview, and I won't say with who because I'll save that for people who are on my channel. But over the next couple of weeks, we'll find that out. So just got off an interview with Iowa player who's actually an Iowa star player, one of Iowa's top couple of players. Anyways, and he
So
made
it's
a
gotta be
point of saying,
defensive player.
say that again?
So it's got to be a defensive player.
I can neither confirm nor deny. But here's what I'll say, Mark.
It's the punter. It's got to be the punter.
Punting is winning.
Go ahead.
Yeah, you laugh all you want, Mike. So here's the deal, Mark, and I do find this noteworthy, and everybody else in this panel, the USC fans, the Michigan fans of the world, and certainly the Ohio State fans, don't understand this. But he made a point of telling me that they have the goal this year of making the top 4. Okay.
Wow.
So the reason why that's noteworthy, again, you guys who are fans of Powers and Blue Bloods, I understand that that's the goal every year, but Mark knows that is not language used in the Iowa realm like ever. So that may just be lip service. And there's one thing to say it and another thing to do it. But I do think, based on the conversation that I had, Cade McNamara has changed the mindset, the goal mindset of this team. So I don't know if that will translate, Mark. I just thought you'd find that interesting, and I figured we'd talk about it tomorrow on our show. But I thought that was noteworthy.
That's the way it should be.
Corey, One Scoop is your biggest fan. He's got you going 11-1 this year. Mark it down. He's on your side. You know, he's got you having a big year. Man.
Why is I heard you say that earlier. Why is 11-1 so crazy to you guys? Have you looked at the schedule? Have you looked at the schedule?
Yes.
Well, there's up and coming teams. I mean, with
who?
Roland, Luke Fickle.
Okay, Luke. Okay, hold on a second. So I just want to clarify. Not saying Iowa can't lose to Wisconsin. They're in Madison. Not saying Iowa can't lose at Nebraska. They lost to them last year. But you're banking on 2 first-year head coaches that have profited off the transfer portal over Kirk Ferentz, who's been here 23 years, won 8 games with one of the worst offenses in history, got a Big Ten championship quarterback, has the best tight end tandem in the country. I'm just clarifying this. Just so I know, that's the mindset here. You're banking on a couple of first-year guys to get it done in year 1?
Well, when you're talking about Ferentz, you're talking about the wrong Ferentz.
Well, that is true. And also, you don't have to bank on both. I mean, in order for them not to go 11-1, if you're looking at those two, it just has to be one because they still have to go to Happy Valley in the whiteout. So you have that. And then in addition to that, you play those 2 teams, one of which beat them last year, and the other one is in a good position to make a lot of improvements. So it's not as if it is outside the realm of possibility, and it's not even as if it is a stretch. Of course, it's not outside of the realm of possibility that they might not go 11-1. In fact, it's much more likely that they don't go 11-1. But my point is, if you look at the schedule, 11-1 is not out of the realm of possibility. So,
and the other thing is that you lost the Cyhawk Trophy in Iowa City, and suddenly you think that you've improved so much that you're going to go to Ames and win it. So I can't see that. I know Iowa State is not good, but they weren't good last year.
Okay.
I mean, losing at home to that Iowa State team, that's a little embarrassing, don't you think?
I mean, they did have an issue on offense that's been slightly corrected, Mike. So, I mean...
McNamara did make nice handoffs in 2021. I mean, on his way to...
Here we go.
Well, I mean, come on. I mean, your offense was built around the run, to be fair.
Yeah,
Mike.
it's always built around the run.
Yeah, I mean, let's be honest. I mean,
I don't know. I don't even... What are we even arguing, Mark? What's the debate here?
Well, whether 11-1 is realistic or not.
I'm not arguing anything.
I just Steel right now. He's like a Still Steel magazine.
Yeah, I'm just saying. I simply made the comment that I don't think 11-1 should be farce or this outlandish idea because the schedule, the floor for this with this schedule is 8 wins.
Okay.
If they go any less than 8 wins, then fire everybody. They've got an over/under total from Vegas 7.5, which is the most bizarre number I think I've ever seen. They've got a schedule where they avoid Ohio State, Michigan. They get Michigan State at home. They play Rutgers. They get Minnesota at home. They get Nebraska on the road. First year under Matt Rule. They get Wisconsin on the road. First year under Fickle. Their one big thorn in their side has been Purdue. You've got Braum gone.
Right.
Northwestern's been a thorn in their side. They're a mess. and Illinois comes to Iowa City. So I'm certainly not predicting 11-1, but
Well, Purdue's also got a top 3 quarterback in the conference, though.
So,
top 3 quarterback in the conference.
Yes, I put Hudson Card right behind McCarthy and Tonga Vailoa. I can't name any.
I think that's the August ranking, Mike. I think once we get to November, I'm again going to expect Drew Aller and Kyle McCord to have eclipsed Mr.
I'm willing to keep an
and
eye
I like
open.
Hudson Card.
So what would be your most realistic record that you're guessing that Iowa would come out with?
Well, I'll be making a prediction here in the next couple of weeks, but I mean, Mark knows this. Spitballing, I see 9-3 or 10-2.
I could say 9-3. I think you could.
I mean, they went.
Again,
they went. Just to put this in perspective, they went 8-5, and literally Brian Ferentz basically went on the sidelines every game and took a massive, gigantic dump every single game. That's basically what he did, and they still won 8 games. So, I mean, if the thing about it is that Brian just stays in the tunnel during the game and allows Cade to direct things, and they utilize their tight ends. And Phil Parker's going to bring what he gives on defense. They've got maybe the best special teams unit, one of the best special teams units in the country. Like, that's why I say the floor has to be 8 wins.
That's what I said when they got McNamara. I said they got a quarterback who knows what he's doing. Let's keep Brian Ferentz as far away from Cade McNamara as possible. Just let him run the offense.
Yeah, right. I mean, and you, anybody who's seen Iowa's quarterback play over the last 3 years understands exactly what we're talking about. Just the upgrade of McNamara from Petrus, how does that not create at least 1 or 2 more wins? And by the way, they won 8 games last year, having to play Michigan and Ohio State on the road.
Well, okay. Do you have another Jack Campbell in the weeds?
But they won 7 games in the regular season.
They won 8 games and beat an SEC team, Mark.
Oh my
Corey,
God!
You beat the team up north at home last year, if I'm not mistaken.
SEC team. Okay, yeah, they went 7-5 in the regular season. We're talking about the regular season. They went 7-5.
But Corey, do you have another Jack Campbell in the weeds?
At middle linebacker, or just in general,
Just
that type
in
of a
general, and that kind of player.
I think they've got at least one guy on defense who's going to be one of the best defensive backs in the country. Okay. And they've got probably the deepest defensive line in the conference. It may not be as dynamic at the top end, but it's probably the deepest in the conference. And my big question has been about linebacker, and based on everything that I've heard, and Mark, you talked to Jay Higgins at Big Ten Media Days, the individual that I just interviewed here a few minutes ago, I asked him, I said, who's the one guy that you expect to take the biggest jump? Who's taken the biggest jump that you've seen through spring, through summer, and that you think has made the most improvement? You know who he said is Jay Higgins. So if they have anything close to what Campbell and Benson gave him at linebacker, and you bring in an all ACC linebacker and Nick Jackson to line up next to Jay Higgins, I don't know. I really do. It's going to be hard to outperform what that defense did last year, but I just don't know where the holes are unless they get ransacked by injuries on the back end.
Well, how's your offensive line going to be, Corey?
That's what I was about to ask.
Iowa offenses can run the football a little bit and have had solid line play.
So David,
be up front.
Yeah, I mean that's obviously a question mark. They got personnel everywhere, guys who have played over the last 2 years. They're entering year 3. Yeah, I mean there's no guarantees there, but again, I'm operating under the assumption the offensive line will be minimally better, and just assuming that Cade McNamara is going to be such a substantial upgrade from Spencer Petras that they can win 9 games with the same offensive line. And if the offensive line takes a big step forward, I mean, with that schedule, that's why I say, Mark knows I'm totally 1,000% serious on this. They can go 11-1 with that schedule.
Lots of passes to Lachey and all. Lots of passes to Lachey and all.
Well, go back to 2018 with T.J. Hawkinson and Noah Fant. And that offense wasn't great, but it was good enough. The defense, I think this defense is going to be a lot better than any of those units from 17 to 19. And frankly, they've got probably a more accurate quarterback in Cade McNamara than Nate Stanley was in 2018. They've got a better running back core, a much better running back group with Caleb Johnson and those guys. So I know we've turned this into an Iowa show, but
No, that's okay, Corey, because you know what you're doing here. You're bringing balance, because otherwise this just becomes an Ohio State, Michigan, and a little bit of Penn State. And I think those fan bases forget that there's even a game to be played after the Ohio State, Michigan game. They don't even consider that.
Well, I just think it's funny. You know, Mark, you and I always make fun of Pro Football Focus. In fact, Coach Patterson and I always make fun of Pro Football Focus because, maybe you don't. Maybe it's just me and Coach Patterson, Mark.
I don't know enough about them.
But Don and I always make fun of them because they throw out these numbers. Like there's some experts on college football, and I don't know who's operating their college football site or their college football social media, but I don't know if they have any idea what they're talking about. I will say this: they released this graphic today that was like who's going to be the best quarterback, who's going to have the best performance in the Big Ten at quarterback this year, and they listed, of course, Tua Tagovailoa. They had the kid from Ohio State, Drew Aller from Penn State. Let's see, who am I missing?
McCarthy.
Thank you. And then who's the McCarthy? And then he listed a fifth one, I think. It was Tanner Mordecai from Wisconsin.
Wisconsin.
And I just think I am not, and then they had another option, and I'm thinking,
why can't those be the 5 best quarterbacks in the Big Ten?
They can be, Mark, but you're really. My point is, I know you're big on Kyle McCord and you want to wash his feet, but the bottom line is, those guys have never played.
Well,
do you want me to give you the list of quarterbacks that have never played at Ohio State?
You can't project anything except the fact that these guys are 5 stars. I'm just saying you're going to put all 5 of those guys, including a guy in Tanner Mordecai who has had no success at the Power 5 level, ahead of a guy like Cade McNamara who literally took Michigan to a Big Ten championship and a college football playoff.
If you're going
is a strong word, Corey.
If you're going to give me the choice between the productivity of the Ohio State offense and the productivity of the Cade McNamara-led Iowa offense, I think I know what
that's not what the debate is, Mark. The debate is not about the Ohio State offense versus the Michigan offense or the Iowa offense. The debate is about quarterback play. It's not just reflective of quarterback play because Ohio State has the best.
The Ohio State starting quarterback will be better than Cade McNamara.
Okay, as a result of what? As a result of what?
Well,
his numbers may be better, but performance-wise, as a result of his performance or performance of the best wide receiver unit in the country.
Well, I mean, I will put this. Last year, back when we were trying to figure out our quarterback, even though Michigan fans knew who it was, when Cade played against teams like Colorado State and Hawaii, he folded under pressure from incredibly substandard teams, and any Michigan fan will tell you this. If you can't,
any Michigan fan will tell me that, Mark or Mike, because they're defending the choice of Cade McNamara to leave Michigan and of Jim Harbaugh to give the nod to JJ.
So, Corey, if I'm understanding your issue, it's that a service-ranked quarterbacks who have never played high on a list of rankings. That's your issue.
Say that again.
That there's a service, Pro Football Focus, that ranked quarterbacks who have yet to play high in rankings.
My issue is that it's not even an issue. I think it's humorous because I see this everywhere, and I think it's advantage Iowa. But all these, it's not just Pro Football Focus, but I hear nobody really besides some of the talk at Big Ten Media Days with Jim Harbaugh and the group of players, nobody talking about Cade McNamara and the Iowa offense. And I understand because it was a laughing stock of the Big Ten and the college football last year. But I do think people are really selling him short.
There are so many inexperienced players in this sport because of the turnover. If you rank players and you make projections, you have to include inexperienced players. If you eliminate all inexperienced players from rankings, then you're not going to have many players left.
I'm not saying you eliminate them. I have no problem with a couple of those guys being listed. What I thought was humorous is you're going to list 3 completely unproven guys over one guy who is completely proven. That's my issue with it.
Young had only thrown 5 passes at Alabama that were completely meaningless. Going into the next season, I ranked him as the second best quarterback in college football.
I can tell you with
And people
a
told me that
supreme.
was stupid, and he won the Heisman Trophy.
I can tell you with supreme confidence, Mark, that Tanner Mordecai is not the next Bryce Young. Okay, I can
Well, he's
assure
not
you
the-
of
I
that.
didn't rank him as the second best quarterback in college football. I just say
Okay,
that,
well-
that it's not going to surprise me if Tanner Mordecai is one of the 5 best quarterbacks in the Big Ten. That will not surprise me.
And it won't surprise me if Cade McNamara is one of the 5.
And I should say
And it
that
shouldn't surprise you.
No.
Drew Allard did get some reasonable playing time last year.
Sure he did.
It wasn't
He did.
always Hack.
Yeah, it's not as if he is completely green coming into this.
Yeah, I understand that.
He was
played-
able to get actual reps in. Some of what meaningful because there were times where Clifford went down, which makes sense. He was 100 years old, so.
Right.
But
I heard them knocking on Sean Clifford there, David. How dare
Yes,
they?
the president of the Sean Clifford. Hey, is he getting his pension now, Sean Clifford? Is it
Well,
maybe
he was-
a Social Security check?
Well, yeah, he was the only NFL rookie to simultaneously, pull off of Social Security. That's a thing that.
Yes.
But listen, McNamara is certainly good. He is experienced, but that's not to say that he is someone that is just going to be over the top excellent, and also to the point where he's going to overcome an offensive line that is suspect from what we know, a absolutely terrible offensive coordinator, and then make the Hawkeyes somehow have 4 more wins this year as opposed to last.
And can I add too that in 2021, and even Team Up North fans acknowledge this, Mike, if you want to call him this, and some would say it's not divisive to call him a game manager type quarterback. I know that's been akin to saying somebody's a terrible quarterback, but when your team is built around defense and a running game, which obviously you guys were in 2021, he was not out there to sling it 25, 30 times a game. They had a dominant running game that year with their offensive line and their backs, and that's the way their team was built.
Look,
It was
we're all projecting forward, right? We're just
Okay.
we're kind of projecting forward with this and assuming we understand what's happening. So none of us do until it happens. But I guess here's the other thing, and Mark knows I've been the biggest critic of the offensive line at Iowa, and I think it's the biggest misconception about Iowa sports, Iowa football specifically, is that we're ground and pound, and you're built up front, and you're winning the battle in the trenches.
Yeah.
That has happened at times, but at the same time, they have really stunk up front for a number of years, with the exception being 2020 during the COVID year, and I don't know if you put an asterisk on that year or not.
Yep.
But I also have to admit that I think it's a little bit I'm a little hesitant to assume that offensive line is not going to take a significant jump, given the fact that they bring back almost everyone. And all these guys are going into like years 3 or 4. They bring in a grad transfer who is like an all-MAC guy at Miami. They got like probably one of the most athletic centers they've had, minus Tyler Linderbaum of the last 20 years. And then they have a head coach who's a former offensive line coach who's known to be an O-line guru, plus an offensive coordinator that, although you may say he sucks, and he does understand something about the offensive line, plus a guy in George Barnett who's their offensive line coach who has been given praise up and down. Doesn't mean it'll work out, but those are 3 seasoned dudes at that position. I just have a hard time seeing that position with age and all the options they have personnel-wise not taking somewhat of a step forward. And like I said, if you take any step forward, given the decline in schedule difficulty, I just, maybe it doesn't result in 4 more wins, but I would have to think just purely off of the schedule and the bump in quarterback play, it's at least a 2-win bump. And I'm not making Cade McNamara out to be Johnny Unitas, but did any of you watch Spencer Petras for the last 3 years?
A few times, yeah. He was.
Yes.
But the thing is, I always said it was chicken and egg. I don't know if Petras
Really?
was just that bad, or is because he just couldn't get protected to
What
save
do you
his life.
call Mike? What do you call it when you're down 21 at Wisconsin and it's 4th and 5 and he throws the ball out of bounds? What do you call that?
Saving his skin?
Saving what?
Saving his skin because he's about ready to get sacked.
Throwing the ball out of bounds. What does that do on 4th and 5 down 21 at Wisconsin in the 4th quarter?
Protects himself from injury.
Throw the ball up for grabs and maybe somebody will catch it.
Well,
I'm
the
just
thing is
saying-
that But your points is like, I mean, do you when your offensive line was that bad, do you really want guys returning? I mean, well, first of all, I mean, do you have that much faith in your strength and conditioning coach?
Well, I don't really know that strength and conditioning certainly is part of it. So yeah, that's a question. That's a fair question. I can tell you that they haven't had any strength and conditioning issues on defense because the defensive line is as deep as it's ever been. So I tend to think that the problem is less to do with strength and conditioning and more to do with coaching and development and attrition because they've had a lot of young guys because they've lost guys to the portal, which is their fault. But yeah, you say, I mean, yeah, they're bringing back the guys that struggled the last 2 years, but the difference is they got into these problems because they were not bringing guys back because guys were leaving. Guys were quitting due to injury. Guys were leaving. They lose Tyler Linderbaum a year early to the NFL. And now they don't have anybody that's good enough to do that. And they didn't have really people leaving in the portal at that position. So you see what I'm saying? Like they bring all these guys back, but they haven't really done that in a while. And now you got a bunch of experienced guys. Mark, you get what I'm putting out here with this. At some point, and I promise I've not been drinking. At some point, one would think, Mark, that with all those offensive line gurus, so to speak, and all the people who have playing time, and all these dudes who are now 300 plus pounds and have a lot of game experience, plus a signal caller that you trust, at some point, something's got to click.
I'm betting you're over win total. I'll say that. You're not going 11-1, Corey, but I'm betting you're over win total. I'll take the 7.5. That's for sure.
Let me tell you something. I told Mark this the other day. If they are 11-1 and they end up in the Big Ten championship game playing Ohio State or Michigan, I prefer Michigan because I think that would be a great story for the Big Ten. They'll be in position. They'll be in position to.
Well, I mean, if it helps, I don't think it'll be 42-3 this time.
Do we think anybody outside of the Michigan and Iowa fan bases care that Cade McNamara is playing against Michigan?
Probably not.
It's a storyline, I guess. It's one of those deals. But
I think people tune into the Big Ten championship game because it's the Big Ten championship game, and if it has a playoff implication, that's why people are watching.
By the way, I'll enjoy playing you guys in Indianapolis there, Corey. See you there.
Sorry, I got cut off there, but no. What I was just saying is if they end up 11-1 and are in the Big Ten championship game, say they lose at Penn State and take care of business, and yeah, winning at Wisconsin will be difficult. They've got other difficult games, but it's feasible, it's plausible. If they do that and they're 11-1 heading to Indy, they win that game, they're in, regardless of what happens anywhere else. Is that fair to say? Can we agree that they're 12-1 Big Ten champs? They're in.
Oh yeah.
Hey, 2015, you were one goal line stand away from making the playoff.
Yeah, that was unlucky.
And that's the difference between 12-1 non-Big Ten champs and 12-1 Big Ten champs, right? And I suppose that's always possible that they could end up 12-0 and then lose and still be out, but they almost made it without that win. So.
Well, if you're a 12-1 Big Ten champ, it doesn't really matter what school you're in.
Exactly. Yeah, right. I agree. I know Mark never likes when I say that, but
whoa. David, do we need to correct? We know our history here.
Yes.
There have been 12-1 Big Ten champions that missed the playoffs.
Yes, there have been. Yeah, it was called 2018.
Yes.
By the way, which you could make a compelling case that they deserved it over Oklahoma, but I think that was closer to a 50-50 call.
Remind me 2018, Mark. What happened with Ohio State?
They went 12-1 and missed the playoff as a Big Ten champion. Then they won the Rose Bowl and got ranked number 3 in the country, but they missed the playoff.
And who'd they beat in the Big Ten championship game?
Northwestern.
Now, see, that's the problem right there, right?
No. Well,
yes.
Well, still, the statement I just heard was a 12-1 Big Ten champion's automatic.
I'll tell you what. Let me rephrase that, Mark. A 12-1 champion out of the West is in, and
why would the 12-1?
I would think a 12-1 out of the East would be better.
Yeah, why does that make it more compelling?
Why does it make it more compelling? Because they're going to have to beat Ohio State or Michigan or Penn State 1 week prior to the selection.
Well, whoever
But
goes
that
12 and 1 in the
team-
East is going to have to
that's
beat at
why.
least one of those.
Two of those other
Yeah, correct, but correct, but the matter of recency and 12 and 1 beating an Ohio State or a Michigan or a Penn State 1 week prior to the selection, you're 12 and 1 with your one loss coming at Penn State in week 3. That would be the biggest. That would be the biggest. I don't know what that would be.
Since we're going down, I guess, the rabbit hole of
we've got Iowa beating Ohio State or Michigan
Since
in
we're
a
going down
Big
the rabbit
10
hole
game after 11 and 1. Which,
Since we're going, yeah,
Who am I talking to? Who's R in the blue?
He's Penn State guy.
Yeah, Penn State.
Oh, okay, cool.
I've called in different times on this show, not necessarily the Iowa show or anything, but here I have.
Okay.
But if we're going down the rabbit hole of the 11 win total,
Yes.
Here's one that no one I don't really think has talked about. They've come close, but not completely. What happens? And I'm not saying this is going to happen, but what happens if Iowa does improve that much, and Iowa does get 11 wins, and their losses to Penn State, and then the round robin that everyone's been talking about with the possibility of Michigan, Ohio State, and Penn State beating up on one another. The conference is left with 4 11-1 teams that the only loss they had was to one another.
Well, no.
What happens?
Okay, you're right. Yeah. You're saying that Iowa's losses to Penn State?
Yes, and then
okay.
Yeah. And then Penn State either knocks off Michigan or Ohio State, and then Ohio State knocks off either. So everyone's 11-1, and they all beat up on each other. What happens then?
Well, what happens? First of all, Iowa's in at that point. If you're saying 11-1, but Iowa wins the title.
Well, I at that point, yes, 100%. Whoever wins the
right, they're in.
Whoever the champion is, they're going in.
Right.
But what does the committee do when they look and they're like, wow, well, we actually have 3 other 11-1 teams sitting in the Big Ten. What do we do with that?
Well, I think that's simple. It depends on what the other conferences look like. I mean, that's how Ohio State got in last year. Cover your ears, Tim. A little bit of help from Utah knocking out USC in the title game, and then the ACC, having their year, kind of a down year, and then the SEC only having one team. So it would just depend on the other conferences. But yeah, I think there's an outside chance that the Big Ten could have 3 teams. But I don't know, Mark. What do you think? That's really an outside shot?
Even the SEC doesn't have 3 teams.
Yeah, that would be a lot to ask for all the other conferences to have 2 lost teams. It would be, I think, a stretch.
I believe, David, to respond to that we have a good friend of the channel who is forecasting just that. That's all I can say.
Oh, is that your good buddy that you meet with once a week? That
I'm just saying, I have a lot of good friends.
Yes, well, thank you.
Many.
Mark. There you go. Yeah, I think I know the friend that you're talking to. But yeah, I mean, it could happen. But I think that just depends on where the other conferences are situated. You would probably have to have a lot of other 2-loss teams for all 3 of those Big Ten teams again. I mean, is that the only path, Mark, you see to that happening?
Well, yeah, we need 2 lost teams elsewhere winning championships.
But Mark, do you think what I'm saying is totally outlandish? The idea that you could favor a 12-1 West team that had to go through a power in week 13 or whatever would be week 14.
I would hope that championship would be honored.
Well, I mean, no, I'm saying, of course it's going to be honored. But I'm saying, though, is there's a difference between, a Penn State getting a win against Ohio State early in the season and then losing in the Big Ten championship game, or beating a Northwestern or even an average Wisconsin team versus an Iowa team who goes to the Big Ten championship game late in the year and beats a power 1 week prior to Selection Sunday or Selection, whatever it is.
Made a statement. Yeah.
Well, I don't think it's a matter of East and West. I mean, whoever comes out, if you're a 1+ conference champ out of the Big Ten, doesn't matter who you are, you're in. Like that ticket.
Well, the only reason I bring that up is because Mark brought up the Ohio State thing in 2018. The difference was they had just won a Big Ten championship game that they just played Northwestern.
Yeah,
that was an outlier.
Well,
I know it was, but it was also an outlier that Ohio State missed out on the title, or missed out on the college football playoff with a Big Ten title going 12-1. That's just insane.
I would add, Corey, that year they had better wins than Oklahoma, but they had a worse loss than Oklahoma. And I think that's what weighed on the committee, is because of the drubbing at Purdue that year.
Yeah.
But I would guess, and I don't know the math behind this, Mark, maybe you do, but I would guess that the chances of a Big Ten or SEC team going 12-1 with a conference championship game and missing the playoff, like if you had to trim that down to probabilities, it's probably less than 0.5%.
Yeah,
would
I
be my
agree.
guess.
Yeah.
Because typically you're not going to have better resumes, especially from conferences that are, even if you have a equal resume or a semi-equal resume, you're talking about one of the 2 top conferences in the country. So and obviously we're talking about a 14 playoff, and when it expands to 12, none of this will matter anyways. But
right.
Well, and the other thing is that a handful of years ago, the Big Ten was a very down conference, not like they are today.
Yeah,
that's true. Yeah,
well, that's what I said to Mark. I said this is the strongest I've seen the conference. And now I agree, it has to play out, but this is the strongest I've seen the Big Ten in a long, long time. I mean,
yeah.
But we'll have to see it play out.
Oh, shoot, I'm on.
I've got a operational question to ask Tim and Corey. If I shut down this stream, if I leave this stream, since I did not start this stream, you guys can continue, correct? I did not originate this stream.
I just hop on and you're already trying to bail?
Yeah, I've got a USC show. We got to talk about the best team in the Pac-12.
All right, I'll call into that one. You mean
just cancel
we'll
that
talk
show.
About Oregon State.
On the USC show.
No, you said the best team in the Pac-12, though.
Oh.
Or yeah.
So I'll hop on that one, I guess.
That's true. SC's the best team in the Big Ten now. That's right. I forgot.
That's
Good
true.
call, Connor.
I didn't say fifth best team.
Yeah, Mark, you should be. My understanding of StreamYard is you should be fine to exit as long as you're not ending the meeting.
You guys go haywire and be kind to my channel.
The thing is, Mark, I don't have admin rights. I mean, Corey does, but I don't have. I reset everything, so I'm in here just as a viewer.
Well, I am too. I'm not an admin right now, but I think you're fine. I think you can leave as long as you leave the stream, Mark.
Yeah, but the problem is, Corey, it's like a rudderless boat. You know what I mean? If it goes
all right, we got 9 minutes
to keep going. So,
I'm going to be leaving with my fellow Ohio State fan, Mr. Mark Rogers. I'll let you guys.
Yeah, I'm going to be leaving too, Mark.
Yeah, I'm going to jump off here as well.
Connor,
I'll be fast.
Shut it all down, Mark.
Everybody join us on the USC channel immediately. We will be there very soon. Even Tony's trying to jump in now.
Well, I got to go smoke first, but I'll be over there.
If Tony wants to run this deal.
I was gonna say, I have the access set up. Do you want me to just leave it going for you guys to chat?
It is totally up to you guys. If you guys want to keep this going, if somebody wants to keep.
Well, I'm bouncing to the USC show. I love you all, but
I'll head over there as well.
Okay, I think we're all going to USC then.
Thanks, Tony.
I'll catch you all later.
Appreciate that. Thanks,
what
Connor.
Can I say?
We were
really appreciate you guys for being here.
Connor, you got a few minutes. What do you want to tell us?
I don't know. I normally come with an agenda. I just thought I'd hop on. I guess I could kind of represent the Oregon State, Syracuse's, Wazoo's, Wake Forest, Iowa States of the world. I mean, I think it's probably just the ACC and Pac-12 bottom feeders in the most danger right now. But that was Iowa State. That was Kansas State just a little while ago.
Connor, do you think it's in your best interest to grab if the Big 12 offered? Do you think it's the best move just to go?
Yeah, but we'd have to do it in the middle of the night, and they might be doing. They would maybe be down, and I think especially if Uncle Phil is calling shots, and he knows that academically they're not going to get into the Big Ten, and he knows that the Pac-8, however many are left, are falling completely apart. I think he could advocate to bring us both. We're 40 miles apart. Our airports. It could. I mean, it hurts travel coming this far, but that little bit helps rather than needing to. You can send 2 basketball teams to the same hotel, right in the same little area, you play Oregon State on Wednesday, you play Oregon on Saturday, and then you get out. And then that third team, if it were up to me, I would say it should be Utah. I know they want the basketball money, but you have basketball, and Zona doesn't really have football fans. And then you would get those two rivalries, the Civil War and the Holy War.
Where do you see Washington and all that?
The Big Ten with Stanford.
Yeah.
Connor, would you like to answer the super chat coming in from Shoelace Sooner, who says, I've been hearing some reporters saying the Big 12 has been talking to Oregon State the last few weeks.
Yeah, no, I was trying to tell you, Mark, to do the Oregon State to the Big 12 video. You said you'd do one to the Mountain West, so maybe I need both. I'd rather the Big Sky than the Mountain West because I'm not watching either Oregon State in the Mountain West or the Big Sky, so I don't really care at that point.
Okay, we'll do the Oregon State against the Big 12 video.
No, I don't want you to jinx it at this point. Also, though,
okay.
you know,
Connor, wait.
Are you tell me what do you want me to do?
I have a one strap on the backpack, BACKPAC. I'm one strapped right now, and I'm like, yo, guys, we're staying in this, right? Back to pack. But I don't know. I mean, we are the ones most hurt, so I don't think you could blame Oregon State for taking a life right
No, I would not one bit. You guys have the most laying out of the track right now.
Yeah.
And if
Us
you guys
and
got
Wazoo,
that, you'd have to do it.
Yeah.
The only reason we stand out from Wazoo is we get some of the Portland market, and Wazoo's in the middle of nowhere. That really hurts them. If you compare Oregon and Oregon State, I'm not completely sold that Phil Knight couldn't tell the Big Ten, hey, if you want Oregon, you got to bring Oregon State. I mean, I'm hopeful. I'm biased. But, like, we've proven with the right coaching staffs throughout history, we've proven that the football team can do things.
Yeah.
So, no, I mean, I'm really scared. I mean, it's real now. Now that Colorado's gone, I don't make fun of the Big 12 anymore. I still do because I said the other day on the pod that, like, I'm not going to come begging to get in. I'm going to talk shit the way in because that's what the Big 12 does. Like, Oregon State's a perfect Big 12 school based off of our Twitters. I joke that we'll put a Buc-ee's right in downtown Corvallis. I'm starting the franchise right now. Buc-ee's is like the biggest truck. Mark, you heard of Buc-ee's?
I have not.
So
sounds like a badger thing.
It's their mascot is a beaver, and all over Texas. You know how the truckers have like the giant truck stops, like with massage parlors and chiropractors and showers. The biggest one in Texas is called a Buc-ee's, and the joke is the truck stop conference. So we'll just go ahead and put up a Buc-ee.
Okay.
With the logo being a beaver, it fits. I'm worried even talking about it on here because I don't want someone to catch wind that Oregon State going to jump. But I honestly don't think that we're brave enough to.
It's okay, Connor, because you can stop making fun of them because I'll take the slack for you. Don't worry.
There you
I got you.
I think Oregon State is committed. I think there's too many old heads that are worried about the travel and changing conferences and that would rather just kind of wait to follow people. But Scott Barnes, the very least, our athletic director, has convinced our new president cares about sports, which is cool. Especially because our old president was one of the biggest Larry Scott guys out there. So I'm hopeful. And then my second plan B would obviously be the Pac-8 plus some. I think if you lose everybody except for Utah from the South, that's 7. And then you add Tulane, SMU as travel partners. You had SDSU to travel partner with Utah, and then Boise and Fresno. So you have to talk the ivory towers down off that ledge. Come back down to the middle class buildings. Get out of your towers. And then the third plan, if I was running Oregon State, would, and this is kind of a joke, but like
30 seconds.
Reach out to the SEC for a baseball only invite.
Yeah, you gotta stop. Connor, stop. You just went off the rails right there.
Well, we're a national baseball brand. I think you could convince the Big 12, like we help. So they pride themselves on changing basketball all around and getting revenue from basketball. There's
see
baseball
them?
revenue out there.
That's a hell of a flight from Corvallis to Tuscaloosa. That's all I'm going to tell you.
Our donors would pay for it.
Is there such a thing as a national college baseball brand?
If there is, it's Oregon State and probably Vanderbilt.
Okay. Thanks, Connor. Appreciate you being here.
Thanks, fellas. Go Beavs.
We're doing the USC show in like 2 minutes. We'll see you then.
See ya.
USC show, everyone. Head on over to the USC channel now.